201 to 250. The host of this tender conference was the advertising division's Cheng Baojun, and the deputy TV station manager was also present. Feng Yu felt that his deputy manager was here to talk. He made a long speech which had nothing to do with today's event. Cheng Baojun mentioned that there will be some changes with this year's advertising contracts. First, the deal would last until the end of next January, regardless when your current contract ends this year. Second, the advertising rates will increase. It will increase by an average of 30% and Feng Yu's 4 advertising time slots will increase by 50%. Third, those that purchase the advertising slots this year will have priority to continue with the same slots next year. This was an interesting condition. There was no mention that it would be the same as this year or a fixed increase in the advertising fees. Feng Yu was guessing that there would be changes to next year's advertising contract. He wonders if the auctioning of advertising slots would be brought forward too. After Cheng Baojun finished talking, everyone was whispering among themselves. Feng Yu looked at Zhang Qingxian and asked, "Mr. Zhang, your company's advertising fees had increased by how much?" Zhang Qingxian frowned and sighed, 30%. Why did they increase the rates by so much? The company's finances were already very tight, and he still needs to expand the factory, buy new production facilities, more raw materials, etc. All these needed money. He had expected the advertising rates to increase, but 30% was over his budget. 30% is not considered a lot. When Zhang Qingxian heard what Feng Yu said, he asked Feng Yu, 30% is still considered not a lot. How much did your company's advertising fees increase? Zhang Qingxian only remembered how much his fees had increased and did not take note of other companies. Feng Yu showed his palm, not much. Only 50%, hiss. 50% increase and you said not much. This was the highest increase for this year's advertising fees. This manager Feng does not want to continue with the advertising slots, or he was wealthy enough to ignore this increase. Manager Feng, I remembered you mentioning that your company has more than one advertising slot. Feng Yu counted with his fingers and said, yes. CCTV 1 has 4 advertising slots. All of these slots increased by 50%. CCTV 2 has 2 slots which increased by 30%, CCTV 3 have 1 slot which increased by 10%. This year's advertising fees will be more than 5 million RMB again. Zhang Qingxian's eyes widened in shock. 5 million RMB advertising fees. Again, does that mean that his advertising fees were also more than 5 million RMB last year? Manager Feng, how much did you spend on advertising fees in a year? Not much. CCTV, provincial TV stations, newspaper and celebrities, endorsements, etc. The total last year was about 10 million RMB. Zhang Qingxian's jaws dropped. Only 10 million? He was talking as if 10 million was like 1000 RMB. Zhang Qingxian suddenly realized that Feng Yu was not talking big when he said that he could invest 10 million yesterday. He really had the ability. Cooperating with such a powerful company would be a good move but also a bad move at the same time. A powerful company not only have the money but also have strong connections. Lahaha company could get the support to develop faster. However, bosses of strong companies tend to want to be in control of everything. There was a possibility that Lahaha would be taken over in future. He wanted to develop Lahaha, but he does not want to give his company away. He wants to have the final say in the company. Mr. Zhang, wait a while. It's my company's first advertising slot's turn. Feng Yu raised his hands and shouted, Taiwan Trading will continue the contract. Everybody turned and looked for the owner of that young voice. This advertisement slot was the most expensive slot today. Many of the advertisers noticed that it was a young man in his 20s who had shouted. Who was the boss of this Taiwan Trading? How come he did not come personally for such an important event? Is that the boss's son? After a while, it was another slot which had increased by 50%. Feng Yu raised his hand and shouted Taiwan Trading will continue to recontract. This Taiwan Trading is so rich. The rates had increased by 50% and he recontract more than 1 slots. The third and fourth slots which increased by 50% were called successively, and to everybody's surprise, the slots belonged to Taiwan Trading and all the slots were recontract. This time, everybody remembered that this time slot was airing Songjiang Motorcycles commercials. Could it be that this Taiwan Trading is a subsidiary of Songjiang Motorcycles? There was a total of 6 slots that increased by 50% and Taiwan Trading owned 4 of them. The other 2 slots were also recontracted. The effects of CCTV advertisements were shown last year. All the advertisers at CCTV had high returns. However, some advertisers were unlucky. There were some problems with the quality of their products, and it resulted in them suffering losses. Now the advertising rates increased. These advertisers had no choice but to give up and advertise at the provincial TV stations. The first round of tender was over. In the afternoon, they will make payments and sign the contracts. Tomorrow will be for the interested companies to compete for the empty slots. The signing of the contract was not according to the order of the advertising time. It was according to the advertising rates. Feng Yu was the first person to enter the advertising division office to sign the contract with Cheng Baojun. The contract would last until next January. In December, there would be another round of tender for next year's advertisement slots. This was different from what happened in the original history. Chief Cheng, why do I feel that CCTV is against my company? Why are our company's slots rates increased the most? Feng Yu asked when he was signing the contract. Manager Feng, it is not as what you think. The increment of the rates is based on the ratings. Your company's time slots are all the primetime slots, so the increase was the highest. Look at your CCTV 2 and CCTV 3 advertising fees. The increase was not that high. Damn. How can you compare CCTV 2 and 3 with CCTV 1 channel? CCTV 3 was not even broadcast via the satellite. Chief Cheng, this increase will put a strain on my company's finances. Cheng Baojun could tell that Feng Yu had some requests. If Feng Yu does not sign the contract and he resold the slots to other companies, his higher-ups would also feel that he was not doing his job right. Manager Feng, please speak your mind. We can discuss about it. These few slots were not recontract. I am not greedy, just sell 3 of the slots to my company. Feng Yu took out the forms he prepared in the morning and showed Cheng Baojun. Feng Yu had circled the slots he wanted. Cheng Baojun looked at the form with wide eyes. Didn't you say that the increase would put a strain on your company's finances? You still want to buy 3 more slots? Feng Yu was CCTV's biggest client, and Cheng Baojun was worried that this kid would turn his back on the deal. He could only agree with Feng Yu's request. He promised Feng Yu that he would get 3 more advertising slots. That evening, Zhang Qingxian wanted to return a treat to Feng Yu. He looked for a restaurant which was about the same grade as Little Sheep Hot Pot. With a black wallet in hand, he walked into the restaurant with Feng Yu. Once again he saw Feng Yu's fanciful ordering style. Feng Yu flipped to a random page of the menu and pointed out a few dishes which he does not want and ordered the rest. Zhang Qingxian really wanted to spit on Feng Yu's face. There were only the 2 of us, how can we finish all the food? Feng Yu was still asking him to eat and drink more. Zhang Qingxian was trying his best to finish all the food. He was not someone who was wasteful. About half an hour later, Zhang Qingxian was full. He saw that there were still lots of leftovers on the table and felt the pain. He used the toilet as an excuse to leave the table for the front counter. He wants to pay the bills first. Sir, your table was already paid in excess. If you are leaving soon, we will give you your change. Zhang Qingxian was reaching for his wallet when he heard this. He looked at the waiter. At first, he was happy and thought that someone else had paid their bills by mistake, but he became embarrassed when he realized that Feng Yu had gone to the toilet earlier. The dinner for these 2 days was paid for by others, and he was embarrassed. Feng Yu was so much younger than him, and he was the one who had invited Feng Yu out for dinner. He felt like he was taking advantage of a young kid. Manager Feng, why are you paying for this dinner? I had said that I will be treating you. Zhang Qingxian reached for his wallet in his pocket to return Feng Yu the money. But after reaching for quite some time, his hand was still in his pocket. Feng Yu was laughing in his heart, but he still stopped Zhang Qingxian. Mr. Zhang, you don't have to be so polite to me. You can treat me when I go to Hangzhou next time. Zhang Qingxian took out his hand from his pocket and said embarrassedly, thanks for paying. Next time must be my treat. Mr. Zhang, we had finished our dinner. How about we have some tea back at the hotel? Zhang Qingxian paused for a while. He knew that Feng Yu wants to talk about him buying a stake in his company, but he could not refuse Feng Yu. Feng Yu had just treated him to another dinner, and if he rejects Feng Yu's offer, it will look bad on him. Mr. Zhang, have you considered the things we spoke about yesterday? How much do you need? Tell me a figure. Feng Yu wanted to settle this deal as soon as possible. In his heart, he was smiling to himself when he thinks of buying a stake of Lahaha. Kirilenko arranged his men to send the girls back. Feng Yu sat down to have breakfast with Kirilenko. Muffins, sausage, bread, jam, fruit and black tea. The Soviet breakfast was really rich. Feng Yu shifted his attention to the food. Feng, you had mentioned that you envied soldiers can shoot guns 2 days ago. Today, I had arranged for you to visit a shooting range. Do you still have the energy to shoot? Kirilenko asked, and he raised his eyebrows. He had an irritating look, and Feng Yu felt like slapping him. Feng Yu's eyes widened. He was excited. Most men like to play with guns. Feng Yu had only fired hunting rifles, and he had not tried other types of firearms. As for energy, he only did not sleep well last night, and he did not do any strenuous activities. Last night, Elena tried to seduce Feng Yu by dropping her towel. Feng Yu rushed over to pick up the towel and covered Elena. Elena was tall, slim and had long legs. But it might be due to her dancing, or maybe she was still young, she was flat-chested. This reminded Feng Yu that Elena was still a young girl. Although he was not a saint, he would never do anything to a child. If Elena was 18 years old, then things might be different. Feng Yu tried to persuade Elena not to do such things again and also tried to find out what was promised to her. Elena told Feng Yu that her leader had promised her an opportunity to be the lead dancer and will transfer her to Russian dance troupe. She cried when she mentioned her mother living alone in St. Petersburg. Feng Yu could not stand her crying and promised to help her. He told her that he would ask his friend to help her. Elena smiled and said that her body was the only way she can repay Feng Yu. Feng Yu immediately pushed her away. Forget it. If you can't sleep, then we can have a good talk. But if you want to do something else, no way. Feng Yu tried to persuade to take care of herself and must love her body. Her body cannot be used to trade for things. Ads by PubFuture. Elena told Feng Yu about the happy days when she was learning to dance. He also told him about the living conditions of the Soviets. Feng Yu listened carefully. This was a chance for him to understand the Soviet Union better. The both of them talked until late at night and Elena went back into the bedroom to sleep. Feng Yu slept on the couch. He did not sleep well that night, and this explains the dark circles around his eyes. Brother Key, what guns can I play? Other than heavy machine guns, you can shoot handguns and rifles. I can also get you some light machine guns. Oh yes, are you interested in playing with grenades? Feng Yu waved his hands. Forget about grenades. I prefer guns. He had heard that many new soldiers were killed by the grenades thrown by their own men. Feng Yu had never thrown a grenade before and if he was nervous or the grenade slipped from his hand, he would be killed by himself. Feng Yu was satisfied with Kirilenko's arrangement today. He did not know that this was arranged by Brother K and Kirilenko had claimed credit for this arrangement. After breakfast, a car arrived at the hotel to pick them up. Feng Yu was in awe of Kirilenko. His planning was great. If Brother K knows that his arrangement had let Feng Yu be in awe of Kirilenko, he would have banged his head against the wall. Feng Yu took a nap on the car, and the driver woke him up after an hour. They had arrived at the shooting range. It was not that far from his hotel. Feng Yu had thought that the shooting range would be in some remote army camp and should take at least 2 hours to get there. After alighting from the car, Feng Yu saw Brother K. He was wearing his army uniform. Feng Yu greeted him and was dragged away by Kirilenko to change into military camouflage uniforms. They also get the guns and ammunition from the armory. Feng, this is Instructor Leo. He will guide you. Kirilenko introduced an instructor to Feng Yu, and he walked aside to check his weapon. Feng Yu could tell that Kirilenko was very familiar with firearms from the way Kirilenko handles them. Ads by PubFuture. The instructor told Feng Yu to never point the gun at anybody. Also, the signs is to stop shooting and point the gun downwards. After these simple instructions, Instructor Leo led Feng Yu to pick up his weapon. This is a Black Star pistol. Type 54 pistols, used by the Chinese police, were copied from Black Star pistols. Oh, that's a TT-33. This handgun is also very beautiful. Hold on, this gun and that gun are also beautiful. Feng Yu do not know which gun to choose. The Soviet Union armies had used many types of handguns, and Feng Yu wanted to try out every weapon. Can I try all these guns? Instructor Leo. Try all the guns. There was at least over 10 different types of weapons here, and if you finish a clip for each gun, you will not even lift your fork for dinner tonight. Mr. Feng, I suggest you try 2 types of handguns. Don't you want to try other types of guns? There are rifles over there. After the reminder from Instructor Leo, Feng Yu chose a TT-33 and a Makarov pistol. The Chinese had made an imitation of the Makarov pistol and named it 59. Feng Yu picked AK-47 first when he walked over to the rifles. This was the world's most iconic assault rifle. Before Feng Yu's rebirth, almost every terrorist that appears on the news held an AK-47. The second rifle Feng Yu picked was the Mosin rifle. I was recommended by instructor Leo. There was a scope on the rifle, and it was a commonly used hunting rifle, and it was suitable for beginners. Instructor Leo told Feng Yu to pick the machine guns later after he finished shooting the firearms he chose. If his arms still have strength, then he can fire the machine guns later. Feng, are you done? Let's go to the indoor range and fire some handguns. Kirilenko said like a big brother. He seems very confident with his shooting skills. Okay, how about a competition? Feng Yu asked, and he immediately regrets. He had just blurted out this question without thinking. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu. You want to challenge shooting with me? No problems. I will let you have 2 extra bullets. Leo, get me the same guns as Feng Yu. Damn, this is insulting. These 2 handguns clip could only hold 8 bullets each, and you want to let me have 2 extra bullets. Feng Yu accepted the challenge. Humph, you are the one who said it. You will be disgracing the Soviet army if you lose to me. Feng Yu raised the stakes. Kirilenko had always bragged that he was a sharpshooter and Feng Yu wants to see who will be a disgrace. Kirilenko, Feng, are the both of you ready? You are going to shoot pistols first. Brother K walked over and asked. Brother K, Kirilenko is betting with me, and he said that he will win even if I have 2 extra bullets. Feng Yu said quickly before Kirilenko changed his mind. The both of you are going to compete. Let me join in. Leo, join us too. Brother K was excited when he heard that Feng Yu and Kirilenko were going to have a competition. Since Kirilenko dares to claim that he would win with 2 bullets short of Feng Yu, then that means Feng Yu's shooting skills must be lousy. He knew Kirilenko's marksmanship was better and he also wanted to join in the fun. When Brother K saw the guns Feng Yu, Leo and Kirilenko chose, he also picks the same guns. Even if he can't win Leo, he would at least win the other 2. He was a regular at this range, and he was confident that he would win with any guns. Let me start first. Kirilenko wore the ear mufflers and loaded his gun. He aimed at the target and fired. Bang, bang, bang. After 6 shots, Kirilenko put down his gun and gestured to Brother K. Brother K also loaded 6 rounds. Feng Yu was third, and he shot 8 rounds. Instructor Leo was the last, and he also fired 6 rounds. After everybody had finished shooting, a voice sounded from a speaker on the wall. Number 1, 6 on target, 50 points. Number 2, 6 on target, 51 points. Number 3, 6 on target, 26 points. Number 4, 6 on target, 59 points. Wait, why was it 6 on target? Damn, 2 rounds went off the mark. Feng Yu felt embarrassed. Firing a handgun seems easy, and 20 meters was not that far. Why he can't hit the target? The rounds that hit the targets got an average of only 4 points. This result sucks. Feng Yu felt that it was because he was not ready just now and he did not know pistol's recoil was that strong. It was a relief that he did not hit the roof with that recoil. Ads by PubFuture. Kirilenko provocative looked at Feng Yu. Feng, you want to carry on with the competition? Don't forget I am also a soldier. Sure, why not? There's another pistol. I am only not used to this type of guns. Feng Yu stubbornly said. Feng Yu almost vomited blood when he saw the rest loaded only 5 rounds into the other pistol. Damn, you guys really look down on me. Although I had not fired a handgun before, I had experienced it just now. All of you are digging your own grave. Well, this time Feng Yu's shots did not go off target, but he still lost. His 8 rounds only got 31 points. Kirilenko and Brother K got 46 points, and Instructor Leo got 50 points. These handguns are not fun at all. Let's go outside and switch to rifles. I want to try AK-47. Feng Yu was angry. He was the one who challenged others, but he lost. He does not want to fire a pistol anymore. Instructor Leo walked over, collected all the remaining unfired rounds and passed it to Feng Yu. This is the first time you fired handguns, and you don't know the techniques. Shooting is not difficult if you maintain your posture and shoot slowly. Look at the way I hold the gun in my posture. Your left hand is to support and lean your body slightly forward. Keep your arm straight and don't fire continuously. You try shooting now. Feng Yu followed Instructor Leo's instructions and fired again. He finished a clip, and this time, he was more accurate. His average score per round was 5 points. Feng Yu loaded another pistol and fired again. This time, he got the technique. He finished all the rounds and used a pair of binoculars to look at the target. He had accidentally hit the bullseye, which was 10 points. Feng Yu removed the empty clip and said, "Come, we shall compete again on single shots. I had hit the bullseye and got 10 points. It's your turn." Kirilenko. Brother K. Ads by PubFuture. Instructor Leo. No one replied to Feng Yu. Thus, Feng Yu carried on firing all the remaining rounds and shook his hands. The recoil had hurt his hands. He still wanted to play with AK-47 later. Ta, 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 ta. Feng Yu pulled the trigger and did not release it. All the bullets were fired in an instant. Fun. Once again Feng Yu was speechless when he heard the announcer announced his results. Damn, what's wrong? 30 rounds and only 3 rounds hit the target. Did you count properly? Feng Yu used the pair of binoculars to look at the target himself. Only 3 rounds hit the mark, and his best score was only 2 points. What a lousy gun. They must have given me a gun that is not accurate. This gun must have not been zeroed. Brother Key, no, Instructor Leo, I will exchange gun with you. This gun is not accurate. Feng Yu snatched the AK-47 from Instructor Leo and gave him his. Instructor Leo was dumbfounded. Feng Yu had pointed the rifle almost to the sky when he was shooting just now, and he is complaining the gun was not accurate. It was a miracle that he got 2 rounds on the target. Ta, 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 ta. Feng Yu finished another clip, and most of the rounds were off target, and only 5 shots hit. Ads by PubFuture. All of them look at Feng Yu and wonder what other excuses will he use now. The wind is too strong. All of them looked at a flag not far away. The flag was not flapping and lying against the flagpole. There was no wind at all. The wind was very strong just now. Didn't you feel it? My hat was also blown away. It only stopped now. Instructor Leo could not take it anymore and said, Feng, the recoil for AK-47 is very strong and the accuracy is not very good. You can choose the 3 rounds mode and point the barrel slightly downwards. This way, you will be more accurate. Really, why didn't you tell me earlier? Brother Key, come to give me your gun. Instructor Leo's gun is also not accurate. Kirilenko. Ta, 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 ta. This time Feng Yu only had 3 rounds that were off target, and he was satisfied with his results. Look at my improvements. From only 3 rounds on target to just 3 shots off the mark. I am a genius. If Instructor Leo knew what Feng Yu was thinking, he would be speechless. At the range, if any of his soldiers got 3 rounds off target while using 3 rounds mode, he would punish that soldier to do at least 100 frog jumps with the rifle above his head. If this type of soldiers goes to war, he would only be wasting bullets. Kirilenko and the rest also shoot after Feng Yu. When Feng Yu saw Kirilenko and Brother K's result, he was still quite confident. But when he saw Instructor Leo's result, he was demoralized. You told me that AK-47 is not accurate and your lowest score is 7 points, and you got a few rounds that hit the bullseye. This is not fun. Let's switch to Mosin rifle. Feng Yu does not believe that he would shoot off target with a scope. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Yu finished shooting, and before the announcer announces his results, he used the binoculars to look at his target. Damn, what's going on? I had clearly seen my shots hitting the target just now, and why is my target so clean now? There is not even a bullet hole. This is impossible. Feng Yu complained that it must be someone had switched his target. If now, why was his target so clean and the distance was only 50 meters? Instructor Leo took the pair of binoculars from Feng Yu and looked at the target. He then moved slightly and told Feng Yu a piece of bad news. Feng Yu had hit the wrong target. Feng Yu was very unhappy with today's trip to the firing range. Especially when he shot the wrong target at the end. Kirilenko and Brother K had laughed at him. When they were playing skeet shooting, Feng Yu had missed every single disc. Instructor Leo did not miss even one disc. Kirilenko was much better at skeet shooting than Brother K, and this gave him a chance to boast about him hunting a bear in China. Kirilenko proudly asked Brother K and Instructor Leo if they had hunted a bear before. The bear's hide was still in his house. Although the Soviet Union does not forbid hunting of bears, no one had ever killed a bear by himself. Only Feng Yu and Kirilenko know the truth behind the hunting of the bear. It was that incident which leads to their friendship now. Brother K was also suspicious of Kirilenko's claims. How did Kirilenko get his hands on a hunting rifle in China? He was a foreigner and who would lend him a rifle? Kirilenko said that he had borrowed the hunting rifle from Feng Yu, but Brother K does not believe him. He was sure that Feng Yu was not from a hunter's family from his shooting skills, and where did he get the hunting rifle? Furthermore, did the both of them knew each other then? And they were close enough to lend Kirilenko a hunting rifle. Every time Brother K asked Kirilenko about this, Kirilenko would insist that he had hunted the bear alone. Also, his account of the hunt differs slightly every time. No one except for Feng Yu knew the truth. Feng Yu wanted to play with other guns, but Instructor Liu does not allow him to. He said Feng Yu would injure himself if he shoots too many rounds on his first time. During lunch, Feng Yu also noticed that his hands were shaking, and luckily he was not using chopsticks. In the end, Instructor Liu got some medicine for Feng Yu to soak his hands. The medicine would remove the smell of gunpowder and also heal his aching arms. On the way back to the hotel, Kirilenko proudly asked Feng Yu, "Feng, do you still doubt my shooting skills?" "Humph. You are a soldier, and this is my first time. It's normal for me to miss the target." Ads by PubFuture. You will be meeting Ukraine Bank's manager the day after tomorrow. What do you want to do tomorrow? How about some sports? What sports do you normally play? Talking about sports, China cannot be compared to the Soviet Union. Look at soccer and basketball. Kirilenko said. Damn, basketball. The Soviet Union's basketball team had a glorious history. During the 1972 Olympics, the Soviet Union was against the US. When the time was up, the Soviet side had lost. The Soviet coach went to talk to the referee, and the referee awarded the Soviet team free throw. The Soviets player missed the free throw, and the referee gave the Soviet team another rethrow. The Soviet Union won the game. The Americans protested against the referee's decision, but to no avail. The Soviet Union won the gold medal, and the US took the second place. In the 1988 Olympics basketball semifinals, the Soviet Union met the US again. The Soviets scored after the final whistle, and it was still counted. That year, the Soviet team won the gold medal again. From these events, the US basketball team were no matched for the Soviets. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko and smiled. Kirilenko's proud, the conceited smile disappeared. Feng Yu had told him and his father about the Soviet Union disintegration. Last month, Yeltsin had announced that Russia would leave the Soviet Union, and this was the fourth country that had left the Soviet Union this year. What the Soviet Union was disintegrated, then there will be the Russian basketball team left. Can this team win the US? The Soviet Union's glorious time will be over soon. Kirilenko lost his interest when he thought of what was going to happen. Feng Yu suddenly said, "You think your sports are excellent. Why not we play ping pong tomorrow? I will let you 5 points. Actually, Feng Yu was only so-so at ping pong, but Feng Yu knew that Kirilenko would not take up the challenge. It was because most of the people in the world thought that the Chinese were the world's #1 at ping pong, and every Chinese knew how to play ping pong. Just like every Chinese knew kung fu. Kirilenko immediately thought of how great the Chinese were at ping pong, and he does not know how to play ping pong at all. Then let's forget about sports tomorrow. If you are interested, we can go and drive a tank for fun." Drive a tank? Feng Yu must admit that he was very interested in driving a tank. He might be able to shoot some firearms in China, but he can never get the chance to drive a tank. Okay, then tomorrow we shall go and drive some tanks. Can I fire also? Kirilenko almost jumped up. Don't even think of it. Even I can't do that. The most I can do is to let you enter the tank and drive it around. You cannot do anything else. Fire from a tank. With your shooting skills, you will kill everyone there. Feng Yu felt it was a pity that he could not fire from the tank, but it was still interesting to operate a tank. He wants to take a picture too. The next day, Feng Yu woke up early in the morning and knocked on Kirilenko's door. "Brother Ki, what time are we going to drive the tank?" Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu helplessly. "It's only 7 a.m. in the morning." 10 minutes later, Kirilenko contacted his driver. He regrets suggesting tanks to Feng Yu. Feng Yu was disappointed when he saw the tanks. The tanks were not very advanced, and when he entered the tank, it was stuffy and cramped. It was not like what he had seen on TV. The Soviet Union's tanks were not advanced at all. But the Soviet Union had the most number of tanks. It was quantity over quality. The Germans' tanks were the most sophisticated and their technologies were the best in the world. But it was also this reason that their tanks stopped moving with the slightest damage. On the other hand, the Soviet Union's tanks were sturdy and could adapt to all kinds of harsh terrains. It seldom malfunctions, but it still loses to the US on the protection of the soldiers in the tanks. Feng Yu lost interest after driving the tank for a while. This tank was too old, and it felt like he was driving a tractor. There were only 2 levels to control the tanks. Where's the steering wheel? Feng Yu was also not allowed to take pictures inside the tank, but he was allowed to take pictures outside. This tank was used for training purposes, and most of the technologies were outdated. Still, Kirilenko dared not to let a foreigner take pictures in the tank. In the afternoon, they returned back to the hotel. Feng Yu requested to fly a plane or a helicopter but was rejected by Kirilenko. Humph, I will buy my own plane and helicopter in future, and I will fly them myself. After dinner, Kirilenko told Feng Yu that he and Brother K would bring Feng Yu to meet with the Soviet Bank's Ukraine branch manager. He told Feng Yu to speak less and let him do the talking. Kirilenko wanted to help Feng Yu get a loan in Ukraine, but he could not do so without the help of Brother K. But Feng Yu could see Kirilenko's sincerity. Brother K was not happy with Feng Yu's rejection, but he did not fall out with Feng Yu. Maybe Kirilenko had spoken to him. Feng Yu thought the meeting with Ukraine Bank's manager would be at the bank, but Brother K arranged for the manager to go to his residence. Feng, let me introduce to you. This is the manager of the Soviet Bank's Ukrainian branch, Mr. Kovsky. Mr. Kovsky, this is Mr. Feng, from China. He is my good friend. Mr. Feng, nice to meet you. Mr. Kovsky was not surprised by Feng Yu's age. He had met many second generations in the Soviet Union. He thought that Feng Yu was also one of them from China. Mr. Kovsky, how do you do? I had heard them talking about you often, and I finally get to meet you. Feng Yu's flattering had no effect on Mr. Kovsky, and Mr. Kovsky asked, I heard that Mr. Feng wants to get a loan from our Ukraine branch. How much do you need and what will you be using as collateral? Or, do you have a guarantor? There were 2 types of loans. One type was using collaterals, and another type was getting a guarantor. Of course, the banks also had unsecured loans. For example, Hong Kong Citibank had given Superman Lee's son an unsecured loan of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. His collaterals were only assets worth less than 100 million, and he did not have any guarantors. But Citibank still approved the loan. The bank was not worried that the other party would default payments. It was because of his father, Superman Lee. His father would never let his son be sued, and also, because of his reputation. Since Citibank could approve, there should be no problems in the corrupted Soviet Union. Mr. Kovsky, I want to take a loan of 100 million rubles. Mr. Kovsky was shocked. He looked at Feng Yu and then Brother K. He had come here because of Brother K. He thought that Brother K's friend would get at most a few million rubles loan. He never expected that this Chinese man wanted to loan so much money. 100 million rubles. What does he want to do? If it weren't for Brother K, he would have walked out of the room. Does he even know how much was 100 million rubles? What will you be using as collateral? Mr. Kovsky frowned. Feng Yu took out some documents he prepared. Those were photocopies. The original copies had been used to get the loans from ICBC in Bing City. Some of the documents were in Russian, and Mr. Kovsky could understand it, but not for those in Chinese. He could only look at the numbers. A total of 180 million. Ads by PubFuture. This person had so many assets. Then it shouldn't be a problem to get a loan of 100 million. Wait, could this figure on the Chinese document in RMB? If it were only 180 million RMB, then it would just be about 30 million rubles. It's far from 100 million rubles. Typically, banks only approve loans for an amount lesser than the collaterals. They need to take the depreciation of the assets into account. For 30 million rubles worth of assets, the highest loan he could give was only 30 million rubles. This was the most he could approve, and this Feng Yu wanted 100 million rubles. How much are your assets worth in rubles? Based on the current exchange rates, about 30 million rubles. Feng Yu replied. Mr. Kovsky stood up and said, I think all of you have approached the wrong person. 30 million rubles worth of assets and without guarantors cannot get a 100 million rubles loan. Although Brother K had some influences in Ukraine, his influences were not worth 70 million rubles. Furthermore, Brother K did not mention that he would be a guarantor. Without guarantors and so few assets, Mr. Kovsky would never approve this loan to a Chinese. Mr. Kovsky, don't be so quick to reject us. Look at this document. It states 180 million on it. If the person reviewing this document closed one eye, then this loan would be approved. What do you mean? Mr. Kovsky was furious. Kirilenko opened up his palms and said, Mr. Kovsky, if you help us, I can decide for Feng. He will deposit 500,000 rubles in your overseas account. It's 500,000 rubles. How much do you earn a year? Mr. Kovsky was the Ukrainian branch manager, and his annual salary was only about 10,000 rubles. 500,000 rubles was equivalent to his 5 years' wages. Looking at Mr. Kovsky's hesitation, Kirilenko continued, I can arrange for someone to be his guarantor, and I promise you that he would repay the loan on time. Mr. Kovsky, don't you even trust Brother K and me? Ads by PubFuture. 500,000 rubles is too little. All of you are getting 70 million over the limit, and you are only giving me so little. I want 7 million rubles. Before Mr. Kovsky came here, he knew that there must be a problem with this loan. If not, why would they invite him over? They could have gone straight to the bank. But he never expects the loan amount was so big. He felt that the risk was too big and he wanted more money. Feng Yu did not say anything. Kirilenko continued, Mr. Kovsky, don't you think that 7 million rubles is too much? We are not only taking care of you alone, 1 million rubles. It will be enough for you to enjoy for the rest of your life. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart that if Mr. Kovsky changed the 1 million rubles to USD, he would be able to retire comfortably. But if he kept the money as rubles, then 1 million would not last more than 2 years. At least 5 million, only 1 million. You have risks, and we also have risks. I think 1 million rubles is a fair amount. You shouldn't be so greedy. But if you can agree to my condition, I can raise the amount higher. Kirilenko showed him his index finger. What condition? My friend Feng wants the loan period to be 8 years and the interests for the 8 years will be repaid together with the loan amount at the end of 8 years. What do you mean? You want to hold the interest repayments until the 8th year? Impossible. This was a considerable amount, and the interest got to hold off until the 8th year. His risks would be high. You can charge higher interest, and I will give you 2 million rubles. Listen carefully, it's 2 million rubles. Once we got the money, we will deposit into your account. I can't do this. It is against the regulations. 3 million rubles. This is my highest offer. You should know that the Ukrainian branch is not the only bank in the Soviet Union. Kirilenko continued to persuade him. Mr. Kovsky's hand, which was holding a cigar, was shaking. He was hesitating. 3 million rubles would give his wife and kids a better life. If he was still the branch manager of Ukraine and no one would find out about this loan. He could also get a scapegoat if anyone found out. He could control his risk. Feng Yu waited patiently for his answer. He trusted Kirilenko. Kirilenko was more familiar of the Soviet Union's bribery, market rates, than him. Mr. Kovsky stubbed his cigar and sat upright. 8 years is not possible. The most I can promise you is 6 years. Kirilenko turned to Feng Yu. Feng Yu nodded. Fine, 6 years. But the loan must be approved within 1 month. Kirilenko said. If you can get a suitable guarantor, I promise you the loan will be approved within 1 week. Kovsky was fast, and on the 3rd day, Feng Yu signed the loan agreement for 100 million rubles. He would repay the loan amount together with the incurred interest on the 6th year. The interest rate was 13% a year, and it was calculated in simple interest. Feng Yu gave Kovsky the 3 million rubles as promised, and he also gave Brother K 1 million rubles for his help. Although the loan period was shorter than he wanted, Feng Yu could still accept it. The interest was also lower than he expected. The money was transferred to Feng Yu's Hong Kong bank account, and he immediately transferred the money to the various parties. Brother K, I can accept higher interest. You don't need to bargain on the interest rates. Feng Yu wanted to give lesser rebates, and use higher interest rates to entice the bank managers to approve the loans. Kirilenko agreed. It would be easier for him to negotiate with the bank managers with higher interest rates. Today, they will be meeting the Belarus branch manager. Feng Yu wanted efficiency. He wants to settle the loans in the shortest time. In a few months' time, there will be changes to rubles, exchange rates. The exchange rate for rubles against the dollar will depreciate from 0.61 to 1.81. There will be even more depreciation later. With the help of Kirilenko, Feng Yu loaned a total of 300 million rubles from 3 Soviet banks. The total rebates amounted to 11 million rubles. The rebates might be high, but compared to Feng Yu's profits, it was peanuts. Feng, you want to continue to get loans. Maybe we can get more loans from the banks of the allied countries. But the loan amount would not be so high. We still can get more loans. Brother Qi, even if the loan amount is only 10 million rubles, I will also loan. This was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Yu wants to make full use of it. Kirilenko was puzzled. Why did Feng Yu want so many loans? The interest rates were getting higher and higher, and Feng Yu did not care. What was he going to invest in? Would the profits be about to cover the interests from the loans? Ads by PubFuture. Kirilenko asked Feng Yu after the third bank's loan was approved. Feng Yu was also waiting for Kirilenko to ask him. He wanted to bring Kirilenko along. If everything goes smoothly, he wants to invest in natural resources with Kirilenko. It was impossible to own mines or oil fields in the Soviet Union without strong backings. In February next year, the Gulf War will start, and the prices of crude oil would fall. That would be the time for Feng Yu to buy some oil fields. Also, rubles will depreciate drastically. Even if he signed an agreement to purchase the oil fields now, he could make the payments sometime later. In a few months' time, rubles will depreciate more than 3 times and the oil fields will be dirt cheap. Brother Qi, do you remember I told you that this is an opportunity to earn money? If the Soviet Union is disintegrated, what do you think will happen to rubles? Rubles. What can happen to rubles? After the disintegration, some countries might issue their own currencies, but rubles will still be the main currency. Kirilenko had not thought about this at all. Brother Qi, look, your country's people buy commodities using food tickets. China used to be like this too. But after we open up the economy, we do not use food tickets. We use RMB to buy the things we wanted. This will cause the prices of commodities to rise, right? Price hikes are normal. What's wrong? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu shook his head. Kirilenko does not understand economics at all. When demand outweighs supply, the prices will rise, and there will be inflation, which will cause the currency to depreciate. Now, the Soviet Union was lax in regulating foreign banks. Many large banks from Europe had expanded into the Soviet Union. These banks used underhand methods to get loans from the Soviet Union financial institutions. This way, the Soviet Union will have to print more money and increase the inflations. Brother Qi, have you ever thought about why those foreign banks took loans from the Soviet Union banks? Do you still remember when we were talking to the Belarusian bank branch manager, Mr. Shev had told us that some foreign banks had borrowed a large sum from his bank for some projects? Do you think that those projects are real? Ads by PubFuture. Of course not. They want to develop real estates in the Soviet Union. We, Soviets, all have our own properties, and why do we need so many houses? Kirilenko said proudly. When he heard this from the Belarusian bank's branch manager, he thought that these foreign banks were idiots. If you want to build houses, you must be able to get buyers first before you can earn money. There was no lack of homes in the Soviet Union. Those people were idiots. The Soviet bank's managers were the real idiots. Those projects were fake, and their main intentions were to get loans. Maybe those bank managers knew about these, but they just approved the loans to get the rebates. Why did Feng Yu say that Kirilenko could acquire those mines and oil fields? It was because the Soviet Union was also restructuring their state-owned enterprises to shareholdings. The government was issuing shares to the employees of the state-owned enterprises. On average, each employee could get about 10,000 to 20,000 rubles worth of assets. Based on the current exchange rates, it was not a small amount. The Soviets had become more affluent, but their living conditions had not improved. There was a lack of commodities. They could only save their money in the banks. But which banks will they use? Foreign banks' interests were higher and had better services. There were also free coffee and tea at their branches. So, most of the Soviets saved their money in foreign banks, and their local banks would not have enough money to loan the foreign banks. The Soviet Union's solution was to print more money, which resulted in inflation. Brother Qi, are you thinking that those foreign banks are idiots? Most Soviets had saved their money in foreign banks, and when it reaches a certain amount, it will affect the prices of the Soviet Union's commodities. Now, the Soviet Union is a market economy, and it would be even easier for those banks to inflate the prices of commodities and depreciate rubles. What? Rubles will depreciate? Kirilenko was not happy when he heard this. Why would rubles depreciate? That's right. A shirt which cost 10 rubles will be sold for 20 rubles, due to a market economy where the highest bidder wins. But it is still the same shirt. If you think about it, the rubles had depreciated by 50%. This will cause inflation. You know what inflation is? Kirilenko shook his head in a daze. What's inflation? Feng Yu sighed. It was hard to explain to someone who doesn't even know the basics of economics. Anyway, all you need to know is that the rubles will depreciate soon, and it will depreciate by a lot. I will exchange the rubles from the loans to USD, RMB or yen. After rubles had depreciated, I will change the currencies back to rubles. This way, I will earn. You understand now? That's why you are taking loans now. I was still wondering why you want to repay the interest with the principal sum together at the end of the loan period. Tell me, how serious will rubles depreciate? Kirilenko finally understands what Feng Yu is doing. If you trust me, then use your connections to get loans too. I guarantee that within 3 months, rubles will depreciate like crazy. You will earn profits of at least 2 folds. Translator notes, is this considered cheating or taking advantage of his future knowledge? I will do the same if I get to travel to the past. Will you do the same thing as Feng Yu? If you like this novel, please share with your friends. Feng Yu needed someone to help him with his plans in the Soviet Union, or future Russia. This person must be a local, and he is someone with strong backings. Kirilenko was the right candidate. He had the background, loves money and easily fooled. This type of person was not easy to find. Feng Yu could earn a lot from the current Soviet Union situation, and he does not even need to be the bad guy. He can even be considered a good guy. Feng, why do I need to get loans? Are you still suggesting me to buy mines and other natural resources? Kirilenko really does not know how to spend so much money. He knew what to do with 1 million, but if he were given 100 million, he would be lost. That's right, buy mines. Remember, no matter how much the mines or oil field cost, sign the contract first and make the payments at the end of the year or early next year. You understand? Kirilenko's eyes sparkled. That's right. If I sign the purchasing contract and pay at the end of the year, the rubles would have depreciated. I could use USD to convert to rubles, and the amount I pay will only be about a third or even lesser than what was stated in the contract. Even if the mines were expensive, it's okay. Anyway, the money was from the bank's loans too. Feng, you are really my best friend, my brother. Don't worry, I will help you to get more loans, and you don't need to give me any Chinese goods. Kirilenko said. No, we have to keep our promises even if we are friends. I will give you what I promised you. Feng Yu wanted to let Kirilenko owe him a favor. This way, it will be easier for him to invest in natural resources with Kirilenko. How can he use 5 million worth of Chinese goods to offset this favor? Kirilenko was touched. This Feng was really a good friend. What natural resources do you suggest for me to acquire? Crude oil, iron, coal, nickel, palladium and other rare metals. These will worth a lot in the future. I remembered that the mines in the Soviet Union were restructured into shareholdings. You can acquire the shares from the workers. Money is not a problem. We can collaborate. You can have the bigger share. Ads by PubFuture. Feng, I am glad that I get to know you. Kirilenko was moved to tears. Feng Yu was so considerate of him. Feng Yu knew that it was impossible for him to get the bigger share at this stage. However, he knew that Kirilenko would not cheat him. Feng Yu was not sure about other markets, but in China's future market, the prices of these minerals will rise exponentially. Maybe Feng Yu could even get to know some powerful officials through these mineral mines. But for the time being, he cannot let other people know about the extent of his wealth. He got to wait until he was powerful enough to protect his assets. Feng Yu smiled and said, I am also lucky to have you as my friend. Brother Qi, the lesser people that know about this, the more your profit is. Don't worry, I will not tell anybody. Not even my father. Okay, also remember, don't foreign banks and institutions have lots of tricks up their sleeves. They will spread rumors about the Soviet Union's economy and persuade the Soviets to sell their factories and other enterprises' shares. You don't get involved in other sectors, but you must buy in all the minerals shares. Don't be afraid of losing money. You must not let those Americans and Europeans control your country's natural resources. Kirilenko seriously said, anyone can own those shares but not the Americans. Okay, we will stop using rubles for our trades from now onwards. We will use RMB. Feng, you just wait for my good news. The summer camp was over. Feng Yu did not return to China with the rest of the students due to the loans. Feng Yu and Kirilenko made some phone calls in the school, and the university pursued this matter. Early August, Feng Yu's last loan was approved, and he was prepared to go back to Bing City. This trip, the loan amount was much more than he estimated. Kirilenko also got some loans for himself, and he also arranged for Feng Yu to get loans from the banks of the surrounding small countries. The highest loan amount was 30 million rubles, and the lowest was 10 million rubles. In total, Feng Yu had loaned 120 million rubles from these small banks. Kirilenko had gotten loans from some banks. He even got a loan from the Russian bank. It was different when he was getting the loans for himself. His collaterals were even lesser than Feng Yu's, but the loan amount was more. Just Russia alone, Kirilenko had borrowed 300 million rubles, and he could still get loans from the banks in Ukraine and other allied countries. Feng Yu sighed. There was a saying that capitalism would drive men crazy. Looking at Kirilenko now, Feng Yu believed this saying. Kirilenko was getting loans like crazy and many other second generations knew about it. They were also curious what was Kirilenko doing. Why did he need so much money? Also, the rebates Kirilenko gave to the bank managers were very high. Could it be that Kirilenko has a very profitable business idea? The first person to ask Kirilenko was Brother K. Kirilenko's reply to Brother K was these loans were for Feng Yu. Brother K thought that Kirilenko was crazy. Kirilenko had already helped Feng Yu a lot, and he was still getting loans on his behalf. What if Feng Yu could not repay the loans or run away with the money? No wonder Feng Yu refused to ditch Kirilenko and work with him. Brother K knew that he would not go to the same extent as Kirilenko. The other second generations who were Kirilenko's partners felt that Kirilenko was taking significant risk and they wanted to withdraw their partnerships. Brother K also played a part with their withdrawal from their joint venture. In future, if Kirilenko wanted them to sell Chinese goods for him, they would have to sign contracts. Kirilenko was furious with their betrayal. He bought over all their shares of the company, including Brother K's shares. Those people were happy. They had earned a few million from the Sino-Soviet trades for the past few years. Kirilenko was overjoyed. He had finally ditched these people. In future, he will own this trading company fully. Before Kirilenko got in those loans, he consulted some economists, and their analysis was like what Feng Yu claims. They also felt that there will be inflation in the Soviet Union soon, but it was not as bad as what Feng Yu claimed. The Soviet Union was strong enough to adjust it and will recover in no time. However, Kirilenko trusted Feng Yu fully. It was because his father had heard the news that Russia will be announcing her departure from the Soviet Union, and this meant that the Soviet Union will disintegrate. Maybe it would really be as what Feng Yu forecasted. By the end of next year, the Soviet Union will be history. Without the Soviet Union, who would adjust the inflations? Thus, Kirilenko starts to get loans aggressively. He also took this opportunity to ditch the other second generations entirely. He also earned a nickname for himself among the second generations, Circle, the fool who borrowed money for others. Kirilenko did not explain when he heard about this. He was thinking of ways to convert his rubles from the loan to USD. In a few months' time, they will know who's the real fool. Back at Bing City, Feng Yu did not return to his home at the district. He returned to Bing City to make arrangements for Taiwan Trading to send Kirilenko 5 million rubles worth of goods, and he immediately flew to Hong Kong. This time, he had borrowed a total of 420 million rubles, and after all the rebates, he got 405 million rubles. The rebates were lower than anticipated, and the number of loans was more than expected. Kirilenko had helped him a lot. From these loans, Feng Yu could tell how corrupted the banks were in the Soviet Union. The money from the Soviet Union loans was not wired into his China's account. It was deposited into Feng Yu's Hong Kong bank account. Feng Yu had rushed to Hong Kong immediately was to exchange his rubles to other currencies like USD, English pounds, yen, etc. If he could not change all the rubles, then he would bring the rubles back to China and convert it to RMB. Of course, if Feng Yu would prefer to cheat others than his fellow countrymen, especially ICBC. He was afraid that ICBC would get back to him after the rubles depreciate. Fu Guangzhong came to receive Feng Yu. Actually, he was embarrassed to meet Feng Yu. After all, his family had snatched the Iowa shares from Feng Yu. Although Feng Yu did not say anything, Fu Guangzhong did not receive any calls from Feng Yu after so long. He knew Feng Yu was not happy with them. If this happened to the Fu family, they would also react the same way. But because of profits and the persuasion from Fu Guangzhong's brother, his father still made that decision. There was nothing Fu Guangzhong could do. Actually, Fu Guangzhong wanted to sell the Iowa shares to Feng Yu. He believed that Feng Yu would give them some profits and he could also do Feng Yu a favor. But his father did not listen to him. His father said, Feng Yu should not have any strong backing among China's top officials. He only has some sources to get news. If not, Feng Yu would not ask Fu Guangzhong to be the front of Taiwan Home Appliances factory in Guangdong. He would also not let Fu Guangzhong get a 20% stake in the factory. He could just ask his connections to settle everything. Fu Rongjing had thought that Feng Yu had connections with China's top officials and wanted to please the person behind Feng Yu. Since he found out that Feng Yu did not have any backing, his attitude towards Feng Yu changed. The Fu family started with retail business and had distribution channels all over the world. They knew what products could sell well. The Walkman market was on the rise, and Iowa's new products were well designed. Furthermore, they were confident of Feng Yu's foresight and suspected Feng Yu had gotten some insider information from the top. The Walkman market in China will be booming, and if Iowa's Walkman could capture the Chinese market, then it would be a turning point for Iowa. That was the reason why Fu Rongjing rushed to acquire Iowa's shares. Although Fu Guangzhong's status in the Fu family was different from before, he still could not influence his father's decision. He wanted to explain to Feng Yu, but he never got the chance to do so. This time, Feng Yu had come to Hong Kong, and he wanted to make use of this opportunity to explain to him. Ads by PubFuture. Brother Feng, you must be tired from your flight. I had booked a room at the Peninsula Hotel for you. I had arranged for a welcome lunch for you later. Feng Yu glanced at Fu Guangzhong. The Fu family really looked down on him. Only Fu Guangzhong came to receive him from the airport. From the way Fu Guangzhong talked about the welcome lunch, Feng Yu knew that only Fu Guangzhong will be at the dinner. This time, I must let the Fu family suffer some losses. Ha, ha, ha. Fine, I will listen to your arrangements in Hong Kong. The more Feng Yu did not mention about Iowa shares, the more uncomfortable Fu Guangzhong was. From what he knows, Feng Yu was not the type where he would allow himself to be bullied by others. Could it be that Feng Yu wants to take back the distributorship of the humidifiers and bladeless fans? But the Fu family had analyzed Feng Yu before. Feng Yu does not have any distribution channels outside of China, and if he decided to not work with the Fu family, he would give up the established distribution channels and suffer losses. He also needs to compensate for a substantial amount for breaking the contract. His reputation would also be affected, and other Hong Kong businessmen might not want to cooperate with him. The Fu family is one of Hong Kong's influential family, and other powerful families will also give them face. The smaller families would not dare to compete with the Fu family. Feng Yu had no other choices. This was also another reason why Fu Rongjing dares to acquire Iowa shares. He felt that Feng Yu could only swallow all his grievances. The Peninsula Hotel was not as grand as the future years. It was because the hotel will undergo a significant renovation in 1994, and after that, it became one of the world's most iconic and luxurious hotel. Fu Guangzhong was the one from the Fu family at the welcome lunch. Even his brother was not at the dinner. Brother Feng, what's your purpose for coming to Hong Kong? Fu Guangzhong asked. Oh, I had transferred a large amount of rubles to my Hong Kong account. I decided to play some forex in Hong Kong. You should know about China. In China, there was no way I can play with forex now. The banks will keep away all the foreign currencies. Ads by PubFuture. Fu Guangzhong's eyes brighten up. The last time, Feng Yu forecasted yen would rise, and his eldest uncle made lots of profits. This time, Feng Yu came to Hong Kong personally to trade. That means he has some insider information and the returns should be huge. Brother Feng, did you get some insider information? Can you share with me? Feng Yu glanced at Fu Guangzhong and smiled. Fu Guangzhong was embarrassed to continue. If I tell you the news, what would I get in return? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Feng Yu did not reject the sharing of his information. Fu Guangzhong knew how much information was worth in the financial market, especially the forex market. Even in Hong Kong, some people sell information for a living. Of course, no one would reveal their information sources. I will give you 30% of what we earn. Fu Guangzhong had offered a high price to Feng Yu. In Hong Kong, most information had a fixed rate, and even if it were a commission, it would not be more than 10%. 30% was already a very high offer. But this high offer did not move Feng Yu. Brother Fu, if it is you alone, I might agree. But once you know this information, you will tell your brother and father. Your father will tell your uncles. Soon your whole family will know. Maybe your family might even inform your business associates to improve their relationships. I will agree if you promise me that your 30% is more than 100 million. Fu Guangzheng was still feeling embarrassed, but he was shocked by Feng Yu mentioning 100 million. That means this time the Fu family might get profits of more than 300 million. This was a huge deal. Not only his father but the whole Fu family would also be tempted. Fu Guangzheng could not decide on the spot, and he must let his father know about this. I cannot decide about this. I need to discuss with my father. Feng Yu waved his hand. I know you can't decide. Ask your father to come. Or if your father wants, he can ask your eldest uncle along. I will speak to them. Okay, Brother Feng, if you do not have anything this evening, come to my place for dinner. My father should be home. Feng Yu smiled. Fine. In the evenings, Fu Guangzheng drove Feng Yu to Fu Rongjing's mansion. It was not a big mansion, and it was only 2 stories building, about 300 square meters. There's a small garden, a garage but no swimming pool. It was about half the size of Song Laosi's mansion. But in Hong Kong, only billionaires could afford this type of mansion. Feng Yu bought a bottle of red wine as a gift. This was the customs of Hong Kongers. When Fu Rongjing knew that Feng Yu wants to sell information to him, he felt that Feng Yu was not that capable. He despised Feng Yu, even more, when he saw Feng Yu's bottle of red wine. This Feng Yu was just like other Hong Kong businessmen's second generations. Without my Fu family, the profits from the humidifiers will drop by at least 50%. Feng Yu dare not to create any trouble with the Fu family. Xiao Feng, I heard from Guangzheng that you want to trade in Forex and you have some insider information you want to sell to me. Fu Rongjing's tone was very arrogant. That's right, Uncle Jing. This information will let the Fu family earn a lot within 2 months. The profits will be at least 50%. 2 months for a 50% profit, don't you think this information is worth a lot of money? Feng Yu confidently said. Fu Rongjing narrowed his eyes. 2 months and the profits can reach 50%. Could it be that Feng Yu had gotten news that some currency will appreciate or depreciate a lot? You are talking about yen rising. Fu Rongjing felt that the most volatile currency at the moment was yen. He knew that yen would carry on rising and this piece of information was not worth anything. Feng Yu shook his head. I had told your son about yen. Although you can get some profits from yen, the profits will not reach 50%. The currency I am talking about will rise sharply within 2 months. Fu Guangzheng suddenly remembered Feng Yu mentioning that he had transferred a large sum of rubles to his Hong Kong account. Could this currency be rubles? Ads by PubFuture. Feng Yu continued. Rubles. The rubles will rise. From last year, the Soviet Union had announced that they will switch from fixed exchange rate to a dual exchange rate system. Since then, rubles had been volatile on the forex market. Recently, rubles had even dropped slightly. But I had just returned from the Soviet Union and got information that the Soviet Union government will strengthen rubles to prevent inflations. Now on the forex market, the exchange rate of ruble against USD had fallen to 0.81. This was the lowest in 2 years. The Soviet government intends to pull the ruble to last year's lowest point, 0.61. It might even reach 0.51. How many profits do you think you can get from this? Fu Rongjing smoked his pipe and was deep in thoughts. He knew that rubles had depreciated as the Fu family had business in Europe. But now, Feng Yu was saying that the Soviet government will strengthen the ruble. With the strength of a country, it shouldn't be hard for them to pull up the value of ruble. The government only needs to switch back to fixed exchange rates and the value of ruble will appreciate. He suddenly remembered that recently, his eldest brother, Fu Rongqi, kept making trips to Europe. He said that he was there to make some investments. Could it be that he was also investing in rubles? His eldest brother liked to trade in Forex and had earned a lot from there. But he seldom brings his brothers along. Fu Rongjing was unhappy with his eldest brother over this. But his eldest brother was the head of the family, and his assets were several times more than the other siblings. He could only get angry but could not do anything. His eldest brother must have gone to Europe to check on the ruble market and was preparing to trade in rubles. This must be it. His eldest brother did not plan to let the rest to join in again. Humph, I was Dad's favorite son, but you got most of the family's assets because you were the eldest. If Dad had let me inherit most of the assets, the Fu family would have been Hong Kong's most powerful family. You, Fu Rongqi, also scolds us and you said that I am not suitable to trade in Forex. This time, I will show you. I will not lose to you when it comes to trading. Xiao Feng, our family had already know about this information. You should know that my eldest brother likes to trade in Forex and he has a team of experts that analyze the market. But since you let me know about this information, I should give you something. How about I give you 1 million United States dollars? Consider it as payment for your information. Fu Rongjing was laughing in his heart. Feng Yu was still young and inexperienced. Information lost its value once it was revealed. Fu Guangzheng was shocked, and he looked at his father. When did his father know about rubles appreciating? Feng Yu had wanted 100 million, and his father only give 1 million United States dollars. The difference was so great. Would Feng Yu even accept it? Ads by PubFuture. Uncle Jing, rather than 1 million United States dollars, why not sell me all your Iowa shares? I can pay 5 million United States dollars for your shares. Feng Yu said what he had in mind. Fu Guangzheng was thinking, Feng Yu really wanted Iowa shares. The price he offered was considered very high. But what will father reply him? Fu Rongjing frowned and said, oh, I had given the shares to Guangzheng's brother. As a father, I cannot ask my son to return me the shares I had given to him. Guangzheng, accompany Feng Yu and bring him around Hong Kong these few days. Feng Yu had taken care of you when you were doing business in China, and you should take care of him now. Fu Rongjing was implying that the Fu family was taking care of Feng Yu's overseas businesses. Feng Yu was sneering in his heart. I had given you a chance, but you are the one who wanted to forego this chance. Don't blame me for tricking you this time. Never mind then, Uncle Jing, since the Fu family knew about this information, then I should not receive any payments for it. I smelled something nice. Is the dinner ready? Ha ha ha, that's right, let's have dinner first, we will talk later. Fu Rongjing was pleased with Feng Yu's attitude. After dinner, Fu Rongjing asked his driver to send Feng Yu back to his hotel. This time, Fu Guangzheng was not allowed to send Feng Yu back. This Fu Guangzheng does not know how to do business at all. Is friendship more important than business? Once you had earned enough money, all your lost friends will return to your side. Fu Rongjing entered his study room and called his broker. He asked about the current value of rubles and also asked if rubles would appreciate if the Soviet Union decides to strengthen the rubles. His broker thought for a while and replied yes. A dead camel will still be bigger than a horse. Even though the Soviet Union's economy was not doing well, the government was still able to control its currency. Furthermore, the Soviet Union had increased its gold exports. With the rising prices of gold, the Soviet Union should have made a lot of money. That broker had just said that if the Soviet Union government decides to strengthen rubles, then rubles might appreciate. He did not say that rubles will surely appreciate. Fu Rongjing was overcome by his greed, and he did not notice the risks involved. He was satisfied with his broker's answer. What Feng Yu said was true. Rubles will appreciate soon. This time he will place a big bet. He will use all his liquid funds and leverage to invest in rubles. He wants big profits. This Chinaman Feng Yu don't even know about leverage. 50% profits. I will get at least 500% profits. Translator's notes. I am not sure if I got the right translation for the leverage part. The author uses Chihuo Gangan, which literally translate to futures leverage using Google Translate. Pardon me if I get this wrong. Chapter 247 Exchanging Rubles for USD. Please support me by using this link PayPal, Meet Noob Translator or Patreon. The next morning, Feng Yu received a call from Fu Guangzheng. He politely rejected Fu Guangzheng's offer to bring him around Hong Kong. Feng Yu told him that he wanted to walk around by himself. After leaving the hotel, Feng Yu boarded a taxi. He looked back and saw a car following him. Feng Yu smiled. He was still worried that Fu Rongjing would not fall for his tricks. By sending someone to follow him, meant that Fu Rongjing had fallen into his trap. This was a simple trap, and only the greedy people would fall for it. Fu Rongjing's men saw Feng Yu entering HSBC Bank and immediately call him through a pay phone. This information further increases his confidence to invest in rubles. Good morning, sir. How can I help you today? A young man, who wore an attire that resembles property agents in the future years, approached Feng Yu when he entered the bank. Can you speak English? Feng Yu asked in English. He could understand Cantonese, but he could not speak. He prefers to communicate in English. Hong Kong's education includes the English language as one of the primary subjects. No problem, sir. The young man replied in English. Good, I have some savings in your bank which are in rubles. Can you convert the rubles to USD? Feng Yu wanted to convert all his rubles as soon as possible before it starts to depreciate. No problem, sir. How much rubles do you want to exchange? I will bring you to the currency exchange counter over there. The young man was slightly disappointed, but he still wanted to try promoting some investment products to Feng Yu for some commissions. Feng Yu did not walk over but turned to the young man. Let me meet your manager. There's a transaction limit at that counter. I cannot exchange my rubles there. I have over 400 million rubles to change to USD. Ads by PubFuture. The young man was surprised. This was a big client. How can he make Feng Yu his client? Even if he could persuade Feng Yu to purchase 10 million worth of financial products, his commission would be a lot. What are you standing here for? Go, Feng Yu said. Ah, sir, please follow me. I will bring you to my manager's office. Su Zhirong, why are you not at the lobby? Someone who looks like a leader shouted at the young man. Team leader, I am bringing this gentleman upstairs to the manager's office. Nonsense. You think anyone can just look for the manager? How long have you been working here? You don't even know the rules here. The team leader looked at Feng Yu's age and attire. He guessed that Feng Yu was not a big client. How can anybody just walk in HSBC Bank and demand to meet the manager? The team leader was unhappy with Su Zhirong. Team leader, this gentleman is a big client. Oh, big client, you must be daydreaming. Look at this person, how can he be a big client? What can he buy? Investment funds, insurance or what? Does he even have 1 million? The team leader shouted. Su Zhirong's face turns red, but he dares not to tell the team leader that Feng Yu wants to exchange 400 million rubles for USD. If not, the team leader would take over this client, and he would not get his commissions. Feng Yu wanted to scold this team leader, but he notices someone familiar walking past. Manager Joe. Manager Joe heard someone calling him, and he looked around and saw Feng Yu waving at him. This person was familiar. This young man, that's Feng Yu from China. He had taken a loan of 50 million RMB, and Manager Joe was the one who had signed the contract with him. Mr. Feng, why didn't you call me when you were visiting HSBC? Did you throw my name card away? Manager Joe joked with Feng Yu. Ha ha ha, if I threw your name card away, I would not dare to step into your bank. Feng Yu laughed. Manager Joe, the team leader and Su Zhirong greeted him. What's wrong with the both of you? Why are the both of you serving Mr. Feng together? Manager Joe frowned. There were many customers at the bank, and no one was serving them. The team leader heard the conversation between Feng Yu and Manager Joe, and he knew that Feng Yu was indeed a prominent client of the bank. If Feng Yu were a nobody, Manager Joe would not even greet him. Damn, a big client dressed like an average person. Is he trying to fool us? But I must get this big client all to myself. Su Zhirong, didn't you heard what Manager Joe said? Go and serve the other customers. Stop following me around. The team leader scolded Su Zhirong. Su Zhirong was furious. He was there first, and this client should be his. Feng Yu suddenly spoke. Su Zhirong was serving me. Who are you? The smile on the team manager's face froze. Who am I? Seeing Manager Joe staring at him, the team leader left. Losing some commissions was not a big deal, but if Manager Joe decides to fire him, he will lose his job. It would even be hard for him to get hired by other banks. Mr. Feng, why are you here at my bank? If you need anything, you can just give me a call. Manager Joe warmly said. He was curious why Feng Yu traveled all the way to Hong Kong HSBC Bank. I want to change all my rubles in my account to USD. This is simple. Xiao Su, help Mr. Feng with his request. Ads by PubFuture. Manager Joe, Mr. Feng's rubles is not a small amount. Manager Joe understood what Su Zhirong was talking about. Feng Yu had taken a loan of 50 million RMB from his bank, and he must have some big businesses. The amount of ruble he wanted to convert to USD should not be a small amount and should be at over 1 million United States dollars. Mr. Feng, how much rubles do you want to exchange? Around 400 million rubles. Feng Yu casually said. 400 million rubles. Manager Joe was surprised, but he recovered fast. As a manager at HSBC, he had met a lot of big clients. He immediately brought Feng Yu to the rest area upstairs. This was a huge transaction and he, an assistant manager, could not make the decision too. He must escalate to the manager. Xiao Su, you go and serve other customers first. Don't worry, I will still give you your commissions for Mr. Feng's transactions. With manager Zhou's promised, Su Zhirong happily leave. He does not need to do anything and still can get commissions. This incident made him eager to serve every walk-in customer better. Mr. Feng, please understand that there will be some differences in the exchange rates for rubles to USD from the market rate. Feng Yu nodded. No matter if it was present or the future, there will always be differences in the exchange rates. Also, Mr. Feng, as you are changing rubles to USD and not HKD, we still have an additional transaction fee of 2%. Feng Yu frowned. Why was the transaction fee so high? He remembered in his past life, in China, the transaction fee was only 1% for currency exchanges. Hong Kong's transaction fees were too high. The transaction fee is a bit high. I remembered someone told me that the transaction fee is about 1%. Furthermore, you had already charged me for the differences in the exchange rates. Why are you charging me such high transaction fee? Maybe I should consider going to other banks. The bank manager explained. Mr. Feng, all the Hong Kong banks charge the same fee, 2%. But since your transaction is a large amount, I will give you a discount. How about 1.7% transaction fee? Fine, help me exchange all my rubles in my account to USD. How long will it take before I can use the USD in my account? Feng Yu had just saved over 1 million rubles of the transaction fee. Less than an hour. Please wait while I get ready the documents. Half an hour later, Feng Yu walked out of HSBC. All the rubles in his account were changes to USD. Feng Yu was relieved. Translator notes. The Chinese usually will opt out the assistant or deputy in front of someone's title as a form of respect. E.g., Zhang Reiqiang was a deputy mayor, but Feng Yu would address him as Mayor Zhang. One day later, Kamita Masao arrived at Hong Kong's international airport. Feng Yu had called him over to sign the contract. Feng Yu gave Kamita the $1 million United States dollars investment. Kamita Masao had waited for Feng Yu for over a month. He thought that Feng Yu would not invest in his company because he could not help Feng Yu acquire the Iowa shares from the shareholders. But Feng Yu finally called him. Kamita, how's your preparation for the company? I had already registered the company. When your funds are transferred to the company, we can start to buy over the factory and start production. Kamita Masai bowed and said. Okay, let's go to the law firm to sign the contract. Feng Yu had made an appointment with Hong Kong's Wilson Law Office yesterday. The owner of this law firm was Wilson, a royal counsel. A royal counsel was not necessarily a lawyer working for the English royal family. Lawyers with more than 10 years' experience and had outstanding achievements can apply for this title. It was upon the approval from the royal family, then the lawyer can use this title. This title was more of a status. In the Commonwealth countries, Queen's Counsel status was between a noble and a peasant. Wilson had another title, which was Queen's Counsel. Wilson was a legal advisor for the English royal family, and he could receive special privileges in Commonwealth countries. These two titles did not really show Wilson's full capabilities. Wilson was also the legal consultant for Superman Lee. This showed how high his status was in Hong Kong. There were only 2 or 3 other lawyers in Hong Kong that can match Wilson's status. For instance, Fu family's legal consultant was also another Queen's Counsel. These titles not only represented their status but also their abilities. Most importantly, they could charge very high lawyer fees. Ads by PubFuture. Feng Yu had no plans to go to Japan in the short term. He wanted to engage the services of Wilson to act as his legal advisor to handle the legal issues of Iowa Company and Kamita Masao's company. Wilson could prepare the legal documents, change the company's representative and even hire accountants and auditors on Feng Yu's behalf. Hong Kong's law firms provided a wide variety of services and saved Feng Yu lots of trouble. Feng Yu only told Wilson what he wanted, and his staff will prepare the contracts. It was a pity that it was not Wilson that would be helping Feng Yu personally. Feng Yu's deal was only $1 million United States dollars, and Wilson just showed his face for a while and assigned his staff to do the rest. But this was the reason why senior lawyers set up their own law firms. They would charge based on their status and reputations, but most of the work could be passed to the junior lawyers. The salaries of the junior lawyers were much lower, and this was how the law firm makes money. One day, Feng Yu would let Wilson treat him the way he treated Superman Lee. According to Feng Yu's request, the contract was in 3 languages, English, Chinese and Japanese. Feng Yu saw Kamita Masao looking through the contract carefully and noticed that this Kamita Masao not only knows Chinese but was also proficient in English. Damn, I also know 3 languages, and does that mean I am about the same as this sex doll seller? Kamita Masao finished reading the contract, and he signs his name, followed by his thumbprint. He also took out his passport for the lawyer to photocopy. Feng Yu did the same too. Kamita, when can your factory start its production? I am talking about other products. Are you going to manufacture yourself or get a subcontractor? Don't worry, Mr. Feng. All the products will start production immediately. Our new products will be on the market in October. I decide to purchase some machines and expand the factory. We will not need to get subcontractors. This period of time, Kamita Masao was not lazing around. He had contacted the previous employees of Black Dragon Company, especially the sales personnels and the production workers. If it weren't for the former chairman mismanaging the company's funds, the company would never go bankrupt. Ads by PubFuture. After all, the sex dolls produced by Black Dragon Company were popular in Japan. Once the production started, and their products enter the market again, it would be easy for the company to return back to its glory days. Feng Yu had also given Kamita Masao some inspirations, and he was confident that this company would increase its value by over 3 times within 3 years. Kamita, you saw the contract terms about your reward. If you are able to achieve the goals set by me, I will give you the company's shares. The more the company earns, the more you will get. Work hard and don't disappoint your father and me. Feng Yu patted Kamita Masao on his back. Kamita Masao was in tears. Feng Yu was too considerate to him. He even allows him to buy over the Black Dragon Co.'s trademark. This trademark was set up by his father. The new company's name was also interesting. Sixth Sense. It meant feelings, a sensitive feeling. That also means the products produced by the company would not only feel good but also satisfy the customer's loneliness. Feng Yu did not think much about this name. He just casually says something that came to his mind. But Kamita Masao interprets the name as something meaningful. Feng Yu allowed Kamita Masao to buy over the trademark of Black Dragon Company was because it was an established brand and have loyal customers. It would be easier for him to sell the products to the consumers and save on the marketing costs. The reason Feng Yu let Kamita Masao runs this company was because he was too busy to manage such a small company. Anyway, he had the controlling stake in the company, and he could take back the company anytime. As for rewarding Kamita Masao with the company's shares, was only a way to motivate Kamita Masao. On the contract, it stated that once the company and the profits reach a certain scale, Feng Yu would give Kamita Masao at least 1% of the company's shares. The maximum was 10%. He had imitated the way many companies in the future manage their key personnel. Feng Yu was actually not interested in the sex toys industry. In his previous life, he also did not take note of this industry. Most of the terms in the contract were protecting the interest of Feng Yu. After all, he was the investor. This period of time, Kamita Masao had also secretly contacted some Japanese businessmen to see if any of them were willing to invest in his company. But most of them were not willing to invest. Japan's economy was in recession, and most companies were cutting cost. Which company would be willing to diversify at this time? The ones who were willing to invest do not agree to give Kamita Masao any shares. If he wanted a stake in the company, then buy it at the market value. Feng Yu was the most generous among all these investors. 10% shares were equivalent to 100,000 United States dollars. It's over 100 million yen. Kamita Masao was grateful to Feng Yu. He felt that he had met a good person. Kamita, when you are back, start the production immediately and remember what I said. Other than the sensations of the doll's private parts, the face was also crucial. If you can include moaning sounds in the doll will surely be a hit. Mr. Feng, I remembered everything you said. I will not let you down and will show you my results in the financial report next year. Feng Yu waved. Hurry, go and satisfy all the lonely hearts and bodies of your fellow Japanese men. I still have important things to do in Hong Kong. These few days, Fu Rongjing invested all his available funds into the forex market. It was a total of over 400 million Hong Kong dollars. This was all his liquid assets, and the settlement date was 2 months later. He dreamt about 2 months later, and his assets will be several folds. From 400 million Hong Kong dollars to 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Fu Guangzheng tried to persuade him to seek his eldest uncle's opinion first and not to invest so much, as it was easy to lose everything in the forex futures market. But Fu Rongjing did not listen. He wanted to see Fu Rongqi's reaction when he learns about how much he had earned from Forex. Fu Rongjing doesn't even care about his men telling him that Feng Yu had visited the banks and law firm multiple times these few days. Feng Yu wanted to engage a lawyer to sue him. This is Hong Kong, and his surname is Fu. Lawsuits are for the rich and poor people cannot afford to play this game. Even though Feng Yu was wealthy, but compared to the Fu family, he still has a long way to go. Fu Rongjing despised Feng Yu, and he was blinded by his greed. If it were Fu Rongqi, he would have seen through Feng Yu's lies. During this period, Feng Yu had visited Hong Kong's London gold market. He wanted to trade in London gold futures. This was what he traded most in his previous life. London gold trading, in broad terms, was the trading of gold stored in London. It was a trading product offered by the London International Financial Futures Exchange. The gold was from the underground vault in London, and it was in the form of 400-ounce bricks about 12.5 kilograms and purity of 99.5%. London gold trading does not need to use physical gold, and there were no freight, safekeeping, inspection, etc. costs. The investment cost was lesser than the actual transaction of physical gold and can set high leverage. The highest leverage one can set was 100 times, and on the black market, it can be as high as 500 times. This allows the investors to make full use of their limited funds to get the maximum returns. There was still an advantage for trading London gold. The trading hours was 24 hours, and there were no breaks in between. Investors can even buy and sell on the same day. London gold can be considered the most active and most popular, money-generating tool in the gold trading market. The money from the Soviet loans was converted to USD, and after all the transaction cost, Feng Yu now has 490 million United States dollars. He intends to invest everything in the London gold market. Ads by PubFuture. When Feng Yu stepped into Hong Kong's London Gold Exchange, he was swarmed by a group of brokers. They gave Feng Yu their name cards and hoped that Feng Yu would engage their services. So, they could get commissions. Feng Yu rejected all of them. He does not need their services as he, himself, was a professional too. Even if he wanted to engage a broker, he had a target. This broker was a legend in future Hong Kong's financial world. Feng Yu remembered that this person started by trading gold around this time. Feng Yu looked at the gold prices, and it was 371 United States dollars per ounce. It was much lower than early last year, where it was 412 United States dollars per ounce. The Soviet Union was currently trying to increase gold prices as the Soviet Union was one of the countries that export gold. They need gold to earn money. The Soviet Union used to depend on their industries to earn money 10 years ago. But for the last 10 years, their industries declined, and they started to sell gold, oil and other minerals as the government main source of revenue. This showed the failure of the Soviet Union. No country would last by selling their natural resources. This explains the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Feng Yu remembered the gold prices for the next 2 years will be suppressed by the US. The gold prices will plunge. It should start around this year October. But Feng Yu could not remember the exact date. But from now until September, the gold prices will continue to rise and should reach above 390 United States dollars per ounce. This was a difference of 20 United States dollars. With almost 500 million United States dollars and with leverage, the returns will be huge. Feng Yu immediately set up his trading account and started to place his orders. He bought the gold at the current price and set the selling prices from 380 United States dollars to 390 United States dollars. That means that once the gold prices reach this price, it will automatically sell off his gold and the proceeds will be transferred into Feng Yu's account. Feng Yu had set many trades to lower his risks. Gold prices were volatile, and the fluctuations could reach up to 10 United States dollars a day. With high leverage, one could lose all his investments if he was not careful. Feng Yu had no time to watch the market and diversifying his trades was the safest way. Feng Yu placed his orders through different counters, and the amount of his trades differs. From 1 million United States dollars to 10 million United States dollars. Ads by PubFuture. For consecutive few days, Feng Yu kept placing orders for trade, and he did not do any settlements at all. Feng Yu's actions attracted the attention of many people. Who is this young man? For the past few days, he's been placing trades every day. Even if he traded the minimum amount, it would not be a small sum. Feng Yu looked like an individual investor, and other investors approached him to try and exchange views on the market. But Feng Yu spoke to them in English, and he acts like he did not understand Cantonese. Could this young man come from England? But from his accent, he does not sound like a British. Feng Yu spoke in English, but it was not the London English. Feng Yu used US English, and there was a slight difference. Feng Yu chatted with the other investors. He wanted to see if there were any talented people around. Hong Kong was a financial hub of Asia, and there were many people in the financial industry. With so many people in the industry, the possibility of talented traders appearing will be high. After chatting for a while, Feng Yu was disappointed. Maybe those talents did not want to share their thoughts with others. Those who approached Feng Yu were not up to his expectations. Some even claim that the gold prices will continue to fall in the short term. Feng Yu could not find anyone worth recruiting. After Feng Yu invested all his USD into the gold futures market, he called Fu Guangjing to bid his goodbyes. He is returning to Bing City. When Fu Rongjing knew that Feng Yu had boarded the plane back to Bing City, he asked his men who had been tailing Feng Yu for the past few days, "Where did this brat go to for the past few days?" "He went to the London Gold Exchange." "What? London Gold Exchange? Humph, he sure knows how to roam around. Futures exchange, stock exchange. Is he monitoring Hong Kong's financial markets? Interesting." Fu Rongjing did not think much about this. Fu Guangjing had told him that Feng Yu liked to invest in stocks and had bought a lot in China. Fu Guangjing had also purchased some shares in China and had said to him that he had made some money from those stocks. Feng Yu must be thinking that there was only limited stocks in China and wants to check out Hong Kong's stock market. The current Hong Kong stock market was not doing well nor bad. But if someone inexperienced enters the market now, they will suffer heavy losses. Fu Rongjing was slowly drinking his champagne and thinking about the information Feng Yu gave him. Feng Yu was indeed accurate, and these few days, there was a small increase in rubles. He had set his settlement date 2 months away. 2 months later, ruble should reach at least 0.5, and with his high leverage, he would get profits of more than 10 times. 400 million rubles will become 4 billion. 4 billion cash. Even Fu Rongqi does not have so much cash. In the future, Fu Rongjing will be the front of the Fu family. Manager Feng, even though my company has a lack of funds now, we can still get a loan from the bank. So even if I agree to let you buy a stake in the company, I cannot give you a lot of shares. Zhang Qingxian starts to play little tricks. His company was expanding the factory using the loans from the bank. He still owed his suppliers money for raw materials and his workers' salaries. He and his 2 other partners did not get a single cent of wages for the past 6 months. He said this was because he wanted Feng Yu to invest, but at the same time, he does not want to sell a lot of shares. He was hoping for this Feng Yu to agree. Feng Yu laughed. "Since you said this, then don't blame me if I take over Lahaha in future." "No problem, Mr. Zhang, how much do you need and how much shares can you give me?" "How about 5 million RMB for 10% share?" 5 million RMB for 10% shares. That means that Lahaha was worth 50 million RMB. After deducting the loans and debts, the company was at most worth less than 20 million. This Zhang Qingxian really had the nerve. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. "Mr. Zhang, it is easy for me to find out about your company's assets. I am wealthy, but that does not mean that I will squander my money. I am investing my money to make more money. 5 million RMB for 30% shares is more reasonable." "Impossible." Zhang Qingxian rejected Feng Yu's offer. Even if he and his 2 other partners sold the shares to Feng Yu based on proportions, his control over the company would be lowered, and his position as the boss would be threatened. 6 million for 30%. Feng Yu sat on the chair and crossed his arms confidently. "Manager Feng Yu, 7 million for 30%. Feng Yu did not give Zhang Qingxian the chance to speak and continued to increase his offer. Zhang Qingxian's breathing became fast. He did not expect Feng Yu to negotiate in this manner. Who the hell would just increase the offer without giving the other party the chance to speak? But he got to admit that this negotiation style was effective. At least he did not have the opportunity to say the things he wanted to say. "Manager Feng, the number of shares is too much." Zhang Qingxian calmed himself and said. Feng Yu laughed. "Mr. Zhang, it seems like it is not the price you are unhappy about. You are afraid that I will buy over the shares of your other partners and take over Lahaha." Zhang Qingxian was not embarrassed when Feng Yu said what was on his mind. Yes, he was thinking about this. He had set up this company through his own hard work, and because he had a lack of funds, he had to get 2 of his friends as partners. He must have the full authority of this company. 10 million for 40% shares. This will be my final offer. Don't be so anxious to reject me. I can include a condition in the contract. If you did not make any major mistakes, you would still be Lahaha Company's legal representative, general manager, and decision maker. Gold and money have value, but talents are priceless. Zhang Qingxian had used very little capital to lead Lahaha to be China's leading beverage company within 10 years and remained as the leader for many years. Just this achievement alone was worth Feng Yu investing in him. Furthermore, Feng Yu remembered that this year, Lahaha sales would achieve more than 10 million RMB and there was even a shortage of Lahaha products on the market. With his investment, there would be an increase in production and the sales figures would be even higher. Just the Northeast region would contribute a vast amount of profits. The profit margin for Lahaha's health supplement drinks was very high. Feng Yu could get back his investments within 2 years, and the rest would be pure profits. Getting TV stars to sign the long-term contract was learned from Lahaha. In his past life, one of Lahaha's subsidiaries had signed a long-term contract with a new not-so-famous singer. Later, this singer became very famous in China, and Lahaha still uses this singer for its products marketing activities every year. Lahaha gave this singer a red packet for the events he attended. When the contract ended, this singer extended the contract even he had a pay cut. Zhang Qingxian was amazing when it comes to picking the right product, the understanding of China's market, the company's direction, brand management, sales, etc. If Feng Yu could become partners with this person, he wouldn't mind even if he does not have the controlling stake in the company. It would be better for him as someone capable is running the company and he does not need to worry. Feng Yu slowly drank his tea. He believed that no one would be able to resist the conditions he offered. 10 million RMB for 40% shares and still let me run the company as the boss. I am also the final decision maker. With this injection of funds, the company can increase its production capabilities, occupy the market fast and become the leader in the children's health supplement drinks industry. Zhang Qingxian was in a dilemma again. Taiwan Trading actually did not have too many funds. Although the company earned a lot last year, it had also spent a lot on the shares. Feng Yu does not intend to cash out the share this year. The shares cannot be sold, and Feng Yu still owed the bank. After the Lunar New Year, it will be the start of a new financial year. Feng Yu still needs to pay a large sum of interests. This will shrink the company's account further. The increase of the advertising fees added to Feng Yu expenses. But Feng Yu was not worried. When he returns to Bing City, he will split the advertising fees based on the products. Whichever company or factories, products were advertised, they would have to share the advertising cost proportionally. This was especially so for the machinery company. Also, the Soviet Union's technologies wanted by the motor factory will soon be brought over to Bing City. These technologies would bring a few million profits for Feng Yu and Kirilenko, and Li Xiyu would settle all the taxes incurred. There will also be the revenue from motorcycle sales. Based on the contract with Li Mingde, Taiwan Trading would settle the payment at the end of the month. Feng Yu could still raise 10 million RMB easily. For instance, using the funds from Taihu Food Processing Factory. Zhang Qingxian had still not given Feng Yu a definite answer, but he promised Feng Yu that he would give him a reply within 3 days after he returns to Hangzhou. Feng Yu could tell that Zhang Qingxian was already moved by his offer. Feng Yu did not say much and returned back to his room to rest. Early afternoon next day, Feng Yu returned to CCTV. To everybody's surprise, Feng Yu bought 3 more expensive advertising slots. The way Feng Yu spent his money shocked everybody again. Taiwan Trading had outshined all other companies, bought the most advertising slots and paid the most. The rest of the advertisers found out that Taiwan Trading was the company that sold wind and rain humidifiers and Songjiang motorcycles. These products were all cash cows. They were more astonished to find out that this young man was the general manager of Taiwan Trading and not the boss's son. This resulted in Feng Yu leaving CCTV with his bag full of name cards. Some were private companies, and some were state-owned enterprises. There were even foreign companies. Feng Yu had brought 100 name cards with him, and it was not enough. Feng Yu still had one more thing to do in Beijing. He wanted to visit Baldy Chen to look at the commercial he filmed for wind and rain bladeless fans. At first, Baldy Chen does not want to take on this sort of jobs. But his investor for his movie backed out last minute and he was short of funds. Feng Yu had paid him 50,000 RMB for him to film this commercial, which also includes the script. He then paid Baldy Chen another 300,000 RMB to endorse the product for 3 years. Baldy Chen gladly accepted it. An electric fan's advertisement fees could not be compared to motorcycles. A few days ago, Baldy Chen had gone to Bing City to film the commercial. It was the same as the motorcycle commercial. He rushed back to Beijing immediately after he completed the shoot. He had used his spare time to film this commercial and finish the editing. Feng Yu watched the commercial on the TV. Even though he knew that this would be a funny commercial and had attended the filming at the scene, he still laughed when he watched the edited version. Baldy Chen had put his bald head through the bladeless fan top, and with his exaggerated expressions and funny lines, the effect of the commercial was perfect. The second commercial's creativity was also thought out. Baldy Chen would wear a wig, and the wig was blown away by the bladeless fan. But this commercial would be filmed the following year. With this commercial, it will increase the bladeless fan's sales. It was the right choice to get Baldy Chen. The Chinese are always curious about new things, and there will be many wealthy people buying the fans to satisfy their curiosity. The advertising slogan, high-tech products, aristocratic style of enjoyment, would fulfill the vanity of these wealthy people. Even if only 10,000 units were sold in China this year, Feng Yu would also get more than 10 million in profits. Back at Bing City, Feng Yu looked for Li Mingde. The CCTV advertising contract would expire in May. Since they will recontract and continue to air the commercials, Li Mingde got to pay for it. After Lunar New Year, the sales of the motorcycles increased again. 7,000 units were sold in January, and 8,100 units were sold in February. In March, 10,050 units were sold. Feng Yu said that this was the effect of advertising. If they continue to advertise at CCTV, the sales will increase further after May 1st. There should be no problems achieving the 130,000 units target this year, and they might even hit 140,000 units. Feng Yu had recontract the advertising slots, and even though the advertising fees had increased by a lot and he bought an additional 3 more slots, the duration of the contract was only about 7 to 8 months. The total advertising fees were not more than 7 million RMB. This amount was reimbursed by Li Mingde. Reselling CCTV advertising slots felt so good. That evening, Feng Yu received a call from Zhang Qingxian when he was playing video games with Wen Dongjun. Zhang Qingxian had returned to Hangzhou and discussed with his partners. Their factory needs to expand, the productivity needs to be increased, and they still needed to get new facilities. All these required monies. They had not repaid their existing bank loans, and they were unable to get new loans as they had no more assets as collateral. Now, someone came to them to use 10 million RMB in exchange for 40% shares. This was an excellent opportunity for the debt-ridden Lahaha. Zhang Qingxian told his partners about the pros and cons of selling these shares to Feng Yu. He said to them that they would still be in control of the company and Feng Yu would not interfere with their operational decisions. He would only send a financial representative over to look over the accounts. When the other partners heard this, they were overjoyed. They had suffered for a long time. At first, the company was doing well, but later, their production could not keep up, and they suffered. The company was making money, but they could not get a single cent as all the money were used to expand their facilities. Although the company has a bright future, at the same time, the risk is significant. If their sales had some hiccups and did not reach their forecast, they would have trouble paying the bank. Now there will be one more person to share this risk and also inject funds into the company. They would be able to increase the factory's output and increase the market share. This was a win-win situation. The two partners always wanted Zhang Qingxian to look for an investor. The company was struggling to stay afloat, and even the supplier wanted to stop supplying raw materials to them. Since all the partners agreed to Feng Yu buying a stake of Lahaha company, Zhang Qingxian called Feng Yu in front of his partners. Feng Yu asked Zhang Qingxian to come over to Bing City for the contract signing. The money was ready, but Feng Yu could not leave Bing City. Zhang Qingxian could not help but asked Feng Yu if there were some problems with his company. Feng Yu just replied that there was no problem with Taiwan trading. It was just that he still needs to attend school. He could not get any more leave. Zhang Qingxian, he suddenly realized that Feng Yu was still a high school student. A high school student running such a big company. What a monster. Li Shijiang saw a man leaving Feng Yu's office when he was about to enter Feng Yu's office. He entered the office. Xiao Yu, who was that guy? I had never seen him before. He is a boss from Hangzhou. His name is Zhang Qingxian. I had invested some money in his company. What are you at the company again? Shouldn't you be at the hospital, accompanying my sister? Feng Danying was due soon. 1 month ago, Li Shijiang had sent Feng Danying to a maternity hospital. He gave a few cartons of cigarettes and red packets to the leaders at the hospital, and the hospital accepted this patient who was due in another 28 days. Li Shijiang was now very busy. He had been traveling to and fro the hospital and the company. In the end, it was Feng Yu who had helped him solve this problem. Feng Yu gave another red packet to the leader at the hospital, and a professional maternity nurse was assigned to take care of this special patient. The most frustrating part for Feng Yu was that he had to cook dinner every day. Feng Yu had no choice as he could not get used to Li Shijiang's cooking skills. As for Wen Dongjun, he only knows how to wash dishes. Li Shijiang sat on the sofa. Someone is accompanying your sister. I am at the company to take a look. 2 more franchisees are signing the contract today. When Li Shijiang was talking about this, his face was beaming with joy. Wind and Rain Logistics had more and more franchisees now. The company doesn't even need the salesman. The franchisees were working hard to get more sales. Currently, there were almost no empty trucks returning back to Bing City. There were too many orders. Almost 80% of cities in the Northeast region have Wind and Rain Logistics franchises. In another 2 months, this figure would be 100%. Wind and Rain Logistics had become the #1 logistics company in the 3 Northeast provinces. After some time, his business would expand towards the south near to Beijing or get more franchisees from the rural towns in the region. Li Shijiang was glad that he had chosen to start this business. Brother-in-law, if you have nothing to do tomorrow, come over and help me with the contract signing with the distributors. Wu Zigang had brought some of the staff out of the city to get goods. Contract signing? Taiwan Trading have what new products? Li Shijiang was surprised. All the products had signed the contracts. Bladeless fans. I had told you about it before. The patent was approved, and we need to sign the contracts first. Next month, we will deliver the goods. Feng Yu passed a brochure to Li Shijiang. Li Shijiang looked at the brochure and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Feng Yu. This bladeless fan was just an electric fan. Why was the distributor price so high? Mr. Zhao, I heard that you had doubled your motorcycle sales in March. Ha ha ha, Mr. Huang, your sales for March was also not bad. I did not expect these motorcycles would sell so well even when they are so expensive. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Huang, stop praising each other. All of us knows that the both of you clinched the first and second position regarding sales. But this year's total sales top position had still not been finalized. Fine, old Jin, you are upset because we did not congrats you for getting 3rd place in March. Mr. Zhao joked. These distributors were longtime partners of Taiwan Trading. Taiwan Trading had called them and told them that there will be a new home appliance launching soon. These people rushed over immediately. They made profits every time they work with Taiwan Trading. These people were chatting and exchanging information happily among themselves. When Feng Yu entered the meeting room, all of them sat up straight, and you could hear a pin drop in the room. Feng Yu was satisfied with the discipline of these distributors. Even the fiercest distributors had to behave himself at Taiwan Trading. It was because Taiwan Trading products could sell and whoever that did not want to obey the rules can get lost. There were many queuing up to be the distributor. Everybody, this will be the newest product launched by Taiwan Trading. Wind and Rain Bladeless Fans. The distributors looked at the brochures and were puzzled. What's this? A cylinder top shape, bladeless fan. If a fan has no blades, how can there be wind? A sample of the fan was placed in front of everybody, and Feng Yu switched it on. The fan top starts to turn left and right slowly. Can everyone feel a breeze? The wind from this fan is more constant than a normal electric fan and feels like natural wind. It will be suitable for blowing at the old and young. Also, this fan has 2 speeds, and the fan top can swivel 180 degrees. This means that more people can enjoy the breeze. This fan uses 40 watts. Feng Yu introduced the features of this bladeless fan, such as safety, electricity saving, smooth constant wind, ease of cleaning, unique appearances, high-tech, etc. All the distributors' eyes start to sparkle. Hey, this fan was indeed better than those ordinary fans. They looked at the brochure in their hands and saw the distributor price on the last page. They thought there was a misprint and an extra 0 was printed on it. But how could Taiwan Trading make such mistakes? Mr. Sun from Shanghai, what do you want to ask? Feng Yu pointed to one of the distributors who had to raise his hand. Look, all these distributors know the rules. They know that they had to raise their hand when they have a question. Manager Feng, I saw the distributor price on the last page of the brochure. Is that a misprint? After someone asked this question, the rest of them also flipped to the last page. When they saw the price listed, they also felt that the extra zero was a mistake. Feng Yu raised his brows and said slowly, there is nothing wrong with the price. I had personally made this brochure. This was the right price. How can this be right? An electric fan's distributor price was 1,200 RMB. Then what about the retail price? 1,500 RMB. 2,000 RMB. Who would spend over 1,000 RMB for an electric fan? No matter how you describe this bladeless fan, it was still an electric fan. How can it be so expensive? One electric fan cost 20 times more than other fans. Everybody feels that it is too expensive and no one would buy. Never mind, I do not expect you all to sell a lot too. This distributor price is high so the retail price will be higher. Our targeted segment is the very rich. Those that have the money to buy air conditioners but unable to do so due to the lack of electricity. Feng Yu said a lot but the distributors were not convinced. They were willing to spend 10 to 20,000 for a motorcycle, a few 100,000 for a small car, but they were not willing to pay a few thousand for an electric fan. All the distributors were not optimistic, and Feng Yu frowned. This test had failed. Was Feng Yu too confident about the market? Now Feng Yu had two choices. First, he got to lower down the price to the range where it was more than regular fans but not too expensive. The retail price should be around 500 RMB. The other choice was to maintain this price and see if any distributor would dare to take up this challenge. Feng Yu thought for a while, and he decided to use an old method. He gave all the distributors a piece of paper each to write down the distributor prices, retail prices and the yearly sales target that they were willing to accept. 10 minutes later, Feng Yu collected all the papers and looked through them carefully. The highest sales target written was 1,500 units, and the distributor price and retail price were 280 RMB and 400 RMB respectively. The lowest sales target was 300 units, and the distributor price and retail price were 390 RMB and 500 RMB respectively. Both of these distributors were from big southern provinces, and the sales target had a difference of 5 times. According to Feng Yu's temper, he would use the highest sales target to pressure these people. Sales were like cleavages. With some pushing, there will be a deep cleavage. After Feng Yu had tabulated all the figures, the highest sales target was 1,500 units, highest distributor price was 400 RMB, and the highest retail price was 580 RMB. The lowest sales target was 300 units, the lowest distributor price was 210 RMB, and the lowest retail prices was 330 RMB. Feng Yu looked at these figures and was in deep thoughts. It seems that if he continues to ask for high prices, there might be no one who was willing to be the bladeless fans distributors. But Feng Yu was not satisfied if the fans were priced too low. Why do the bladeless fans be so popular even when it was priced at 500 United States dollars in his previous life? Why in this life, the distributors felt that 100 United States dollars was the max and still thought that it would not sell well? Feng Yu thought back. The bladeless fans were sold for 500 United States dollars in the US and Europe. Those were developed countries, and the people there had more buying power than China. Now, the average Chinese's annual income was not even 1,500 RMB. To use a year's salary to buy an electric fan with not much features was something not acceptable to many. The circumstances were different and could not be compared. Feng Yu thought back, and the first bladeless fan he bought in his previous life was after there was a drop in the prices. He bought it for 200 RMB. Later, some factories in China got the authorization to manufacture the fans, and the retail prices dropped to less than 100 RMB. But the imported bladeless fans were still selling for more than 500 United States dollars. There were even models that were selling for 1,000 United States dollars. The purchasing power in China now still could not catch up with other countries. Everybody be quiet. After I tabulate the figures, the average retail price that all of you can accept is 588 RMB, the average distributor price is 400 RMB, and the average sales target is 1,500 units. Feng Yu just used the highest figures as the average. Anyway, these people would not know if this was the truth. Only a few distributors that had written these high figures were looking down and dare not look at other distributors. They were not too optimistic about the market but also not too pessimistic. This bladeless fan was a new product and had a high-tech feel. They could market it the same way as those imported products. Currently, the Chinese were still very infatuated with imported products. They felt that imported products were better and should be priced more expensive. But 400 RMB distributor price and retail price of 588 RMB meant that the profit margin was only 45%. After deducting the transportation, their agent's share of profits, their actual profits were only about 20%. 20% profit was considered high, but the cost of this product was too high. They wondered which idiot wrote such high sales target. Does your province have so many wealthy people? Is there anybody that does not want to be the distributor for wind and rain bladeless fans? You can leave now. Don't worry, it will not affect the rest of our cooperation. The distributors were speechless. Rather than asking who does not want to be the distributor, why not try asking who wants to be the distributor? Will not affect other cooperation. That expression of yours tells everything. Once we leave, you will find ways to stop our other contracts. Other people might not do such things, but all of them knew that Manager Feng of Taiwan Trading would do it. No one wants to leave. Fine, since we had worked together for so long, I will not set a high sales target. The southern provinces will be slightly higher, and the northern provinces will be slightly lower. The sales target for the southern provinces will be 2,000 units, and the northern region will be 1,000 units. Reasonable, isn't it? The distributors were all cursing and swearing in their hearts. Fuck, this is not setting a high target. You had just mentioned that the highest sales target we can accept is 1,500 units and now you added 500 more units. This is not setting a top target. Reasonable. Someone raised his hand, wanting to say something, but Feng Yu waved and continued. All of you might feel that this bladeless fan's sales will be low because it is expensive. All of you have a look down on the purchasing power of Chinese. The wages of the working class are not high, but businessmen are earning a lot. All of you had worked for others before. What about now? Every one of you is earning more than a six-figure annual salary. Do you know how much is this bladeless fan selling overseas? Just change the currency to rubles. What? This bladeless fan is selling overseas for 580 rubles a unit. That's more than 3,000 RMB. It cost almost as much as an air conditioner. Who would buy it? The air conditioner cost only a few thousand, but the installation charges were more expensive. The total added up to about 10,000 RMB. But overseas was different from China. There was no lack of electricity. Why would people choose the fans over air conditioners? We have bought the advertising slots at CCTV, and it is all primetime slots. This commercial was directed by Baldy Chen, and he is also the star of the commercial. In the past, all of you also felt that Songjiang motorcycles will not be selling well. But what about now? With CCTV advertising, celebrities' endorsements, your sales figures increase every month. This bladeless fan will be the same. The sales will not be bad. If you do not want to be a distributor, you can be an agent. The commission will be the same as Songjiang motorcycles. About 5%. When Feng Yu said agent, the distributors became suspicious. They were the agents for Songjiang motorcycles. It was not that they do not want to be the distributors. It was because they do not have enough cash. Since Feng Yu dares to ask them to be an agent, that means Feng Yu was very confident in this product. All the products which Feng Yu was optimistic about, were all popular. The distributors looked at each other. They wanted to know what others were thinking. The fatty Huang from the Guangdong province was the first to stand up and said, Manager Feng, I am not sure what others are thinking, but I, Huang Lun, will accept your condition. Damn, the rest of the distributors looked at fatty Huang angrily. Every time Manager Feng sets some condition, he would be the first to accept. If it weren't the both of them had different surnames, they would be suspected relatives. Feng Yu nodded. Mr. Huang, you are the first one to sign the contract. Good, I will give you a 5% discount on your distributor price. What? The other distributors' jaws dropped. Damn, this was a good deal. All of them were regretting. If they had known earlier, they would be the first person to accept Feng Yu's terms. But since they can't be the first, they could be the second. All the distributors start to accept Feng Yu's conditions. Even though they did not get any discount this time, they could at least leave a good impression, and maybe next time there will be a discount for them. Feng Yu smiled. You think I don't know that all of you had contacted each other and wanted to work together to lower the distribution price? Just a simple trick like this can easily break up your alliance. All the contracts were signed. There were even distributors that take up the unpopular northwest regions. Maybe it was because Feng Yu had given attractive benefits for those provinces. These provinces have no sales target. Now, in China, the gap between the rich and poor regions was apparent. The coastal areas, development was much faster, and there were more opportunities in rich people. The inlands, especially the western provinces, were in poverty. The industrial, agriculture and businesses development were lacking, and many of the people there earned less than 300 RMB a year. There were even some that couldn't even feed themselves. In these areas, there were still wealthy people but very few. Luckily, these areas had a severe lack of electricity. The local government offices can't even install air conditioners. Feng Yu and the distributors felt that this bladeless fans can be sold to the government offices in that area. It was just like the computers in the future. When some local government offices saw other government agencies purchases some computers, they would also think of some excuses like wanting a paperless office to buy a batch of computers. These local government does not care if their staffs had computer literacy or a computer cost the same as a year's supply of paper. If one city starts to buy in bulk, the nearby cities will follow suit, and the districts under the city government would copy. Soon the whole province would be the same. The computers bought by the government offices were often referred to as antiques by netizens. These computers were about to be obsolete and were overpriced. The government agencies were still willing to spend as the money does not come from their own pocket. The distributor that took on the Northwest province had this thinking. He was confident that he would convince the local government to purchase a batch of fans. It would not be like what Fatty Huang said, the sales of a province could not be compared to even a city in Guangdong. The new factory in Guangdong had started productions, and everything was proceeding smoothly. There were many workshops, and there were enough facilities and workers. There would be no delays to the humidifiers and bladeless fans productions. A few days later, Fu Guangzheng came to Bing City again. He wanted to talk to Feng Yu about the overseas sales. They need to get a celebrity to star in a commercial for their products. Taiwan Trading had to agree to invest in this commercial and the celebrity's endorsement. Brother Fu, you had worked hard for this period of time. Ha ha ha, my family had assigned 2 people to me. I am just leaving everything to them. You are the one who had worked hard. You settled China's distributions within such a short time. The both of them had some pleasantries, and Feng Yu asked, Brother Fu, you are not here at Bing City just to chat with me, right? Just speak your mind. Fu Guangzheng laughed. This, Manager Feng, our humidifiers and bladeless fans in China have celebrities, endorsements and commercials. Do you think we should hire some stars to do an ad for the overseas market? Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. He knows what Fu Guangzheng was trying to say. The fees for overseas celebrities were much higher than in China. Fu Guangzheng was worried that Feng Yu would not agree. That's why he came personally to discuss with Feng Yu. If they had chosen the right celebrity to endorse their products, the sales would increase a lot, and they can earn back the endorsement fees. Feng Yu would never reject this idea. Brother Fu, I thought it was some important matter. You can just talk to me over the phone. Yes, I totally agree with you. Fu Guangzheng brightens up. That's great. But the budget would be quite high. I decided to get Hollywood stars this endorsement. The fees might reach $2 million United States dollars a year. But I had calculated, there would be at least $3 million United States dollars of profits. Spend $2 million United States dollars for $3 million United States dollars profit. Feng Yu frowned. He felt that even though they still made a profit but the profit was too little. Compared to Zhu Ximao and the rest, the profits were too low. The humidifiers and bladeless fans were all monopoly products. There were no similar products on the market. For $2 million United States dollars endorsement fees, there should be more than $4 million United States dollars in profits. Who do you intend to look for? Which geographical area will be covered? Feng Yu asked. We are looking at Lim Basinger or Michael Keaton. Their movie, Batman, last year was the top-grossing movie in Europe and the US. They have countless fans in Europe, US, and Asia. I think they can even be the spokesperson for the whole world. Fu Guangzheng said a lot but Feng Yu was thinking. Who are these 2 stars? He had heard of their names before, but he had no impression. These 2 stars' future developments should not be that great, or they did not have any blockbusters in future. These 2 stars which Fu Guangzheng recommends might be very famous last year but this year, their popularity should be declining. In future, their popularity would continue to drop. It would be like signing a forward who was in his top form. But after signing, the player's condition became worse every year, and you still have to pay his wages. If they need to get a celebrity, then they must look for those with potential, at the same time, have a right image and suits the product. They can't just sign any celebrity without careful selection. For instance, Yao Ming had signed a deal with Pepsi. But sportsmen were not allowed to drink carbonated drinks. When Yao Ming suffered a fracture, there was an article on the papers, saying that Yao Ming's fracture had something to do with Pepsi. The article states that Pepsi had an effect on bones and would affect the performance of sportsmen, etc. What the article was trying to say was that Yao Ming drank Pepsi and that's why he suffered a fracture. In the end, Yao Ming's commercial value dropped drastically, and Pepsi's sales were also affected. Feng Yu was looking down thinking hard about which movie stars that were not famous yet but would become very popular soon. He saw the scissors on the desk and suddenly remembered someone. Johnny Depp, Edward Scissorhands. A robot with emotions. It represents high-tech innovations. This was in line with the positioning of the humidifiers and bladeless fans. Johnny Depp was already a small celebrity in the US, but he was not the very famous type. He was only a second-tier actor. The movie Edward Scissorhands was screened later this year and won several awards. Johnny Depp was also nominated, and his popularity soared. His popularity lasted for the next few years and quieted down. But after the millennium, his role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean led him to become the world's highest-paid movie star. Looking at the poster of Baldy Chen sticking his head through the bladeless fan, on the table, Feng Yu suddenly felt that a child would be more suitable. A child would be more adorable and also send a message to parents that this fan is very safe. Even a kid can put his head through the fan top. If it was a child that star in this commercial, it will highlight the safety features of the product which suits their product positioning in the US and Europe. A child actor. Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin. Feng Yu raised his head, looked at Fu Guangzhong and said excitedly, "Brother Fu, let's get a kid to endorse our products." With Feng Yu's insistence, Fu Guangzhong agreed to contact Johnny Depp and Macaulay Culkin. Johnny Depp was currently still considered a TV star, even though he was not that famous. But who the hell was Macaulay Culkin? How does Feng Yu know that a 6 to 7 years old kid will be famous? Feng Yu swore that it would be worthwhile if they sign these two actors. They can offer Johnny Depp a 1 to 2 years contract and a 3 to 4 years contract to Macaulay Culkin. It would not be worthwhile if the contract period were longer than this. The endorsement fees for these two actors would not cost more than $1 million a year since these two were still considered unknown now. Fu Guangzhong could only agree to go along with Feng Yu's suggestions, but he was curious about how Feng Yu came to this conclusion that these two actors would be famous in future. Wait until year-end, Fu Guangzhong and the Fu family would be in awe of how accurate Feng Yu's prediction. It was April, and Feng Yu changed the commercial for the primetime slot at CCTV. He changed the commercial to the wind and rain bladeless fans. Even the slots on CCTV2 were changes. The advertising campaign had started. Before the effects of the campaign can be seen, Li Ming came to Feng Yu. The machinery company had paid a high price for the primetime advertising slots. How come it was changed to bladeless fans? Feng Yu showed a helpless expression. He offered to refund Li Ming, but Li Ming does not accept since Feng Yu had to pay back the machinery company if the sales did not hit 130,000 units. How can Feng Yu change the commercial? Feng Yu positioned himself lower and said that he could return more advertising fees. If Li Ming agrees to him changing the commercials during primetime, then he would refund 5 million RMB. Feng Yu would also think of ways to get 2 more slots for Songjiang motorcycles. Li Ming was tempted. 5 million RMB. If he could get it, he could claim credit with the city's leader. But he was still not satisfied. He told Feng Yu that he would not be responsible if the motorcycle sales declined. If Feng Yu does not hit the sale target, he still would have to pay back all the advertising fees. Feng Yu agreed. Both signed a simple agreement, and on the agreement, it stated that Taiwan Trading refunded 5 million RMB advertising fees to the machinery company. Li Ming left smiling, with the check in his hands. The sales target was already hard to achieve, and now Feng Yu changed the commercial. He was digging his own grave. Meanwhile, Feng Yu was holding to the agreement, laughing. He had used the machinery company's 5 million RMB for a few months and had just returned. He even got a documented proof. In future, even if Li Ming knew that Feng Yu had tricked him, he could not do anything. I had returned the money to you, and you had accepted it. That means that you are not going to pursue this. This agreement is the proof. Although returning this 5 million RMB, would use up most of the available funds in Taiwan Trading's account, but it was still okay. Taiwan Trading does not need a lot of money to operate. There will be profits coming in every month from the humidifiers, Songjiang motorcycles, Taiwan processed food factory, etc. These profits were enough for Taiwan Trading to operate. The things Taiwan Trading needs to pay was only some deposits, down payments for goods. The Taiwan electric appliances factory also does not require a lot of money as the cost of production was not high. A few million RMB would be enough for Feng Yu to manage the cash flows of these businesses. The last loophole was covered up before the transfer of the machinery company's shares from the aviation factory to Feng Yu. Li Ming still did not know that Feng Yu would be the major shareholder of the machinery company in a few days. The high-powered electric furnace had finished installation and was in the calibration stage. Current, Hu Heitao was still happy with this deal. After the furnace was calibrated, he would transfer the shares to Feng Yu. This way, the aviation factory would get the machinery company's dividends too. This period of time, Hu Heitao seldom visit the machinery company, and Feng Yu does not check the machinery company's accounts. This made Li Ming very pleased. He thought that Feng Yu was bowing his head to him and was afraid that he would remove Feng Yu's position as the temporary factory director of the motorcycle factory. Feng Yu staying low resulted in Li Ming and his loyal followers becoming more arrogant. They even started to interfere with the motorcycle factory operations and Feng Yu did not object. Li Ming was still not satisfied with Feng Yu giving in to him. He wants to control the production and sales of the motorcycle factory. He wants to stop the motorcycle sales, making the total sales to be less than 130,000 units. If there were lots of orders, he would push the December sales figures to next January. He would do whatever it takes to stop Feng Yu from achieving the sales target. Li Ming wants to be the motorcycle factory's director. If the leaders from the city government does not allow, he would also want to push one of his loyal followers to take on that position. But Li Ming never expected that before he could realize his dreams, a groundbreaking news shocked the whole Bing city. The aviation factory sold the machinery company's shares to Feng Yu. Li Ming was shocked when he heard the news. He immediately called the city government to verify and found out that Feng Yu and Hu Heitao had just signed the paperwork at the Trade and Industry Bureau. Is Hu Heitao stupid? The machinery company is making profits now, and he sold the shares. He immediately calls Hu Heitao and questions him loudly. Why did he sell the machinery company's shares? Did the city government agree? Hu Heitao calmly replied that the aviation factory is under the jurisdiction of the military and ministries. The city government have no right to interfere with any decisions made by the factory. The aviation factory needed an advanced high-powered electric furnace to complete the orders given by the military. Even the military leaders praised him for getting the furnace. Hu Heitao also had a reasonable explanation for selling the machinery company's shares to Feng Yu. Firstly, the aviation factory does not have enough cash to buy the furnace. Secondly, the aviation factory did not sell the shares to any random buyers. Feng Yu was also a shareholder. Lastly, Feng Yu offered a high price for the shares. All these had become a reality. Li Ming or even the city government could not do anything. Hu Heitao was called over by the city's leaders for a talk, but it was only talking. The aviation factory's directory was not appointed by the city government, and there was no way the city government could stop this sale. Li Ming just realized that this period of time, it was not Feng Yu giving in to him. Feng Yu and the aviation factory had planned this long time ago. After this transfer of shares, the Feng family had a total of 44% shares of the machinery company. This was more than the city government, making the Feng family the major shareholders. Feng Yu was speechless. Li Ming was at least 50 years old, and he still acted like a kid by complaining to the higher-ups. With the aviation factory's shares, the Feng family became the major shareholders of the machinery company. Li Ming was nervous. He suddenly remembered that Feng Yu and Fu Guangzheng were close and he heard the wind and rain humidifiers, overseas sales were handed over to the Fu family. If Fu Guangzheng supported Feng Yu or Feng Xingtai, then there would be a shift of power at the machinery company. He must get the city to help him and protect his position. For the first time, Li Ming felt that restructuring the machinery company was a mistake. Why did he support the restructuring of the machinery company from a state-owned enterprise to a private company? Although in Bing City, there was still no state-owned enterprise leader being replaced after the reorganization, in the coastal provinces, there had been some instances where the government-appointed leaders being replaced. The person who would have the final say in a joint stock company is the person who had the most support of the shareholders. Li Mingde was a general manager of a state-owned enterprise and was on the level of a department deputy chief. If his position was removed by the Feng family, where can he go? There were many state-owned enterprises in Bing City, but there were not a lot of good positions. Initially, many people were envious of his position, and he had the chance to be transferred to the agricultural department. But he rejected the offer. Even if he wanted to take up the transfer now, there must also be someone who would give him this position. Li Mingde could see himself spending his remaining career in a no-authority position with an almost bankrupt state-owned enterprise. He would no longer have any authority, secretary, benefits, cars, etc. He must not let this happen to him. The only person that can help him now is his former leader, Deputy Mayor Xu. Although Deputy Mayor Xu was about to retire, he was still in position and still had authority. With his number of years with Bing City, even the mayor had to give him face during meetings. Li Mingde did not go to Zhang Ruiqiang, who was in charge of Bing City's state-owned enterprise restructuring, economy and commercial development. Everybody knows that Feng Yu visits Zhang Ruiqiang every now and then. Li Mingde even suspects that Zhang Ruiqiang was in cahoots with Feng Yu, and this idea might also be from Zhang Ruiqiang. At 1:30 p.m., Feng Yu appeared in the city government. Li Mingde had arrived earlier than 1 p.m. Li Mingde stood at the windows and was relieved when he saw Feng Yu entering the building. He was afraid that Feng Yu would find some excuse to skip this meeting. Mayor Xu, look, this is Feng Yu. He can't even be punctual and is very arrogant. He knows that you are waiting for him and yet he arrives so late. He is so young, and yet he is putting on airs. Li Mingde tried to add fuel to the flames. Deputy Mayor Xu frowned and said, I am not old until I can't tell the time. It is 1:30 p.m. now. Even though Li Mingde was told off by Deputy Mayor Xu, he was still happy. He could tell that Deputy Mayor Xu was unhappy with Feng Yu. Both of them waited for another 5 minutes, but they did not see the secretary coming in to inform them that Feng Yu had arrived. Why did Feng Yu take such long time to walk from the first floor to the third floor? Deputy Mayor Xu's secretary sent someone to go and look for Feng Yu. The staff came back after a few minutes and reported that Feng Yu was in Deputy Mayor Zhang's office. Li Mingde saw Deputy Mayor Xu's face change his color and immediately take the opportunity to stir shit. Mayor Xu, this Feng Yu is too arrogant. He is obviously trying to show us that he has the backing of Mayor Zhang and he does not care about you. Zhang Ruiqiang was promoted to executive deputy mayor in March and was in the city's committee. There were rumors that the mayor had supported him and Deputy Mayor Xu had competed with him for this position. Deputy Mayor Xu was in his current rank for some years, and he wanted a promotion. But the higher-ups felt that he was too old and wanted him to retire after this year. Zhang Ruiqiang was the lowest-ranking deputy mayor in Bing City and had left to become the number 2 leader of Bing City government. Deputy Mayor Xu was overtaken by a young man, in his 40s. How can he be happy with this? When Li Mingde's provocation words just ended, Deputy Mayor Xu said sternly, enough. We will talk when Feng Yu is here. Li Mingde stepped back. He felt that his leader knew of his plans to stir up discord. But in his heart, he was still pleased. Deputy Mayor Xu would surely support him and would force Feng Yu to spit out the shares previously owned by the aviation factory. Deputy Mayor Xu had also asked Hu Haitao over, but the latter claims that he had to attend a meeting in Beijing and escaped. Since the old fox is not around, they will deal with the young fox first. Mayor Zhang, the conditions of our city's police need to be improved. Their transportation needs to be changed. They are still using those old sidecar motorcycles from decades ago. If the city government is interested in Songjiang motorcycles and wants to procure a batch of motorcycles, I can give you a special price. 10,000 RMB for a bike. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. He also knew that Li Mingde had gone to Deputy Mayor Xu for help and had asked Feng Yu over to force him to return the machinery company's shares. He thought that Feng Yu came to him today for help and was thinking of ways to reject. After all, Li Mingde was trying to get the best for the city, and Zhang Ruiqiang does not want to support Feng Yu. But Zhang Ruiqiang did not expect Feng Yu to not mention about this matter but instead tried to promote his motorcycles. Is this kid fearless or stupid? The next few years, Bing City's economy would be getting better, and even if the city does not do anything, Bing City would be one of the thriving cities in China. Zhang Ruiqiang was in charge of the city's economic growth, and he could see himself getting credit for this. The city does have the intentions to improve the police's equipment. The provincial police had confiscated a lot of money for the city last year, and if the city does not spend on the police department, the police chief would not be happy. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that equipping the city police with motorcycles was a good idea. Not only the officers would have better transport, but it would also be more convenient for the officers to control traffic and patrol. They can also answer to the provincial police department and at the same time, improve the city's image. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu seriously. I will consider this. Do you still have anything else you want to tell me? Oh, you are trying to ask me to go. Fine, I have something on too. You can give me a call after you consider. Feng Yu turned and left. He did not mention a single word about Deputy Mayor Xu. Knock, knock, knock. There was knocking on the office's door. Deputy Mayor Xu's secretary looked up and saw Feng Yu. He looked at his watch, and it was already 2 p.m. Although the secretary had called Feng Yu to come during office hours in the afternoon, ordinary people would be on time or even be early for a meeting with Deputy Mayor. This Feng Yu was the opposite. He came on time and did not come to Deputy Mayor Xu's office when he arrived. Instead, he went to Deputy Mayor Zhang's office. The secretary thought that Feng Yu had gone to Zhang Ruiqiang for help, but Zhang Ruiqiang did not come with Feng Yu. Even Zhang Ruiqiang's secretary was not here, nor was there any phone calls from them. Xiao Sun knew that no matter if Feng Yu were successful in getting help, he would be in trouble. His boss would reprimand him for failing to ask Feng Yu to come on time. Why are you so late? Xiao Sun shouted unhappily. Feng Yu raised his brows. Why? Deputy Mayor Xu had left. Then I will come back another day. Xiao Sun was shocked and hurriedly grabbed Feng Yu by his arms. Deputy Mayor Xu is inside. Come with me. Damn, this Feng Yu does not do things normally. Even if the leader had left, you should remain here and wait for him. How can you just turn and want to go? Feng Yu entered the office. Deputy Mayor Xu and Li Mingde had heard him coming in, but they still carried on reading their newspapers. They acted as if no one had entered. Mayor Xu, Feng Yu is here. Deputy Mayor Xu did not say anything, and Li Mingde pretended not to see Feng Yu. Feng Yu also did not care if Deputy Mayor Xu had asked him to enter the room. He just walks in and sat on the sofa beside Li Mingde. Li Mingde could no longer pretend not to see Feng Yu. He put down the newspaper and stared at Feng Yu. Do you know the rules? Did anyone allow you to enter? Feng Yu leaned back and crossed his legs. He turned to Xiao Sun and said, Secretary Sun, how come there is no tea for me? Deputy Mayor Xu could no longer tolerate. This Feng Yu was too arrogant. This was his office. It's the office of Bing City's deputy mayor. Does Feng Yu think that he was his home? He still dares to order Xiao Sun to pour him tea. Cough, Xiao Sun, go out first. Push back my meeting at 3 p.m. Deputy Mayor Xu thought that Feng Yu would stand up and greet him when he put down his newspapers. But Feng Yu did not say anything and seems like he was resting. At first, Deputy Mayor Xu and Li Mingde wanted to give Feng Yu pressure by leaving him standing. Deputy Mayor Xu had used this method countless times, and he could make the other party panicked. This way, the negotiations would be easier for him and force Feng Yu to return the shares. But Feng Yu saw through all his tricks and ignored him totally. Xiao Feng, you should know why I asked you to come. Deputy Mayor Xu wanted to regain control of the negotiations. He would not say much. He wanted the other party to guess. Feng Yu opened his eyes and with a dazed look, Deputy Mayor Xu, are you talking to me? Sorry, I was not paying attention. I had just gone to the showroom at Bing City earlier at noon. I was too busy. Deputy Mayor Xu was furious. First, it was the way Feng Yu addressed him. Other than the mayor, other people would address him as Mayor Xu. But Feng Yu had purposely addressed him as Deputy Mayor Xu. Secondly, Feng Yu tried to act dumb with him. Busy? Can you be more busy than me? This young brat thinks that he had some connections and money and can be arrogant. Xiao Feng, don't try to act dumb. You clearly know the reason why we asked you here. I don't care what deals you have with the aviation factory. You must sell the aviation factory's shares back to the city. The machinery company is a state-owned company and is a collective enterprise. This will never change. Li Mingde shouted. Feng Yu said with a surprised look, Director Li, what are you talking about? The machinery company had been a collective enterprise all this while. Even after the restructuring, it is still a collective enterprise. Do you think that the machinery company now belongs to a single entity? Feng Yu stared at Li Mingde after he finished saying this. Li Mingde almost died from his anger. Feng Yu still dared to imply that he was in full control of the machinery company. Xiaofeng, you don't try to avoid the topic. Tell me straight, are you going to return the 14% shares? Li Ming asked. Return? What do you mean? I had bought these shares with my own money. You sound as if I had stolen or robbed these shares. Director Li, you have to be responsible with the words that are coming out of your mouth. Deputy Mayor Xu stared at Li Ming. How old are you and yet you are arguing with a young man? The worst part was that you still lost the argument. How did you spend all these years? Deputy Mayor Xu does not intend to let Li Ming speaks. Li Ming was not as eloquent as Feng Yu. Feng Yu, don't be emotional. I had asked you over as to discuss with you. The machinery company is the city's most successful restructured state-owned enterprise. It is the city's model, and the city must have the controlling stake. We don't need much, just sell 11% back to the city. How? Damn, I had racked my brains and thought of this idea to increase my stake in the machinery company. You want me to sell to the city just like this? Feng Yu had helped the machinery company got the production lines for the agriculture machinery and motorcycles. Do the city thinks that all these were for free? Feng Yu had planned and plotted for a long time. The current workers in state-owned enterprises were still not bad. But after 1995, jobs were no longer assigned by the government, and many unskilled and irresponsible workers entered the factories, resulting in the decline of the state-owned enterprises. Feng Yu now holds 44% of the machinery company's shares. But he was still not satisfied. He wants to own more than 67%, to have the controlling stake of the company. He wanted to make the company his and follow all his plans. He was still thinking of ways to get more shares. How can he return or sell his shares back to the city? Dream on. Deputy Mayor Xu, the machinery company, has its success today was because of the advanced machines and technologies I brought back from the Soviet Union. Without me, do you think the machinery company can achieve such high profits every year? Not only this, just look at the factories in the city. These factories had an increase in productivity and became competitive in the domestic market. You should know why these factories became like this. Now you are telling me that because the city wants the controlling stake in the machinery company, I must sell it to you. Why should I? Deputy Mayor Xu almost choked after he heard what Feng Yu said. He believed that he had persuaded Feng Yu nicely, and the one who was being aggressive was Li Ming. He was supposed to be the good guy and Li Ming the bad guy today. He thought that even if Feng Yu does not agree, he would also step back a little. But he never expects Feng Yu to be so firm. Deputy Mayor Xu knew the reason for the significant changes in the city's industrial development. This was because of the cheap advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union. All the old equipment were replaced and sold. Although the city had paid some money, most of it was using banks' loans with the city as guarantor. Now, the city's industries were revitalized and slowly returning back to its peak. Feng Yu had played a part in all these and can be said that all these were attributed by Feng Yu. Now Feng Yu asked him why should he sell and Deputy Mayor Xu does not know how to answer. But in his heart, he stubbornly felt that this was for the good of the city and the city's residents. He must continue to force Feng Yu. Deputy Mayor Xu thought for a while and answered Feng Yu. Feng Yu, I know that you had made great contributions to the machinery company, but we are also not asking you to sell all of your shares. We only want 11%, and we will pay you the market price. The city has a comprehensive development plan for the machinery company, but you kept opposing Li Mingdi's decisions. This is not good for the company's development. Damn, you are saying that I am hindering the company's progress. Feng Yu was pissed. Who was the one hindering the company's progress? Since you want to talk about this, then let's discuss this. Deputy Mayor Xu, then can I hear about your plans or Director Li's plans for the company? Feng Yu asked sarcastically. What city's plan are you talking about? It was all Li Mingdi's ideas. Hearing Feng Yu's harsh words, Li Ming was also not embarrassed. He looked at Deputy Mayor Xu and got an approving look. He then proudly said, Xiaofeng, I know the machinery and technologies you got from the Soviet Union are advanced and you did well with the sales. But you have never managed such a big factory before. There are many things to handle and to be a qualified leader, you need to consider the company's future. The machinery company would focus on the agriculture machinery production in future. There has been a lot of demand for this. Although, the profits from the motorcycles are high, but is the market big enough? Even if we are able to achieve 200,000 units a year, the other motorcycle factories in other cities would also be set up, and what developments can the motorcycles have? Li Ming also felt that agriculture machines have a better prospect than motorcycles. This was the same as Feng Yu. In future, China would have a lot of policies to encourage agriculture. The market for agriculture machines will be huge. The prices for the machines will increase, and this would lead to some old agriculture machinery factories reviving. On the other hand, the prices of the motorcycles will drop, and there would be more and more competitors. If Li Ming really wants to develop agriculture machinery, Feng Yu would see him differently. But what had Li Ming done? He had been resting on his laurels. Increasing the production of agriculture equipment now was just to meet the demands. But without R&D of agriculture equipment, how long more can the machinery company stay ahead of its competitors by relying on the advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union? The machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union were 10 years ahead of China, but if nothing was done, 3 to 5 years later, the machinery company might lose this advantage. The first thing Feng Yu wanted to do after he had the full control of the company was to invest in the R&D of agriculture equipment. They must continue to modify and improve their machines to be the best in China. This would be the prerequisite for being the leader in the industry. But Feng Yu had never told anybody about this. Li Ming said that he had considered about this. Since you had plans for the agriculture machinery, why you did not invest more in the R&D department? Feng Yu wanted to test if Li Ming really felt that the agriculture machines had potential or this was just an excuse to deal with him. Deputy Mayor Xu, Director Li, the both of you thinks that the agriculture machines have more potential, but you can't deny the fact that the motorcycles' profits are the highest in the company. The motorcycle sales have been doing well, and as the weather got warmer and the brand awareness increases, the sales will increase further. The profits from 2 motorcycles are equivalent to the profit of a tractor. But if you factor in the cost, a tractor is comparable to 4 bikes. You still have not looked at the time used for the production. What targets did the city set for the machinery company? The target set by the city is not earning more profits for the government. But what if the motorcycles' sales drop? I had just mentioned that the other motorcycle factories in the country are improving their techniques. The market is only this big, and soon, the market will be flooded. How can the motorcycles maintain its sales? The only way is to lower the retail price. But the agriculture equipment is different. Other factories cannot compete with us, and we will be the industry leaders. Li Ming retorted. Feng Yu smiled. Even if we lower the prices, the profits from the motorcycles will still be higher than agriculture machines. Although there will be more competition, our motorcycles still have many advantages like exterior designs, brand awareness, comfort, etc. In future, we can be China's largest motorcycle manufacturer and can have a constant flow of income for the machinery company and also lots of taxes for the city. The motorcycles are too expensive, and there might not be many who are willing to buy, even if they can afford it. But agriculture equipment is different. We have the most number of farmers in China. There are a lot of farmlands, and there is a huge demand for agriculture equipment. Regarding demand, agriculture would have better potential than the motorcycles. Feng Yu was looking at Li Ming differently. He can foresee this. It seems like this Li Ming still has some foresight. Since Director Li have so much confidence, why not we have a bet? Even though other motorcycle factories would introduce new motorcycle model the year, the most prominent motorcycle would still be Songjiang motorcycles. Feng Yu was playing with words again. Most prominent does not mean the highest sales and also the most profits. Li Ming righteously said. Xiao Yu, how can you bet on the company's matters? Furthermore, I am a party member, and I don't gamble. Feng Yu, damn, the 2 contracts you signed with me had betting elements. Feng Yu saw Deputy Mayor Xu sitting at the side, and he understood. Li Ming dare not to bet in front of the leader. Deputy Mayor Xu, Director Li, I will not sell the shares no matter what you say. Also, I had been the temporary factory director of the motorcycle factory for quite some time. Shouldn't I be promoted to the factory director? Deputy Mayor Xu almost died from anger. Feng Yu not only refused to sell the machinery company's shares and still want authority. If Feng Yu agrees to sell the machinery company's shares, then they might give Feng Yu that position. Deputy Mayor Xu was confident that he could convince the city government to get a bank loan to purchase the shares from Feng Yu. But Feng Yu was firm, and he refuses to sell. Deputy Mayor Xu was prepared to use an executive order to force Feng Yu to sell the shares back to the city. He could not touch that old Hu Heitao, he can at least take care of this brat. Meanwhile, the machinery company's office chief was rushing to the city government. Something big had happened, and he must inform Director Li immediately. He had paged Li Ming, but Li Ming had yet to call him back. Feng Yu, you must agree to sell the shares today. This is an order. Deputy Mayor Xu snapped. Feng Yu stared at Deputy Mayor Xu. What, you want to fall out with me? Fine, I also do not intend to give you face anymore. Order. What order? Who are you to order me around? Am I your subordinate? I had never heard before that a deputy mayor can force a civilian to sell a company's shares. Feng Yu sneered. Feng Yu's series of questions angered Deputy Mayor Xu even more. If you do not agree to sell the shares today, you can forget about being the motorcycle factory's director. You will not even be the temporary director. Feng Xingtai can also forget about his position as the deputy general manager. Deputy Mayor Xu banged the table and shouted. Hu Heitao's aviation factory had military backings, and Deputy Mayor Xu could not do anything to him. But to a young brat from a farming family, he was confident he could deal with him anything. He will remove Feng Yu and his father from all their positions and then use some tricks to dilute their shares. This way, the machinery company will still be in the city's control. There were people walking past Deputy Mayor Xu's office, and they were the city government staffs. Some of them were there to watch the show, and some were sent over by other leaders. They wanted to know what was happening. Some of the staffs were hoping for the opportunity to shine in front of Deputy Mayor Xu. Secretary Sun immediately closed the door. Deputy Mayor Xu had already banged the table, and it would not be good if word spread to other leaders. Feng Yu glanced at Li Mingde. Does this mean that Director Li had already appointed someone to succeed my position? Seems like you have planned for this long time ago. Li Mingde tried to persuade nicely. Xiao Yu, just sell the machinery company's shares to the city and I will let you be the factory director of the motorcycle factory. Don't lose such an important position because of some shares. Take the money and do whatever you like with it. Don't you still have a trading company? Feng Yu smiled sarcastically. Director Li really takes good care of me. You even thought of ways for me to spend the money from the sales of shares. But are you sure you can remove me from my position? We are a collective enterprise, and the appointed leaders have to go through an election. You say election? The motorcycle factory is all my people. They will follow my orders to elect the person I choose. Li Mingde said confidently. Election. It was just a process, and he can determine who gets elected. Director Li, your thinking is too simple. The machinery company's election is not up to those people to decide. It will be decided by the shareholders. Deputy Mayor Xu was shocked. Shareholders to decide? What does this mean? Feng Yu looked at the shocked Deputy Mayor Xu and sighed. These were all old concepts. They still thought that the machinery company was still before restructuring and the city can control it with their authority. The company is now a shareholding company and is controlled by the shareholders. Right, did the office informs Director Li. Mr. Fu will be coming to Bing City tomorrow. We will be holding this as shareholders meeting. What? Shareholders meeting? What does that mean? Deputy Mayor Xu was puzzled, and he looks at Li Mingde. What was Feng Yu talking about? Li Mingde was also stunned. Beads of sweat start to appear on his forehead. It was not sure if the room was too warm or he was too nervous. When the state-owned enterprise was restructured into shareholdings company, Li Mingde had also read up on the related laws and regulations. The shareholders meeting was the most important meeting for a shareholding company. Did Feng Yu indeed contacted Fu Guangzheng and will work together to remove him from his position at the shareholders meeting? Knock, knock, knock. There were loud knockings on the door. Xiao Sun opened the door and saw the machinery company's office chief. The leader is busy. What do you want? Xiao Sun asked unhappily. All these people from the machinery company were so rude and do not follow the rules. Secretary Sun, please ask Director Li to come out. I have something important for him. Li Mingde came out of the office and saw his subordinate panicking. In his heart, he was also getting nervous, but he calmed himself and tried his best to ask in a calm tone, what are you panicking for? What happened? Director Li, Mr. Fu had just called and said that he will be arriving tomorrow for a shareholders meeting. He wants to discuss the appointment of the machinery company's top management. The office chief quickly said. What? Discuss the appointment of the machinery company's top management? Li Mingde was shaken. They really dare to do this? Li Mingde looked towards the office. This was the reason why Feng Yu was so calm today. All of these happened too fast, and he couldn't react in time. He was now regretting. If he had known about this earlier, he would not ask the leader to force Feng Yu. Currently, there was no way for him to back down. Even if he backed down now, Feng Yu would not let him off. Feng Yu saw Li Mingde's expression and smiled. Director Li, have you received the notification? Li Ming glared at Feng Yu and walked over to Deputy Mayor Xu. He whispered something into Deputy Mayor Xu's ears, and Deputy Mayor Xu's face changed. He pointed at Feng Yu but could not find the words. If there are no other matters, I will make a move first. Oh yes, I will make a special exception and invite Deputy Mayor Xu to sit in for tomorrow's shareholders meeting. Sit in. Deputy Mayor Xu almost vomits blood. He was the deputy mayor, and he had to be invited to sit in for a company's meeting. Li Ming had told him earlier that the shareholders are the ones with the most authority in the company and not the city government. He wanted to curse and swear. This was a state-owned enterprise, and how can the one with the most authority, not the city government? Shareholders meeting? What the hell is that? Son, what do you mean? You want to remove Li Ming? He is the city's appointed general manager and was the old factory's director. How do you remove him? Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Yu as if he was looking at an alien. Dad, the company is now a shareholding, and the ones with the highest authorities are the shareholders. Li Ming is only representing the city government with 40% shares. But we have more shares than him. We have more than 50%. More than half. The both of us only add up to slightly over 40%. Are you talking about that Fu Guangzheng? Feng Yu reminded his father. Right, Fu Guangzheng also supports you. Feng Yu nodded. That's right. Fu Guangzheng will surely support me. He is not doing this as a favor. We just have the same goals. Dad, are you willing to be the company's general manager? Feng Yu wanted to test his father. To run a company, the worst thing that could happen was to let a novice lead the company. But if his father were sitting in that position, he would at least listen to his suggestions. Feng Xingtai waved his hands. Nah. I am already very busy with the food processing factory, and I do not have the experience to manage so many people. I find that Li Ming had performed quite well. You should let him carry on being the general manager. Also, you can avoid offending the leaders in the city government. Feng Yu also did not want to offend the city. There were no benefits if he goes against the city government. Fu Guangzheng was also not interested in staying in Bing City, and Feng Yu still need to attend school. The machinery company was not like Taiwan Trading. There were many things to handle. If Li Ming continued to be the general manager, at least there would not be any problems with the company's operation. But nevertheless, Feng Yu must let Li Ming knows that who was the one that has the final say in the company. Everybody, this shareholders meeting was suggested by me, and the main agenda is to talk about the machinery company and the motorcycle factory's personnel reshuffling. We shall start from the top. First, the position general manager of the machinery company. Li Ming, who was holding to a teacup, trembled. His palms were sweating. Will he be kicked out of the company? Feng Yu really dared to treat him this way? Is he not afraid of the city government going after him? Or could it be that Feng Yu had the backing of Deputy Mayor Zhang? Meanwhile, Deputy Mayor Xu was sitting in Zhang Ruiqiang's office. He wanted an explanation from Zhang Ruiqiang. Why did a state-owned factory change so much within such a short period of time after restructuring? Deputy Mayor Xu, I did not expect the aviation factory to sell the machinery company's shares to Feng Yu. When the machinery factory was restructured to the machinery company, the city was still the major shareholder, and we are still in control. You are the one who suggested to sell the city's shares to the aviation factory. Deputy Mayor Xu was at a loss of words. He had listened to Li Ming. Li Ming had told him that Feng Yu was going to cooperate with the aviation factory on the motorcycles. To stop Feng Yu from working with the aviation factory, he decided to let the aviation factory buy a stake in the machinery company. But he never expects that the aviation factory would sell the shares to Feng Yu. There were not even warning signs. Deputy Mayor Xu, there is nothing wrong with restructuring. Even now, the city had collected back all the initial funds, and in the future, there will be dividends and the taxes will be increased. The workers' salaries will also increase. The restructuring is a success. Zhang Ruiqiang also did not expect Feng Yu to call for a shareholders meeting to discuss the management personnel. This was to get full control over the company. He called Feng Yu and asked Feng Yu to not remove Li Ming as the general manager. Feng Yu agreed. He had discussed with Fu Guangzheng beforehand. Li Ming will not be replaced. In the end, Zhang Ruiqiang still owed Feng Yu a favor. The shareholders meeting ended. The office chief, who was taking minutes of the meeting, left with the dejected Li Ming. This machinery company had changed. Without surprise, Feng Yu became the machinery company's deputy general manager and also the motorcycle factory's director. The Feng family was now the company's largest shareholder, and Fu Guangzheng was closer to Feng Yu than the city government. Obliviously, he would support Feng Yu. If it weren't for Feng Yu's suggestion, Li Mingde would be replaced. The motorcycle factory's authority was handed over to Feng Yu, but the general manager of the machinery company was still Li Mingde. Many people felt that it was because the city government had pressurized Feng Yu to keep Li Mingde in position. It was not over when Feng Yu became the motorcycle factory's director. Feng Yu changed the whole management personnel. He promoted 2 workshop directors to be his deputies, and the original batch of management staffs were replaced. The finance department staffs were all Feng Yu's men, and the only person that was not changed was that workers' union chief, who was waiting for his retirement. Feng Yu felt that this person was a good person. He dares to fight for the rest of the workers, and he was not interested in getting more authority, not greedy for money, and he even dares to bang table in front of Li Mingde. Although this person was a bit stubborn, he was righteous. He was held in high regards by the rest of the workers. With this person around, Li Mingde cannot stick his hands into the motorcycle factory affairs. The motorcycle factory still cannot do without the position of secretary. So this workers' union chief had to take on this position. But everybody can see that this secretary position had no powers in the factory. The replacement of almost the whole management level of the motorcycle factory showed everybody that now it was no longer the era of Li Mingde where he could control everything. If Li Mingde is the emperor, then Feng Yu will be the grand emperor. Feng Yu also got a huge office at the machinery company. This time, no one dares to claim that it was a waste of space. Feng Yu gladly accepted this office. He was someone that enjoys a luxurious lifestyle. This appointment of the management level had utterly ignored the city's opinions. But there was nothing the city can do. The replaced leaders from the machinery company were not allowed to continue working in the company. To save himself, Li Mingde had no choice but to support Feng Yu's decision. He went to the city government personally to arrange for these people to be transferred to other state-owned enterprises. The future of these people was considered gone. The day after the shareholders' meeting, Feng Yu went to look for Li Mingde for a talk. The development of the machinery company was critical, and Feng Yu must let the machinery company focus its attention on increasing the R&D of agriculture equipment. They had already employed engineers from the Soviet Union, and it would be a waste of money if these engineers had nothing to do. Feng Yu still have another motive. He wants to subdue Li Mingde. Manager Feng, I understand what you are telling, but the city took away most of the profits every year. Where can we find the money to develop new technologies or products? Li Mingde dares not to address Feng Yu by his name now. He clearly understands Feng Yu's position in the company. Li Mingde was not sitting in his position doing nothing for so many years. He knows that the importance of technologies in the company. The machinery company was able to do so well was also because of the advanced technologies they had. The company also had an R&D department in the past, but they do not have any experts, and they only know how to dismantle other factories, products and try to imitate. They can't innovate at all. The company also tried to hire engineers from the Soviet Union, but these experts were too troublesome. Their egos were huge, and it was difficult to ask them to do things. They would ask for money when they were tasked to do some research. They don't even prepare a budget before asking for money. At first, Li Mingde gave them the money, but the products were not up to his expectations. Later, the city starts to siphon the company's profits aggressively. The company was fortunate to have enough operation funds, let alone putting money into R&D. Feng Yu frowned. So, it was not Li Mingde was myopic. It was some leader in the city government that was short-sighted. Who was responsible for the state funds? You did not tell them that if this carries on, the market share of the company will drop and return to the original state. Li Mingde lowered his head and mumbled, it was Deputy Mayor Xu. He is in charge of the state funds. Damn, he is the one. Li Mingde explained the situation to Feng Yu. This Deputy Mayor Xu can be considered the person who pushed Li Mingde to power. Without him, Li Mingde would be nothing. Last year, Deputy Mayor Xu was vying with Zhang Reiqiang for the position of Executive Deputy Mayor. To win, he must have some accomplishments. The accomplishments would be from the industries and the state funds he was in charge of. To increase the state funds, he took away almost all the available funds from the state-owned enterprises. But the mayor was clear that these were not the credit of Deputy Mayor Xu. The state-owned enterprises got banks loans from the banks to buy imported Soviet Union technologies and machines. All these were led by Zhang Reiqiang. Furthermore, Zhang Reiqiang was responsible for the restructuring of Bing City's most successful company, the machinery company. That's why Deputy Mayor Xu was not promoted even when there was a huge increase in the state funds. So this was the reason why all the profits were given out as dividends. Will he do this again this year? Feng Yu asked. He seems to be thinking of doing this again. There were rumors that the provincial state funds chief will be retiring early. Damn, taking credit for our accomplishment and ignoring the development of the company. Can this type of people even be promoted? Feng Yu waved his hand. At least 20% if this year machinery company's profits will be reserved for R&D and another 20% kept as reserve funds. The remaining 60% can be given out as dividends. Li Mingde was shocked. Keeping 40% of the profits. Feng Yu was really daring. The city would never agree to this. Manager Feng, does the R&D department even need 20% of the profits? Also, there is no need for so much reserve funds. We don't even need reserves. Nothing will happen to the machinery company. If the city's leaders are not happy with my decision, ask them to speak to me. Li Mingde was cursing in his heart. You are not afraid, but what about me? I am only an assigned general manager at this company. What if the higher-ups replace me if I offend them? You have the share and is still the major shareholder. I can never get such a high position if I leave this company. You can say this easily. Let the leaders look for you. You can say this because you are not in the government service. How can I tell this to the leaders? Li Mingde was poking needles into a voodoo doll in his heart. Feng Yu's name was written on the doll. Feng Yu tapped Li Mingde's shoulders and said as if he was giving advice to someone younger than him, Old Li, are you afraid that you will be replaced? You still have not changed your way of thinking. Ours is a shareholding and shareholders will make the call. The city no longer can make all the decision. If the city transfers you away, you can apply for unpaid leave or even quit your position in the government service. I will hire you back as the general manager of the machinery company. Currently, Li Mingde was the most suitable person to be the general manager. This was the reason why Feng Yu did not replace him during the shareholders' meeting. If the city decides to replace him, Feng Yu would call for another shareholders' meeting. Li Mingde's eyes widened in surprise. Manager Feng, are you serious? Feng Yu rolled his eyes. I am so busy every day, do you think I have the time to joke with you? Work hard, and I will reward you handsomely. Looking at Li Mingde's grateful expression, Feng Yu knew that Li Mingde was leaning to his side. Feng Yu had been busy for this period of time. He kept taking leave from his school and didn't have time to accompany Li Na. That idiot Wen Dongjun was doing well with Zhang Han. 2 days ago, he even boasted to Feng Yu that he had kissed Zhang Han. Feng Yu looked at Wen Dongjun's irritating face, and he wanted to strangle him. If it wasn't for you kept appearing at the wrong time, I would have done more than kissing with Li Na. Feng Yu was finally free this weekend. He had got the machinery company's shares and had assigned his work to others. If making money was the only thing in life, it would be very dull. Furthermore, Feng Yu believed that if he did nothing for the rest of his life now, he could live comfortably with his shares and the company's products. It would be best if some things in life happened earlier. The Culture Palace was showing a Hong Kong movie, starring Chow Yun-fat and Andy Lau. This time, Feng Yu made a smart decision to not ask Wen Dongjun along. That idiot was always hindering him. Wen Dongjun had gone to the zoo with Zhang Han. 2 bear cubs were shown to the public for the first time. Wen Dongjun had bragged to Zhang Han about his glorious deed of hunting a bear. He wanted to see if Zhang Han likes bear cubs. If she likes, he will catch 2 wild cubs for her as pets. Feng Yu was surprised by Wen Dongjun's stupidity. Catch 2 cubs? How are you going to catch even one? Using your bare hands. Now, there were no more hunting rifles and the last time they hunted the bear was mainly due to luck. Feng Yu would lose if he compared his skin thickness with Wen Dongjun. He told Li Na that Wen Dongjun was bragging and he was the one who killed the bear. After the movie ended, the both of them strolled slowly side by side. As there were lots of people, Feng Yu took the opportunity to hold Li Na by her waist. Don't wander after midnight during weekends. Come to the Apple Wonderland. We welcome wandering children. Stop being in a daze and shout loudly together. Say goodbye to the lonely night. Since the Lunar New Year, there were a few newly opened audio cassette tapes shops in front of their schools and near the Culture Palace. Taiwanese boys group, Little Tigers, songs were very popular. You can hear their songs on almost every street. Listening to the song, Feng Yu started to sing along. In his past life, he liked this group a lot. The group came together again for a performance during the Spring Night Gala. Although the group members were old and their vocals were not as good as before, they still attracted the most viewership for their performance. You know how to sing this song? Lee Na's eyes shined brightly. What's so difficult? I know most of Little Tyga's songs. But the song I liked most is. I can even use hand signs along with that song. Feng Yu starts to gesture with his hands and sang a few lines of. I had heard of N.R. and their new songs. Which album is that? Where can I buy it? Feng Yu still wanted to sing the chorus of To Lee Na, but now he was at a loss for words. He had seen the Little Tigers poster outside a shop, and their album had just been released in February, and should be their later albums and was not released yet. Feng Yu had accidentally revealed his rebirth identity. Luckily Feng Yu was able to react quickly and said, I remembered wrongly. And are not their songs. Ha, ha, Lee Na giggled. I had bought all their cassette tapes, and they had just released their album. How can they come out with another album so soon? I knew that you were telling lies. Sorry, I must be influenced by Wen Dongjun. Feng Yu threw the blame on Wen Dongjun. Let's go to that audio cassette shop. See if there are any new albums. Feng Yu beat his chest and said, let's go. If the songs you like cannot be found, I will ask people to buy it back from overseas. In this era, there was importation restriction. Many videos, music, and books cannot be bought in China. They can only be brought in from overseas. When Fu Guangzheng came to Bing City a few days ago for the shareholders meeting, Feng Yu had asked him to bring along some Western videotapes and music tapes. The audio cassette shop was not very big, and there were 2 shelves by the walls. In the center, there was another shelf. There were many cassette tapes on the shelves. There were Chinese, Hong Kong, Taiwanese songs, but there were none from the Western countries. The foreign songs can only be bought from state-owned shops. The innermost shelf of the shop were all videotapes, but the tapes were not for sale. They were for rent. Feng Yu was also not sure when did audio cassette tapes shops start renting videotapes. Movies were not like music. People watch movies were for the plot, and if someone had watched the video once or twice, the person would lose interest. That's why it was not worthwhile to buy the videotapes. Renting would be a better option. After watching the movie once or twice, you can still exchange the rented videotape with others. This way you can even save money. Feng Yu and Lee Na were looking for the cassette tapes on the shelves. Feng Yu was looking at Hong Kong and Taiwanese cassette tapes, and during this time, Luo Dao, Li Zongsheng, Jonathan Li, and Zhang Guorong, Leslie Chung were already very famous and Feng Yu liked many of their songs. But after searching for a while, he could not find these singers' albums. But there were Andy Lau's songs. Feng Yu preferred Andy Lau's future songs. The store owner saw Feng Yu did not pick any cassette tapes and went up to him to offer some assistance. Bro, whose songs do you like? Tell me, I will help you find. Thanks, I am just looking around. Feng Yu was at the shop to accompany Lee Na. He does not mind if he can't find anything he likes. Bro, my audio cassette tape shop has the most varieties in Bing City and Longjiang province. It doesn't matter if it is China or overseas. If you can name it, I can find it. The store owner boasted. Overseas cassette tapes. How come I never see it? Where are the tapes? Feng Yu became interested. He had finished listening to the cassette tapes Fu Guangzheng gave him, and he wants to listen to some newer songs. The store owner asked Feng Yu to wait a while, and he walks out of the shop to check if the coast is clear. Then he took out a box from under a table. The box was full of cassette tapes. There were at least a few hundred cassette tapes and CDs. Most of the cassette tapes and CDs were English, and there were some Russian, Japanese and some in languages unknown to Feng Yu. He guessed that it should be French or German. All the tapes seemed to have been taken apart, and the plastic packaging was not there. Feng Yu opened a random cassette plastic box and was disappointed. These were all smuggled tapes and CDs. He still thought that these were originals. There was some punched disc. All these should be smuggled goods. No wonder the store owner needs to check out the shop first. This store owner seems to have lots of connections. Feng Yu still wanted to pick a few cassette tapes, and Li Na suddenly shouts. Translator notes. I am not sure what was punctured CD and cassette tapes and googled it. It seems that these were illegal or smuggled CDs and cassette tapes. Holes were drilled on the CD and smuggled into China as damaged CDs. This was all due to the restrictions on importation. The author used the words, da kong dai, and, da kong da, which literally translated to punctured cassette tapes and punctured CDs. Feng Yu had wanted to go through the tapes in the box to see if he could find some tapes he likes when he heard Li Na shouted. "What are you doing? I saw it first." "What, you saw it first? I am the one who is holding it now, and it belongs to me." A youth was holding a CD. He was gloating at Li Na. Feng Yu ran over, smacked the youth's hand away and pulled Li Na to his side. "What happened?" "I saw that CD first, and he snatched it from my hand." Li Na said angrily. This person was unreasonable. She was already holding on to the CD. How can he snatch it from her hands? Feng Yu stretched out his hand towards that youth. "Give it back." The youth looked at Feng Yu and arrogantly said, "Brat, you know how much does a CD cost? This is imported. Do you even understand English? Do you even have a CD player? You people should go and buy those cassette tapes over there." Now in China, people were still listening to cassette tapes. Although CDs were already imported into China, very few people can afford. Just an original CD cost a few dozen RMB, not to mention CD players. This was many times more expensive than cassette tapes and cassette players. Many people cannot afford. But Feng Yu was apparently not one of those that can't afford. In Feng Yu's bag, there was even a Discman. Feng Yu slowly took out the bulky Discman from his bag. The Discman in that era was still not those small and slim types, where you can hang it on the waist or put in the pocket. This era, if you don't have a bag, you can't even bring it out. Feng Yu held the Discman in his hand and used the same tone as the youth. "Brat, you know what is this? Discman, imported product. This is the latest and also the most expensive model my friend bought for me from the US. You have a CD player. Take it out and show me. You understand English. Do you even understand the lyrics?" Both the youth and the store owner were shocked. They never expect this student to take out a CD player from his bag. The youth was still in a daze with the CD in his hands. Feng Yu took out a 100 RMB note from his bag and gave it to the store owner. "Boss, I want that CD." The store owner immediately grabbed the CD from that youth and gave it to Feng Yu. This kid's family was really wealthy. He even brings 100 RMB out. His family was not afraid of him losing the money. Also, he didn't even ask for the price when he buys things. The youth's face became red with embarrassment and anger. Feng Yu purposely shouted, "Later I will drive you to the town for some good food. There is a new Sichuan restaurant. I heard that dinner would cost over 100 RMB. Oh, do you take spicy food?" That youth had wanted to get some thugs to beat up Feng Yu, but he changes his mind when he heard Feng Yu drove here. To drive a car in this era, you must either be someone powerful with authority, or someone wealthy. Regardless of whether Feng Yu had authority or money, the youth knew that he could not mess with Feng Yu. His father was only a clothing businessman. The youth left the shop with his head bowed down. Feng Yu turned to Li Na with a triumphant expression. The words, "Look at how great I am, hurry up and praise me," was written all over his face. Li Na smiled and shook her head. Feng Yu had really learned all the bad things from Wen Dongjun. Since when did he start to flaunt his wealth? If Feng Yu knows what Li Na was thinking, he would scream innocent. Although he had flaunted his wealth, that was to send a message to that youth to not mess with him. This was to prevent more trouble arising from this conflict. This flaunting was different from Wen Dongjun's boastings. "Brother, you do not want to choose any more cassette tapes and CDs from the box." The store owner saw that Feng Yu was wealthy and wanted to recommend more products. This kid's family must be wealthy, and this kid is a spendthrift. The store owner wants to grasp this opportunity to earn more. Forget it. Those are all punctured CD. Your connections are quite strong. All these are smuggled in? Feng Yu asked smilingly. In this era, because of the restriction on importation and the price of original cassette tapes and CD were too high, there was a market for these types of punctured tapes and CDs. A punctured CD cost only a few RMB, and you can listen to at least one song in the CD. It was worth buying and was popular with people that can't afford original CD. The popularity of this illegal stuff continued until 1995. It was not because of China easing on the importation regulations, but it was the rise of piracy. A pirated CD or a pirated cassette tape cost less than 30% of the original. Some were even 1/10 of the original. This was even cheaper than punctured CD, and you still can listen to all the songs. Who would still buy these smuggled CDs? You are able to find all sorts of pirated CDs, regardless whether it was Chinese or overseas, songs. The sound quality was excellent, and it was cheap. It was also because of piracy CDs and cassette tapes, it spurred the rise of portable music players. Punctured CDs were all originals, and because they had overproduced and the company could not lower the prices due to regulations, they can only destroy them. The CDs and cassette tapes had a hole drilled through them, and then businessmen imported these into China as plastic scraps. They then resell these punctured CD and cassette tapes to the audio cassette shops. This was considered smuggling. That's why Feng Yu was asking the owner. The store owner laughed but did not explain much. Bro, you don't like these punctured CDs and cassette tapes? I also have videos for rental. You want to take a look? All are the latest movies. I have domestic, Hong Kong, Taiwanese and even the US movies. You should have a video cassette player at home. Rent a few of these movies back to watch. It's better than TV shows. The store owner could not sell his punctured CDs and tapes, so he tried to promote his video rental. Looking at Feng Yu, the owner does not want to return any change to him. He wants to make Feng Yu spend it all. Feng Yu also does not like to watch the TV programs now. Why not rent a few videos back? He walked over and took a look at the titles. There were not only movies but also Hong Kong dramas like. The whole set of that drama consists of 42 videotapes. Li Na was still choosing the CDs, and Feng Yu was looking at the videotapes. He was not interested in most of them, and when he was about to pick some Hong Kong triads movies, the owner pulled him to a side and secretly asked, "Young man, do you want to go further in and pick? There are more interesting ones inside." Feng Yu blinked and saw the owner's naughty smile. He immediately knew what videos the owner was talking about. But Feng Yu still rejected the owner's offer. He had Li Na by his side, and he can't touch her. If he still watches these type of movies, he would go crazy. Furthermore, if his sister found out about that videotape, his dad would come over and teach him a lesson with a feather duster. Feng Yu was thinking this way in his heart, but his hand still reached out on its own. "Feng Yu, are you done?" Feng Yu immediately withdrew his hand and casually grabbed 2 videotapes along the way. "Yes, I'm coming over." Once out of the audio cassette shop, Feng Yu looked back at the shop. Must remember this address. Feng Yu had just signed a sales contract on behalf of the motorcycle factory with the city. Zhang Ruiqiang had proposed to increase the budget for the police's equipment and working conditions during the city government meeting. This proposal was welcomed by everybody, especially the deputy mayor who was overseeing the city's law and order. If the city's police can do their job more effectively, it would also be his credit. But how are they going to improve the working conditions and equipment? Everyone had their own views. Someone wanted to build new police stations or at least renovate the old buildings. The current buildings were too old, and it would affect the police's image. Some suggested increasing the police officers' salaries. This way, the integrity of the police force can be maintained and prevent complaints from the public that the officers were giving tickets for their fines. Zhang Ruiqiang did offer a different opinion. He felt that the patrolling of the officers need to be changed for them to carry out their duties more effectively, and this was critical. The officers were still using decades-old vehicles, and this was a risk to the office's safety. Old patrolling vehicles could delay the officers from attending to scenes in time, and they could not chase after those criminals' cars. These were the reasons given to support his suggestions. Procure a batch of vehicles. Everybody at the meeting felt that this was not a good idea. Even if they purchased jeeps, it would not be cheap. Zhang Ruiqiang's suggestion was to let every station to have at least a new vehicle, and this meant that they needed at least a few dozen vehicles. This would cost at least a few million RMB. What? Motorcycles? Motorcycles are not cheap too. Are you thinking of buying Jolling 50? If the officers were to ride this model of bikes, they might as well stick to their current sidecar motorcycles. The old sidecar motorcycles were still faster than this model. Zhang Ruiqiang continues to say that he had spoken to the machinery company about this and the shareholder had agreed to give Bing City a special price. 10,000 RMB per bike. If we purchase 100 bikes, the machinery company will give us 10 bikes as a gift. When everyone heard this, they agreed. One motorcycle for only 9,000 RMB was really a good deal. With 110 bikes, they would be able to assign the bikes to all the stations in Bing City and still have a batch of bikes for their traffic police. This would significantly upgrade the city's police presence. When Feng Yu told the others about this special deal at the machinery company, Fu Guangzheng agreed without hesitations. His family had always given government entities preferential treatments back in Hong Kong. This way, they could prevent problems arising in future. Li Ming had no reason to oppose this deal. He was still a government official, and how can he go against the government? After the sales contract had been signed and the city made the payments, Feng Yu delivered the 110 bikes to the respective police stations and the traffic police department. All the officers were excited about the new motorcycles, and among them, the traffic officers rejoiced the most. Now let's see who dares to speed or drive without licenses. In the past, we can't catch you. Now, let's see how are you going to get away. Feng Yu was sitting at Police Chief Chen's office. Chief Chen was now the city's deputy police chief. During the crackdown, he was praised for his work by the provincial police chief, and he was promoted. It was also because of this, Chief Chen became closer to Feng Yu. Manager Feng, are you here for something? Chief Chen, I had a good idea for the provincial police chief to notice you more. You had helped me with the Song Laosi problems previously, and now I am here to return the favor. Feng Yu said with a wide grin. Good idea, what is it? Chief Chen, you are in charge of the traffic police department, right? Do you have any connections in the city or provincial's TV station? Can you ask them to do a publicity campaign for the city's traffic police? It might be a bit difficult with the provincial TV station. But there should be no problems with the city's TV station. The TV station chief was my classmate. But what traffic police publicity campaign are you talking about? This is the first time I heard of it. Chief Chen was puzzled. TV stations usually would show the significant events that happened in the city, or what the city leaders did, or some resident-related programs. He had never heard of a TV station doing a publicity campaign for the traffic police. Furthermore, what's there to promote for the traffic police? Feng Yu spread the newspaper on the coffee table and pointed to a news article. Chief Chen, look. This article is published after Lunar New Year. It states that there was an increase in unlicensed motorcycle riders in Bing City and the traffic police can't do anything to them and let them be. Many traffic accidents had happened, and the culprits were never caught. But Feng Yu did not mention an essential element. All those motorcycles were Songjiang motorcycles. Chief Chen frowned. Feng Yu was here to mock him. Chief Chen, now the traffic police have just bought a new batch of motorcycles, and you think the officer on duty can catch up with the culprits with new bikes? Absolutely no problems. If the officer still can't catch up with the culprits, I will punish the team leader severely. Look, only you, the city leaders and the traffic police officers knew about this, but the residents do not know. Why not film a TV episode to explain the past difficulties and tell the residents that this will not happen again? This will let Bing City's residents understand our traffic police more and also scare those unlicensed riders. You can also show the leaders that you are doing your job. Feng Yu was eloquent, and he believed that Chief Chen would be persuaded. Chief Chen's eyes grew wide. Why didn't he think of this earlier? He does not care about what the residents think. He only wants to get more exposures to the leaders. We should really do a program for the residents to see our changes. The city TV station is too small. I will think of a way to air it on the provincial TV station. What's the point of showing to the city government leaders? It was more important for the provincial leaders to see his capabilities. This campaign must be aired on the provincial TV station. In less than a week, Feng Yu saw the exclusive interview with Bing City's traffic police on the provincial TV station's news. Chief Chen showed the traffic police's new motorcycles in a traffic police officer uniform. This type of promotion was better than advertising on the provincial TV station. There will definitely a large order coming in within 3 days. Still, Feng Yu had looked down on the imitating skills of the local governments. The very next day, many cities' government called and wanted to order Songjiang motorcycles. The following week, all the local governments in Longjiang had ordered motorcycles from Tai-Hai Trading. The minimum number of bikes ordered was 30 units, and the highest number of bikes was 80 units. These orders do not enjoy the same discount as Bing City. The price was 13,000 RMB per bike. What, you think it is expensive? You can check with the distributors in other provinces. The distributor prices they got were 15,000 RMB, and the minimum order was 100 units. I had already given you discounts. You still feel that it is expensive? Then don't buy. Our Songjiang bikes are very popular in China, and if you hesitate any longer, there will not be enough stocks. Not only in Longjiang province, but even the cities from the neighboring provinces also ordered motorcycles. When Wu Zigang saw that week's sales report, he smiled. Feng Yu was confident that the motorcycle sales would be more than 130,000 units this year. First, it was the advertisements. Second, it was this move. In China, local governments like to compete and copy from others. They did not care about the economic situation of their area. They would only think that you and I are mayors. If you are driving an Audi, I cannot drive a Santana. In the original history, China's traffic police's change of equipment happened at the end of this year. All the sidecar motorcycles were scrapped and changed to imported bikes. Once again, Feng Yu changed history in Bing City. With Bing City as an example in the promotional campaign, the motorcycle sales increases. The sales for Longjiang and Lin provinces increased, and most of the sales were for the government. Longjiang province's sales even exceeded Guangdong province. This also spurred the distributors from the big provinces. They wanted to clinch the top provincial sales awards for this year as the rewards promised by Feng Yu was huge. Regarding economy, average wages and population, Longjiang was ranked one of the lowest. Only the western provinces were ranked lower than Longjiang. Now, Longjiang province's motorcycle sales were better than Guangdong. How can the distributors take it? The distributors asked around and found out the reason for the sudden increase in Longjiang sales. It was because of the local governments. So, you think you are the only ones who knew how to do that? We can do that too. The distributors start to pull out all the stops to convince their local traffic police department to purchase Songjiang motorcycles. The more they sell, the more commission they will get. Even if they lower the selling price by a bit, they would be still getting more profits. Looking at the distributors' orders for the following month, Feng Yu laughed. These were all capable people. Based on the sales figures for this month, it will be doubled of last month. Also, not all governments had ordered the motorcycles. The coming 2 months will be the peak of the motorcycle sales. It might be possible for the total sales to be over 130,000 units before the year ends. After 2000, there will be over 100 million motorcycles in China, and this figure does not include electric bikes. Although there were over 100 motorcycle factories, most of the market share was occupied by only a few brands. The top-selling brands sold more than 1 million motorcycles and more than half of the motorcycle brands sold more than 200,000 bikes. This year, Feng Yu estimates that Songjiang motorcycles would be China's top 3 motorcycle brands. The top would still be Jialing. Their small cc bikes were still very popular in villages, and Honda would be in the second place. Honda was the most popular imported motorcycle brand in China. Even though this was Songjiang motorcycles, first year and it got third place, Feng Yu was still not satisfied. He was to be first and force all foreign car brands out of China's market. Feng Yu had ordered another 2 motorcycles production lines from Kirilenko. He wants to enter the 100cc motorcycle market. 100cc motorcycles were more fuel efficient than 125cc bikes, and the speed was not too slow either. It would fulfill the requirements of those that wanted to buy motorcycles. But Feng Yu decided to set up the 2 production lines in Jingling. Bing City was too out of place. Many distributors had complained about the transportation cost and time. The only advantage of Bing City was that it was close to the Soviet Union and it was convenient to do trading. But Kirilenko only ordered 100 motorcycles from Feng Yu. It was because the Songjiang motorcycles were designed for the Chinese. The Soviets find that these bikes do not look nice. Feng Yu used the equipment as an investment for the setting up of another motorcycle factory in Jingling City. This time, the city was determined to use cash to increase their investment proportionally. The city does not want to let Feng Yu dilute their shares. Feng Yu also gave the motorcycle engineers a task. They can temporarily stop the R&D for the bigger cc bikes after the 150cc was completed. They must continue to develop smaller cc bikes. Other than 125cc, the motorcycle factory also had the technologies to manufacture 150 and 100cc bikes. Feng Yu said that he would produce the 100cc bikes later the year. There were no plans for the 150cc bikes as China still does not allow such bikes on the roads. After they are approved, the productions will start. But the engineers do not understand why Feng Yu wants them to research on 75cc and 50cc bike engines. Other people start building bikes from small to big, but Feng Yu was the opposite. Feng Yu wants to make smaller bikes. That's going backward. Jialing 50 was selling well, and over 200,000 units were sold in a year. But can their profit match Songjiang Motors? They did not know that Feng Yu decided to introduce the underbones motorcycles and scooters. These will be Songjiang Motors' next big thing. Scooters were already introduced in Japan, but the response was not very good. In Japan, the public transportation infrastructure was excellent, and their car industry was well developed. These limited the growth of their motorcycle market. The targeted market segment of scooters were the ladies. Women would be able to ride a scooter even when they are wearing skirts, and they were light too. But in Japan, women had lower status and most of them did not work, and there was no need for them to ride scooters. Also in China, it was considered fortunate for a family to even own a motorcycle. Men would not want to buy these type of slow-speed scooters. The only market that has some sales for scooters was Taiwan. In China, temporary no one likes to ride scooters. In the market, there was only the standard and underbone bikes. But from 1993 onwards, scooters became immensely popular. Feng Yu does not want to wait until then to start developing. Also, the techniques used for underbones and scooters can be used for electric bicycles. With only slight modifications to the technologies, they can start to manufacture electric bicycles. After 1993, China would become the top country in the world for motorcycle sales. And from 2000 onwards, China became #1 in the world for electric bicycle sales. With such a beautiful pie in front of Feng Yu, how can he give it up? Feng Yu was even working with the motor factory now. He had hired the motor factory to develop high-powered lead-acid batteries and lithium-ion batteries. The lead-acid battery will be the most widely used battery in the future, and it was mainly used for electric vehicles. Lithium-ion battery was used for electronics products like smartphones batteries. The motor factory itself was researching and developing batteries. Even Feng Yu invested. The motor factory would not sell the patent to him, but Li Xiyu said that they can share the technology. Feng Yu was satisfied with this. But Feng Yu felt it was a pity that the motor factory did not have plans to develop alkaline batteries. They felt that there will be no market for these small alkaline batteries and they had not enough engineers to work on that. In another 2 years, home appliances, like TV, will be entering the remote control era and there will be many electronic toys. Never mind, Feng Yu also can't be doing every profitable business. He should also leave some for the others. The motorcycles sales had opened up and the development plan for the next 10 years done, Feng Yu can concentrate on other things. He was worried about the bladeless fan sales the most. It was not summer yet, and the sales of the fans were not looking good for both the domestic and overseas market. Even the Fu family were worrying. The bladeless fans commercial had been airing on CCTV for a month, but as it was not the right season yet, the sales had not picked up. Even though the temperature in southern provinces had risen, the consumers were turned off by the high price tags. Feng Yu told those distributors that they had to use the safety features, high-tech, health aspects as the selling point. They can also learn from the motorcycle sales which was to approach the government entities. There was still electricity shortage in China, and even though most of the government offices were installed with air conditioners, they were not allowed to switch on. Only some of the top leaders get to enjoy air conditioners. The rest had to make do with fans. This can also highlight another of the bladeless fans' features. Low noise. Without the rotating blades, there will not be too many noises, and the design of the fan was beautiful, and it would look good in offices. The western provinces, distributors' main customers were the governments. There was a saying, the government of the most impoverished areas will still be rich. It was reported more than once in the future years that the leaders of poor provinces and areas were still driving cars worth millions of RMB and had spent tens of millions to renovate their offices. These monies came from relief funds, taxes and even donations. The money was never from the officials' own pocket, and they just spend on the things they want. These officials also followed the latest trends like those movie stars. They wore branded watches, stylish leather shoes, belts, ties, etc. Their deeds were exposed in the future. The bladeless fans were still cheaper than air conditioners, and it was still a high-tech product. Feng Yu believed that there will be someone out there that likes it. Because of this belief, Feng Yu decided to do an experiment in Bing City. Zhang Reiqiang was reading a file sent to him from the provincial government when his secretary knocked on the door with a panicking expression. Mayor Zhang, Feng Yu is here to send gifts again. Stop him and don't allow him to bring in the gift. Zhang Reiqiang almost jumped up with fright when he heard his secretary. Feng Yu had openly given him gifts using trial products as an excuse. At first, he still thought that these were small gifts between friends and it was fine. But he soon found out that Feng Yu was using him. He had been tricked by Feng Yu with Taiwan premium oil, wind and rain humidifiers and even Songjiang motorcycles. Feng Yu had wanted other regions to copy Bing City and order his bikes when he suggested to the city government to improve their police equipment. Zhang Reiqiang also found out that whatever he used, his subordinates would also buy it. What's this? Free advertisements for Feng Yu. There were even rumors in the city government that Zhang Ruiqiang had accepted money from Feng Yu for advertising his products. The machinery companies restructuring and other state-owned enterprises had purchased Taiwan Trading's imported machines and technologies because Feng Yu had given Zhang Ruiqiang gifts. Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. Even though he wants to get political achievements, he still felt that he was clean and everybody can see his capabilities. If not, he would also not be promoted to be the executive deputy mayor at this age. Luckily for him, the provincial leaders trusted him, and even the provincial mayor chided Bing City's mayor for allowing his men to spread rumors. Zhang Ruiqiang was also warned to not receive any trial products from Feng Yu. He should not even use products produced by Feng Yu-related companies. This was to curb any more rumors. That's the reason why Zhang Ruiqiang asked his secretary to stop Feng Yu from giving gifts. If Feng Yu came empty-handed, he was more than willing to speak to him. This young man was very young but had great insights about the economy and was about to give him ideas on improving Bing City's economic growth. Feng Yu was carrying a big box, and along the way, many people had seen him. They were talking behind his back, but Feng Yu does not care. To Feng Yu, these people were only gossip mongers and do not work hard. These people would never do well. The strong do not need to care about what the weak say about them. But when Feng Yu was about to enter Zhang Ruiqiang's office, he was stopped. "Brother Zhao, it's me, Feng Yu." Feng Yu was puzzled. Although this was not Zhang Ruiqiang's usual secretary, they had met several times. He should not be stopping him from entering. "I know who are you. Leave the box outside, and you can enter." Secretary Zhao blocked the door of the office. This was the leader's instructions, and he must abide by it. "What? Cannot bring the box in?" Feng Yu helplessly leave the box outside and entered the room. All the leaders had the same office layout. Feng Yu also liked this layout, and he wanted to set up his office this way in future. But the outer office must have at least 10 secretaries. Zhang Ruiqiang was relieved when he saw Feng Yu entering without any gift. "Didn't I told you not to bring anything when you come? Mayor Zhang, how can you say this? I had taken a box of tea leaves from you the last time I visit, and now I am only returning the gift. Or, are you asking me to return the tea leaves?" Feng Yu complained. Zhang Ruiqiang really does not want me to bring anything here. These were all samples and does not cost anything. He does not want. I had said many times. You openly bring your products here, and what if other people see it? What will they think? Zhang Ruiqiang angrily asked. "So, you mean I secretly give it to you or sent to your home?" Zhang Ruiqiang really wants to spit at Feng Yu and shout at him. "I will not accept any gifts. Mayor Zhang, you are educated, experienced and knows more than me. I just want your opinion on our company's latest product, bladeless fans. I will take it back when I leave. Stop your nonsense. Later you will tell me that you had forgotten to take it with you, and when my subordinates saw your products in my office, they will copy me and order your products for their offices. You want me to advertise again?" Zhang Ruiqiang set out Feng Yu's intentions. "Mayor Zhang, you are wrong. Look at the humidifiers. Don't you enjoy using the humidifier? Aren't you concentrating better and more efficient when you use the humidifier? Furthermore, the city's number 1 and 2 and even the leaders from the provincial government had bought my products. These prove that my products are well designed and suit the consumers. It had nothing to do with you. Then what did you bring along this time?" Zhang Ruiqiang knew that he can never win Feng Yu with words. He had decided that no matter what Feng Yu said, he will tell him that he has it and he does not need any sample or trial product. "Didn't I mention earlier? Bladeless fans. It's fans without the wind blades. New, high-tech and patented product." Feng Yu starts to introduce his fan without stopping. No matter what Feng Yu said, Zhang Ruiqiang refused to accept the fan. He doesn't even allow Feng Yu to leave the fan outside for display. After an hour, Feng Yu left with the box. But Zhang Ruiqiang still did not know that for the past 1 hour, many people passed by his office and had noticed the box. Especially the words, "Wind and Rain Bladeless Fan," on the box. Kirilenko had called to inform that the technology which the motor factory wanted was ready and he will be bringing the information over personally. Kirilenko coming over for this measly sum? Stop joking. It might be possible 2 years ago. The Kirilenko now was already a successful businessman. Would he care about this small amount? Although the information was not cheap, Kirilenko's cost was high, and his profits were only a few 100,000 rubles. Feng Yu could guess the purpose of his visit. He should be coming over to discuss the Soviet Union political affairs. Feng Yu had told him his predictions, and the predictions slowly became true. For example, President Mikhail Gorbachev and Yeltsin, Lithuania's independence, and the relationship between both Germany. Talks had begun between both Germany and unification should happen before the end of the year. Kirilenko's father Senchenko had secretly pledged his loyalty to Yeltsin. He was a logistics officer in the army and could provide Yeltsin lots of support. For instance, he could decide the number of supplies which troops receive. He could even stop the supplies to certain forces. This significantly affects the military power between both factions. His father had made his decision, and the rest was up to Yeltsin. Kirilenko also wanted to speak to Feng Yu and seek his views. Feng Yu was a businessman, and Kirilenko was his trading partner. If Kirilenko's family rose in status and had more authority in the Soviet Union, Feng Yu's trading business would become better. Because of this reason, Kirilenko and his father knew that they and Feng Yu shared the same interest. Kirilenko now regrets that he had introduced the other Soviet Union second generations to Feng Yu. If his family failed, Feng Yu could still work with the other second generations. After all, Feng Yu could pay in full for every trade, and this was better than the second generation's other partners. Feng Yu had the upper hand, and the consequences were small if he were to ditch Kirilenko. Kirilenko coming over to find Feng Yu was not only to listen to Feng Yu's analysis of the Soviet Union's affairs and also to foster a closer friendship. Feng Yu was standing outside the airport and saw Kirilenko waving to him. Kirilenko had brought along a follower, and he was carrying 4 large luggage behind him. Almost all the luggage contains the technical information and their personal belongings only take up half luggage. After a warm hug, Feng Yu hurriedly pushed Kirilenko away. This guy's strength was no joke. He could strangle someone with his embrace. Brother Ki, let's send the information to the customer, and we can have a chat later. Of course, but tonight, you must drink with me. Ask Li along. Kirilenko only knew 2 people in Bing City and the second person was Li Shijiang. Brother Ki, my brother-in-law is not free. My sister will be giving birth anytime this week, so. Congratulations. It's fine then. I had brought some gifts for him too. Tomorrow let's visit your sister at the hospital. Soviets love to receive and give gifts. Kirilenko was here to foster friendships, and he did not come empty-handed. He knew that Li Shijiang was Feng Yu's brother-in-law and if he could form a close relationship with Li Shijiang could help him if needed. The motor factory's chief engineer and his staffs were going through the information. They were mainly checking if there were any missing information. They were not worried if the information was false. Feng Yu had promised them that he would compensate them double the amount if the data were fake. Feng Yu believed that Kirilenko would not cheat him because of such measly sum. This would cause discord between them and would affect their future business deals. Li Shiyu also trusted Feng Yu would not cheat him. He was not someone to mess with. The documents were checked, and some minor details could not be verified. It still requires some time. Manager Feng, the documents are all here. We will sign off and notify the bank to transfer you the payment. You said that there will be experts from the Soviet Union. Where are they? With only these information, it will be tough for us to digest it. The experts will be arriving next week. They will be coming in as a group. Some of them are for your factory, aviation factory, machinery company, beer factory, etc. I will send them over. Feng Yu was satisfied. He had successfully recruited more Soviet experts. The experts had over 20 years of experience, and they were worth a lot of money. If Feng Yu was evil, he could sign an employment contract with these experts and charge the factory's consultation fees for their services. But Feng Yu was not interested in earning this small amount of money. He rather let those factories owe him favors. In this era, favors were worth much more than money. After refusing Li Shiyu's invitation to dinner politely, Feng Yu sent Kirilenko to the International Hotel. In the past, the International Hotel's manager Yu Chunyuan had chased Feng Yu away from the hotel because Feng Yu was exchanging foreign currencies there. But 2 years later, Feng Yu was a big boss, and Yu Chunyuan came out to the driveway and opened his car door personally. He had witnessed the Feng's family connections during Feng Yu's sister wedding. Yu Chunyuan was only a small manager at a state-owned hotel and couldn't even be compared to the guests invited by Feng Yu. Feng Yu had asked his staff to call the hotel beforehand, and Yu Chunyuan had made arrangements for the room and restaurant's reservations. Although there were only 2 people for dinner, Yu Chunyuan prepared a private room. He knew that Feng Yu would not order lesser dishes than other private rooms. After some wine, Kirilenko asked softly, Feng, my father is now under Yeltsin. Are you sure this will be an opportunity? Feng Yu smiled. Brother Qi, you have already decided to believe me, and why are you still asking? But I still need to remind you that Yeltsin might be assassinated, and if he dies, it will not be a good thing for your father. Assassination? Kirilenko was shocked. Feng Yu had never told him about this. Could it be that someone wants to start a military coup? If someone were to start a military coup, the one being assassinated should be President Mikhail Gorbachev. Why was Yeltsin being targeted? Thinking about this, Kirilenko broke out in cold sweat. If it was as what Feng Yu had said, his father had joined Yeltsin's faction and temporarily no one knew about this. But sooner or later, people would find out. If Yeltsin were killed, then his father would be in deep trouble. Brother Qi, calm down. Yeltsin should be aware of this. He should not be in any danger if he takes precautions. Your father is in charge of the logistics, and if he provides more supplies to Yeltsin's faction, it will be the best support for him. Once Yeltsin came into power, your father will be rewarded. In history, the opposition parties do not agree to assassinate Yeltsin and only agree to put him under house arrest. This was also the reason why Yeltsin became successful in controlling Russia and also receive over 90% of the Soviet Union's overseas assets. This resulted in Russia continues to be one of the strongest nations in the world. Kirilenko thought for a while and asked, Feng, you have lots of ideas. Which path should I take for my future development? Chapter 219 Brother Qi's Future Business. Feng Yu was feeling weird when Kirilenko asked him this question. He knew Kirilenko well. Kirilenko was not a decisive person, but he had his own future goals. Feng Yu did not expect that Kirilenko would seek his advice. Feng Yu was glad to offer Kirilenko advice or even be his mentor. Just don't blame him when something happens. Brother Qi, didn't you mention that you do not want to be a politician and does not want to be in the military? You should continue to be a businessman. I will definitely be doing business and earning money. Being a soldier was too tough, and politics are boring. I still like my current lifestyle. But didn't you say that the Soviet Union will disintegrate? If what you said was true, then our business will be greatly affected. Feng Yu understand that Kirilenko was scared of the current political situation. Kirilenko's biggest income now was from the sales of industrial machinery and technologies. Once the Soviet Union was disintegrated, then the countries would need to build up their industries, and it would not be easy for him to get those machines and technologies. Although he can still trade with China, the income cannot be compared to the machines and technologies sales. His income would drop from a few million rubles to slightly over $1 million every month. The difference was too big. Brother Qi, remember I had told you before. Now it is the time for you to accumulate your wealth. The disintegration of the Soviet Union will take place at least 1 year from now. Your best bet now is to buy minerals. For instance, iron ores, crude oil, rare metals, etc. Any developing country needs these natural resources, and as technology evolves, the demand for these resources would be greater. You might even be one of the richest men in the world. Many mining barons were appearing before the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and these people all had close relationships with the military or politicians. They made use of their connections to buy those state-owned mines from the government at low prices. The value of those minerals rose after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Every one of them became wealthy, but later, they were taken care of by Putin. Buy minerals. You sure this will make money in future? But even if it can make money, the price of mine is not low. Coal mines are still fine, but iron mines or crude oil are very expensive. Feng Yu said mysteriously, what if the prices of crude oil prices plummet early next year? What? Oil prices will fall? How can it be? Crude oil is the most important natural resources, and now Iraq owes a lot of debt. It is said that Iraq will be lowering the supply of crude oil with Kuwait to increase the oil prices. Feng Yu couldn't help but think highly of Kirilenko. He never expects Kirilenko to know all these. Looking at Feng Yu's surprised look, Kirilenko felt proud. Early next year, oil prices will drop drastically, and it will be a good chance for us. If you trust me, then trade oil futures with me. I guarantee that we will get several folds profits within a month. Several folds profits in a month? How can it be possible? Kirilenko could not believe what Feng Yu had said. Even if he uses leverage, the profits could not reach several folds. Unless the oil prices drop by more than 10%. International oil prices were starting to increase slowly. Even the Soviet Union economist forecast the oil prices would reach 30 United States dollars a barrel. Yet Feng Yu says that oil prices will fall. Fine, Brother Qi. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I can teach you another trick. What determines how much ores are left in a mine? Technology. Wrong. It's humans. You can buy those mines with depleting minerals, but you are lucky, and the mine turns out to be full of minerals later. Kirilenko slapped his thighs. How come he did not think of this? If he were to buy a depleted mine, it would not cost much. He was also familiar with asking people to change data. Then do we still continue to trade industrial machinery? Normal Soviet Union's machinery was not selling well in China, and conventional industrial technologies were no longer popular. Remember the business I mentioned to you? Kirilenko's eyes widen. You want me to sell arms? He had thought of this before. If he were to sell firearms, he would be more advantageous than others. His father oversaw military supplies, and those military factories were like his own backyard. He could enter freely. After Feng Yu had mentioned to him about this previously, he also asked around. A few second-generation fellows were doing this business. Those fellows dared to do this was because their families gave them permission. Since others are already doing it, why not him? But his father was supporting Yeltsin now, and he got to arm Yeltsin's armies. Even if he wants to sell firearms, he could not hinder his father's opportunity to promote. As long as his father gets promoted, his status would not be the same. But if his father fails, no matter how rich he was, he could only be a wealthy businessman. If he was unlucky, he might not even be a millionaire and have to hide in West Europe. Feng Yu waved his hands to calm Kirilenko down. Brother Qi, military products do not necessarily mean firearms. It can also be something else. I am referring to military-related products. For example, I know your country has an aircraft manufacturing plant which produces many aircraft. It is a military installation, but there is an overproduction of aircraft. China's aviation industry is also developing rapidly and needs some passenger planes. You understand now? You want me to sell you those military passenger aircraft as civilian aircraft? Feng Yu nodded and said, that's right, many products from military factories can be used for civilian purposes. You can use this as a test and see if the higher-ups are strict about this. If it is strict, you are only trying to sell some passenger planes. What can they do to you? If it is not strict, then you can even sell me missiles like fireworks. Ah, Kirilenko drew in a deep breath. Sell missiles as fireworks. It was not Feng Yu talking nonsense. In his previous life, there were indeed crazy Soviets selling missiles as fireworks. Bullets were sold as copper scraps and guns were scrap metal. These were sold by weight. Missiles and landmines were sold as industrial explosives, and Feng Yu read on the internet that someone claims that his leader had asked him to label missiles as fireworks and export overseas. The Soviet Union's tanks had the barrels removed and sold as tractor crawlers. China had also bought some to dismantle and study the interior components. These people did crazy things for money. Feng Yu asked Kirilenko to start by selling aircraft, and it was the same as his previous life. Canned foods exchanging for an aircraft was real. An aircraft full of canned foods can be exchanged for 4 big passenger planes, but the aircraft with the canned foods was worth only 1 passenger plane. If other people could do this, why not Feng Yu, especially with his relationship with Kirilenko? Of course, Feng Yu was targeting not only 4 passenger planes. Since he was going to do this, he wants to do something big. A big passenger aircraft. This was something China needs. In China, many airlines were being set up, and there was a demand for big passenger aircraft for international flights. Feng Yu was confident that he could sell at least more than 5 planes to Sichuan Airlines alone. Bing City, Yang City, and Shanghai also needed big passenger aircraft. Feng Yu believed that if his planes were priced low, he would be able to compete with those European aircraft manufacturers. Feng Yu does not only want to buy aircraft. He wants to get the technologies and production lines. Kirilenko looked down and was deep in thoughts. He drank 2 cups of baijiu. When he looks up, both his eyes were red, and it was not sure if it was because of the alcohol or he was excited. Feng, I will help you contact the aircraft manufacturer when I return to the Soviet Union. How many planes do you need? Feng Yu happily nodded. As many as you can get. This type of military passenger planes only need some modifications to convert it into commercial passenger planes. Even if Feng Yu did not modify the aircraft could also be sold to China's army as military cargo planes. As for sales channels, the aviation factory was a military aircraft manufacturer. Now the factory was only manufacturing small aircraft and helicopters. The manufacturing of big aircraft was shifted to Shen City's aviation factory. But no matter what, the aviation factory still have the connections. If Feng Yu could get the aircraft, he could give aviation factory a small cut and Hu Heitao would help him contact the military to buy it. It will also be much cheaper than manufacturing themselves. Although China's economic growth was fast, the Air Force and Navy were still lacking. It was because of the lack of technology. The developed countries did not sell equipment to China as Chinese engineers were experts in reverse engineering. If they sell China 2 aircraft, China would be manufacturing their own after some time. After some modifications and a fresh coat of paint, and it will be China's own aircraft model. If Kirilenko were able to get the manufacturing technologies, Hu Heitao would be worshipping Feng Yu as if he was a god. The aviation factory might even buy the technologies and aircraft to dismantle themselves. But these aircraft will not be as cheap as Feng Yu's previous life. Kirilenko knew Feng Yu well and understands China's economic situation better than those military officers in Feng Yu's former life. He also knew Feng Yu's buying power. Feng, even if the aircraft were selling cheap, the prices will still not be low. You have enough funds. If Kirilenko were able to get many aircraft, Feng Yu would not have sufficient funds to pay him. Although the share prices were rising and there were talks that the stock exchange will be opening, the share prices will not rise sharply. Feng Yu would never sell his shares now. Feng Yu would at least wait until next year before he would start to consider selling the shares and investing the profits in other areas. Feng Yu had already thought of a way to get the money for buying the aircraft. He can get loans. He could not get any more loans in China and Hong Kong, but he could still get loans from the Soviet Union. He can use all his assets like the machinery company's shares, Taiwan Trading and Taiwan Home Appliances Factory shares to get loans. With Kirilenko around, there should be no problems. Feng Yu raises his glass and cheers with Kirilenko. Kirilenko finished the glass in one gulp, and Feng Yu only took a small sip. Brother Qi, I do not have sufficient funds, but I intend to get a loan from the Soviet Union. Can you introduce me to someone? Loan, no problems. I know a few bank managers in Moscow. Kirilenko said proudly. Feng Yu shook his head. Brother Qi, I do not want to get loans from Moscow. Why? Kirilenko was puzzled. Why? If you know that I will be cheating the bank using the loan, you will hate me forever if I get the loan in Moscow. Brother Qi, I cannot explain to you now. Can you help me get loans from Belarus, Ukraine or other Soviet Union countries' banks? I have assets as collaterals, but I need your help to evaluate my assets higher. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, all the Allied countries would become competitors. If Kirilenko found out that Feng Yu had cheated the banks from other countries, he would be clapping his hands with joy. This should not be a problem either. I know some people from the Allied countries too. Kirilenko said proudly. His China's commodities were not only selling around Moscow. The big cities in Allied countries were also his market. This was the reason why he had worked with so many second generations. Oh, how much loans do you intend to get? Kirilenko asked casually. Can I get 100 million rubles? Feng Yu asked. How much? 100 million. You have so many assets to act as collaterals. Kirilenko stood up from the shocked. He thought Feng Yu only wanted to get a loan of 20 or 30 million rubles. 100 million rubles loan. Is he crazy? Feng Yu smiled and replied. I do not have so many assets, that's why I need your help. I think you should also get a loan before the end of the year. There will be a great opportunity early next year. Good opportunity, oil futures. You are betting that the oil prices will fall. Kirilenko was persuading himself to trust Feng Yu. After all, Feng Yu had created so many miracles, but it was impossible for crude oil prices to fall. This was not about any single country. This will affect the world's economy. Kirilenko does not want to get a loan with Feng Yu to bet on futures. There's still leverage too. If something happens, he might lose every single cent. How much is your assets worth based on China's appraisal? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu counted with his fingers. Let me count. Taiwan Trading, Home Appliances Factory, Machinery Company and other shares that I owned, should be about 30 million rubles. If I take the growth into consideration, it should be about 40 million rubles. Kirilenko was shocked. This was the kid who stood outside the hotel to change rubles illegally, and now he has so many assets. Kirilenko can't help but ask. Feng, did you make a lot from the industrial machinery and technologies I sold to you? Kirilenko felt that he was making a loss. Although he had made quite significant profits when he sold these machines to Feng Yu, but compared to Feng Yu, his earnings were nothing. No. Brother Qi, you misunderstood me. I can guarantee that I did not make more than you for the machines and technologies. But I had kept a lot of those machines and technologies for myself. For example, the agriculture machines production lines, the oil press, animal feed machines, motorcycle production lines. My company's humidifiers are selling all over the world, and it had brought my company over 10 million rubles in profits. There should be more this year. There were indeed almost 10 million rubles in profits from the humidifiers, but the profits got to be split between the Fu family, motor factory and the aviation factory. Feng Yu's profits were not so high. Feng Yu's most significant profit from a single deal was the high-powered electric furnace he sold to the aviation factory. Feng Yu's explanation calmed Kirilenko down, and he felt better. But he still thought that the loan amount was a bit too high. Using 40 million rubles worth of assets to get a 100 million rubles loan. Feng Yu could tell that Kirilenko was not willing to help him, and he thought for a while and said, Brother Qi, if you help me get the loan, I will give you 5 million rubles worth of goods. Kirilenko's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Feng Yu. This was also considered helping a friend out. Anyway, it's the banks that will be giving out the loan and not him. That's is right, I am helping my Chinese friend. Deal. The next day, Feng Yu brought Brother Qi to the hospital to visit his sister. Kirilenko had still prepared gifts, but when Feng Yu saw the gifts he prepared, he covered his face with his palm. Kirilenko had prepared cigarettes and liquor from the Soviet Union. He had heard from others that it was China's traditions to give these as gifts. But Li Shijiang had quit smoking since his wife got pregnant, and he seldom drinks now. The gifts prepared for Feng Danying was a red fox fur. He heard that Chinese women like fur products, but he did not know that it was not auspicious to give these to pregnant women. Luckily Li Shijiang and Feng Danying accepted his gifts, as they know that Kirilenko had given them these gifts because he was not sure of the Chinese taboos. Kirilenko was a bit disappointed that Li Shijiang could not drink with him this time, but fortunately, their friendship remains. Many people at the hospital saw Kirilenko giving gifts to Feng Danying. In China, foreigners attracted lots of attention, and those people were trying to find out about that pregnant woman's family. How come even a foreigner visited her and still brought gifts? Her family must be some officials. So, foreigners also give gifts when doing business. This was the same as China. A few days later, Feng Danying was in labor in the delivery room. Li Shijiang paced up and down along the corridor outside the delivery room. His parents were also there with Feng Yu's parents. Feng Xingtai didn't even scold Feng Yu when he saw him skipping school to be at the hospital. About an hour later, a nurse came out to notify them that the delivery was a success. Both the mother and child were safe, and it was a boy. Li's parents jumped up with joy. They wanted a boy. If it was a girl, they also could not show their disappointment in front of their in-laws. Anyway, their wish had come true. Before the child was born, Li's parents had prepared a few names. Feng Xingtai had wanted to name his grandchild, but Feng Yu stopped him. Stop joking. His brother-in-law could not even name his own child, and you still want to name him. This child's surname is Li. Feng Xingtai got angry and scolded Feng Yu. Look at your classmates. Their children can even say grandpa now. What about you? Feng Yu, who was the one who said that he must attend university? If I am like them, you will get mad at me. Li's parents had checked the dictionary, consult fortune tellers and a Chinese literature professor before deciding on the name, Li Chixing. It meant the unity of knowledge and behavior. Feng Yu wanted to tell them that it would be troublesome for the child if there were different pronunciations for the characters. But he had no say in this matter. That day, Li Shijiang's father and Feng Xingtai got drunk. The education level, jobs, and environment of these two were very different, but they were able to chat happily. It was because they only talk about their son, daughter, and grandson. Li Shijiang's mother took the opportunity to suggest Feng Danying quit her job. Anyway, they do not lack money, and wasn't it better for Feng Danying to stay at home to take care of her son? Feng Xingtai and his wife also supported this idea. All of them still have the old mindset where women had to stay at home and take care of children while men got to work. Many years back, the Feng family was also like this. Feng Yu does not like this way of thinking. He had spoken to his sister, and his sister liked her job as a nurse. She said that she felt good when she saw patients recovering well. His sister had told his brother-in-law about this, but Li Shijiang was still at the hospital accompanying Feng Danying. Feng Yu could only bite the bullet and expressed his sister's thoughts. Dad, Mum, I think sis can go back to work after her maternity leave. Her maternity leave can be longer, and she can go back to work when her son is older. Brother-in-law had said that he would set up a hospital for sis next year. Feng Xingtai gave Feng Yu a stare. He felt that it was too tiring for his daughter to work and it will be better for her to relax at home and look after her son. Li's parents were feeling a bit embarrassed. If Feng Yu were an average kid, they would insist on their daughter-in-law to quit her job. But the Li family's wealth today was all because of Feng Yu. They were also not sure when it started, but they felt that the Feng family were more capable than them. They naturally would not look at Feng Yu like any other normal kid. They respect Feng Yu's opinions, and they wonder if Feng Yu had discussed with his sister about this matter before. Xiao Yu, it will be tiring to run a hospital. Why not wait until her child enters kindergarten, and then we discuss this? Li's mother said, but this time, her tone was not as firm as before. Feng Yu shook his head. Wait until the child enters kindergarten. Then at that time, you will say wait until the kid enters primary school. After primary school, you will say wait until university. This will be dragging forever, and until then, sis will be too old to do anything. Auntie, didn't you work when Brother Li was young? Look at Brother Li, tall and fit, and he is also very successful now. We can hire someone to look after the child and sis can look after the child after she finishes work. Feng Yu was implying that Li Shijiang's parents were both working in the past and his grandmother had to look after him. Why can't they do the same thing now? Their financial situation then cannot be compared to now. With Li family's current situation, they can easily afford to hire a nanny to look after the child. Li Shijiang's father said after keeping quiet for a sometimes, let's wait until the child is slightly older and ask Shijiang and Danying's opinion. When they step out of Li family's house, Feng Xingtai angrily asked Feng Yu, Xiao Yu, why do you insist your sister to go back to work? Set up a hospital. What hospital are you talking about? Dad, everyone has their dreams. Sister's dream is to set up a hospital. We have the conditions now, why not help her fulfill her dreams? Furthermore, staying at home looking after her child is too boring. Auntie is also reaching her retirement age soon. Why not ask her to apply for early retirement and look after the child? You can ask Mum, is looking after children a tiring task? Zhang Muhua nodded. Xiao Yu is right. Even if our daughter is married into the Li family, she should also not follow whatever they say. Last time, you were working in the fields, and I had to look after the both of them. Do you know how tiring it is? Feng Yu's parents stayed at Li Shijiang's apartment while Feng Yu returned to his apartment next door. When he opened the door, he saw Wen Dongjun sitting in front of the TV watching some videos with a tin of biscuits. On the floor, there were lots of biscuits crumbs. This is your dinner. I thought you said that you were eating in school. The school canteen's food is terrible. I should have gone to Brother Li's house for dinner. What did you all eat just now? Wen Dongjun asked while stuffing his face with biscuits. Feng Yu replied, nothing much. We only had dongpo pork trotters, braised carp, chicken, and mushroom stew. Wen Dongjun angrily stuffs 2 pieces of biscuits into his mouth. There is so many good foods, why didn't you bring back some for me? He was shouting, and biscuit crumbs were flying out of his mouth. Feng Yu shrugged his shoulders. Damn, you think I am eating at a restaurant. Your sister's child is a boy or girl? Cute. It's a boy, but he is nowhere near cute. Feng Yu did not have any children in his previous life, and when his nephew was born, he rushed in front to carry him. He thought that his nephew would be like the cute babies he saw on TV, but newborn babies look worse than monkeys. From today onwards, Feng Yu became an uncle. Translator notes. Ha ha ha, monkeys, I agree with the author. The secretary told Zhang Ruiqiang that Feng Yu was here again and Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. He did not accept Feng Yu's trial products previously, but why were there government agencies buying the bladeless fans? He instructed his men to find out the reasons, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry from the results. His subordinates said someone saw the bladeless fan boxes outside his office and thought that it was a hint for them to order the fans. Since Zhang Ruiqiang was currently the mayor's favorite and Bing City's number 2 man, and he had given such an obvious hint, they had to express their support. Although the weather in Bing City was not hot yet, they can prepare for the future. At the same time, they can also show Zhang Ruiqiang their support. Anyway, they were not spending their own money. It's the government money, and they would not feel the pinch. There was all sort of reasons for the procurement of the bladeless fans. For instance, the technology department used, studying the scientific principle behind the bladeless fan. This was for the technology development of Bing City. The agriculture department's reason was more extreme. They claimed that they were researching on natural wind pollination and bladeless fan wind was the closest to natural wind. So, even if it was for experimental purposes, there was no need to get 10 units. The Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Bureau used cooling animal cubs as an excuse. Sooner or later, the cubs will be freeze to death. Once again Zhang Ruiqiang found out that he was used by Feng Yu. Even he did not accept Feng Yu's gifts, his men will still buy whatever products Feng Yu brought to his office. If it were a 30 to 50 RMB electric fan, Zhang Ruiqiang would not mind approving these procurement applications. But these bladeless fans were selling at 588 RMB a unit. This was only an electric fan, and it's not made of gold. He had asked Feng Yu to come to his office, and on the phone, he emphasized that Feng Yu must not and cannot bring anything with him. Not even a peanut. Feng Yu was leisurely whistling on his way to Zhang Ruiqiang's office. Since bladeless fans can be sold in Bing City, a rural city near the borders, then it should not be a problem for other cities. Chinese likes to imitate and compare. You have something new in your house, and our financial conditions are about the same, then I must get it too. You buy a new color TV. Then I must get one too. You have a new fridge. I must also get one. My fridge must be the same as or better than yours. With Bing City as an example, other cities' government agencies in the province will follow when they know about this. Many government officials will get the bladeless fans for their departments and their home. The bladeless fans were expensive, but they just need to send in the request, and the government will pay for everything. Zhang Ruiqiang was staring at Feng Yu furiously when he enters the office. Feng Yu said with an innocent expression, "Mayor Zhang, why are you staring at me?" Zhang Ruiqiang points at Feng Yu and sighed. Feng Yu, your company is not small, and in Bing City and even the Longjiang province, your company is the most successful private company. Just concentrate on your business and sell your products. Why are you advertising your products at my office? Feng Yu replied with a distraught tone, Mayor Zhang, you are accusing me. Look, last year, the city had rejected many requests for air conditioners. This year, many agencies had reported that their work performance was affected during summer. There were even some older officials got heat stroke last year and requested for the city to grant them the budget to cool down their office. You do the calculations. An air conditioner unit, including installations, will need at least 10,000 RMB. The electrical bills every month will not be a small amount too. Our Bing City have so many factories, and they are using lots of electricity. Even the provincial government is limiting the use of electricity, not to say other government departments. My bladeless fan is Taiwan Trading's flagship product. Safe, energy efficient, healthy, low noise, high-tech, beautiful and cheap. I want to give you a sample to try it out, but you don't now want. I had brought back the fans previously. How can you say that I am advertising my products at your office? Zhang Ruiqiang was speechless. A 600 RMB fan is considered cheap. This time, he could not blame Feng Yu. It was his men that misunderstood. But it was Feng Yu who caused this as he had brought every new product to his office previously. Fine, it is just an electrical fan. You are claiming that it is better than an air conditioner unit. I heard that you had set up a factory in Guangdong province to manufacture humidifiers and bladeless fans. Yes, this way, it is easier for me to distribute my products overseas in the southern provinces. What is the contract conditions? The taxes are going to Guangdong provincial government. This was what Zhang Ruiqiang wanted to find out. Taiwan Trading's ability to make money was proven, and it was Bing City's most profitable private company. Zhang Ruiqiang would be pissed if the taxes went to the Guangdong province. Mayor Zhang, don't worry. That side is only doing the production, and the sales will still be going through Taiwan Trading's account. Most of the taxes will still be going to Bing City government. Our production increases and the sales will increase too. This year's taxes will be more than previous years. Zhang Ruiqiang nodded and asked, I heard that the machinery company will be setting the second motorcycle factory in Jinline. Zhang Ruiqiang was worried, if Feng Yu kept setting up factories in other provinces, will he shift all his assets in Bing City to other regions? Bing City's geographical location was not ideal. If Bing City were located in the center of China like Jinling province, the economic growth would be faster. In future, we will set up more factories. The factory in Jinling is only the start. We plan to increase the motorcycle production to 1 million units within 5 years and 2 million within 10 years. Bing City is only this big. It will be impossible to set up all the factories here. Zhang Ruiqiang had a headache. He should be happy when the machinery company was doing well, but the city government shares will be diluted if they didn't invest more money when a new factory was set up. Bing City was no longer the major shareholder of the machinery company, and they still need to invest more money into the company. The other state-owned companies will not be happy. He was not worried that Feng Yu would slowly take over all the machinery company and turn it into a fully privatized company. People would blame him for giving the machinery company to the Feng family. Feng Yu, tell me honestly. Are you trying to privatize the machinery company? How can it be? Even if I want to buy over the company, the city will not sell. Feng Yu had thought of this before. In future, Bing City Beer was bought over by a foreign company, and this had caused resentment among the Chinese. Feng Yu does not need to fully privatize the company. He only wants the controlling shares. He does not mind letting the city have some of the company's shares. Anyway, with the controlling shares, the city government could not hinder the machinery company's operations, and Feng Yu could still have a good relationship with the government and Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang got the answer from Feng Yu, and the both of them discussed some machinery company's matters, and Feng Yu left. Zhang Ruiqiang was standing at the window looking at Feng Yu leaving. He was thinking of many things. Can this Feng Yu change the whole city? Feng Yu was preparing for his exams when Wu Zigang paged him. Kamita was here again. Kamita Masao was here again. Feng Yu was curious why the Black Dragon Company, Limited was not bankrupt yet. Since last year, the Japanese government issued many measures to try to save their economy, but none of them were effective. Share prices kept dropping, and the Japanese yen continued to appreciate. Property prices plummeted. Those that speculated on shares and properties lost their money, and Feng Yu heard that many Japanese choose to harakiri, killing oneself by cutting one's belly. When Feng Yu saw Kamita Masao, he noticed the changes. It hadn't been a long time since they last met and Kamita aged a lot. He had lots of white hair for his age. Kamita, long time no see. What brings you here today? Feng Yu smiled and asked. Feng Yu could guess the few possibilities why Kamita Masao came to look for him. Maybe the Black Dragon Company, Limited wants to do business with Taiwan Trading because of the bladeless fans. But this bladeless fan was different from the humidifiers. Japan also needed electric fans, and Fu Guangzhong had already started to sell the fans in Japan. Why would Feng Yu authorized Black Dragon Company, Limited to manufacture the fans? Mr. Feng, it's been a while. I am here to ask Mr. Feng for help. Kamita Masao gave Feng Yu a 90 degrees bow. There were many types of bows for Japanese. The lower your bow was, the lower your status and showed the respect for the other party. Normally 90 degrees bows were used by subordinates towards their superiors or younger generations towards their elders. Feng Yu and Kamita Masao had no relationships at all. There were not relatives or colleagues, and Kamita Masao was not older than Feng Yu a lot. Help, Kamita, what help do you need from me? Feng Yu was curious. Kamita Masao does not seem like he was here to buy the patent. But this guy was courageous. Don't know you well, yet you dare to ask me for help. Feng Yu knew that many Japanese had weird ideas and he wants to know what help does Kamita need from him. Mr. Feng, I am jobless now. I want to work for you. What? Feng Yu never expect Kamita came to him to ask for a job. You are a Japanese, and if you lose your job, you should go back to Japan. Why are you looking for a job here in Bing City? Feng Yu wanted to touch his forehead to see if he had a fever. Why did you thought of coming to me for help? Feng Yu asked. I knew that Mr. Feng is someone with likes investments. Taiwan Trading manages a wide variety of products, but all the products are selling well. You even invest in Bing City's machinery company and let your family become the company's major shareholder. Wait, you investigate me? Feng Yu was unhappy. Anyone who was being investigated would not be happy. Kamita Masao panicked and bowed again. I am sorry. I only ask around about your company. I have no ill intentions. Fine, cut the chase and go to the main point. Feng Yu impatiently waved his hand. Feng Yu wanted to know what makes Kamita so sure that he would hire him. What's so special about him? Feng Yu suspects that this Kamita Masao was up to no good. There's a mysterious occupation in this world: corporate spy. Research has shown that espionage happens the most in 3 regions: US, Western Europe, and Japan. It was because these places' technologies development and economic growth were better. A piece of information or a copy of document could bring millions of profits. The US claims that Japan had stolen their technologies, Japan claims Western Europe countries had taken their patents, and the Europeans accuse the US had stolen their researches. But no matter what they say, these 3 regions have the most corporate spies. When they were scolding other countries, they were also training and hiring more corporate spies. In Feng Yu's previous life, Japan had stolen many Chinese inventions, and those inventions were worth lots of money. Feng Yu could not understand why Kamita Masao wanted to work for him. The only reason he could think of was his patents, or other information, like his trade with the Soviet Union. If Kamita Masao really wanted to work for Feng Yu and he was able to prove his capability, Feng Yu does not mind hiring him. It feels good to hire a Japanese to work for him. It would be better if it were a sexy Japanese secretary in high heels. Mr. Feng, do you still remember the company I worked for? Black Dragon Company, Limited. Yes, continue. Feng Yu nodded. Feng Yu had worked with state-owned enterprises most of the time and seldom with private companies. Not to mention Japanese companies. Just this name Kamita Masao left a deep impression with him. The company is bankrupted, Kamita Masao dejectedly said. Feng Yu raised his brows and coughed a few times, trying to hide the happiness on his face. When Feng Yu did business with this company, he chose to do a one-time business with them, and it was the right decision. That's a pity, Feng Yu said, but he did not show any signs of regrets on his face. No, I do not think that it was a pity. My boss did not manage the company well in the first place. Our company's main product was sex dolls, and we were doing well in Japan. But he wanted to diversify and chose the wrong directions. This resulted in the company having cash flow issues and our sex doll market share shrunk. He even used the company's assets to speculate in shares, and all the company's funds were stuck in the stock market. If it weren't for these, the company would not be bankrupt. Feng Yu could tell that Kamita Masao was full of grievances against his former boss, but Feng Yu felt that it was funny. What has it got to do with you if that person did not manage his company well? If you are capable, start your own company. If you don't have the capital, then work for other companies. Why are you complaining here? Feng Yu smiled and asked, and then, Mr. Feng, you might not know that this was my father's company. But my father was not managing the company well, and the company was bought over by other people. I had given my company's president many suggestions, and if it weren't for me, the company would not have that scale 2 years ago. But the president trusts others more than me. Now the company is bankrupt, and I want to buy the company. Feng Yu's brows twitched. So, there's a story behind all these. This Kamita Masao was not here to look for a job. He was here to ask me to invest. Interesting. A Japanese coming to China to look for investors instead of his own country. Owning a Japanese company seems interesting too. Feng Yu thought for a while and asked earnestly, how much is needed to buy over Black Dragon Company Limited, and how are you going to manage the company? Not much, only about 1 million United States dollars. I will not be buying over all the company's assets. I am only buying the factory. I am confident that using the company's previous sales channels and networks, I am able to turn the company around. Of course, the main product will still be sex dolls. Fuck, you want me to invest in a company that manufactures sex dolls? Translator's notes. New investment, new product. A lifetime supply of sex dolls for Feng Yu. Feng Yu kept quiet after Kamita Masao finished talking. Feng Yu was deep in thoughts. Sex dolls would indeed be a profitable product in the future. Not only in Japan, in Taiwan, China, and even the whole of Southeast Asia and Europe. This was a huge market and can also satisfy the needs of many otakus. Most importantly, the cost of a sex doll was low, and the profits were high. Not much technology was required too. But if Feng Yu went into this business, how would others see him? Although the mindset of people was changing and felt that if you are rich, you are capable, people will still give him weird looks if they knew he was into this type of business. If Feng Yu went into other business, he would also earn money, and he doesn't need to face those criticisms. Mr. Feng, I know that this product is not acceptable in China now. At first, in my country, it was the same. But now, the market is getting bigger, not only in Asia, even in Europe. The potential for this product is big. Feng Yu waved his hands to stop Kamita Masao from talking. He knew all these, but he was still in a dilemma. Feng Yu was thinking about his previous life and the people's acceptance of this product. Feng Yu remembered that China's sales were higher than in Japan, and was even the highest in the world. There were also the sex festival in China's major cities. This industry was rumored to have the support of the government. Some people claimed that these products had lowered sex crimes in the country. Tell me your plans. If I am investing $1 million United States dollars, how much profits can you give me every year? Kamita Masao replied with joy. I guarantee that you will get back your capital within a year, and from second year onwards, you will get at least $2 million United States dollars in profits. This industry was so profitable. $1 million United States dollars investment and you can get it back within a year. From the second year onwards there will be millions of profits. If it was so easy, why didn't Kamita Masao get investors in Japan and came all the way to China to look for him? Why did you look for me? Feng Yu looked straight into Kamita Masao's eyes. Kamita Masao gave Feng Yu another bow. Mr. Feng, there's something I did not tell you. I am in debt in China, and my passport was confiscated. I can't leave the country. But the debt belongs to the company, and I had nothing to do with it. I don't know many people in China, and you are the only person that did not discriminate against my company's previous products. That's the reason I came to you for help. Please invest in this company. If you give me $1 million United States dollars, I will build a sex doll empire for you. Damn, you and your family are the ones who want a sex doll empire. Feng Yu really wanted to tell Kamita Masao that he is discriminating against this industry now. Fine, if I invest $1 million United States dollars, how many shares will I get in this company? I only want 10% of the company's shares, and I don't need a salary. Please trust me, this is a good opportunity. Because of the economic crisis now, many Japanese companies were facing bankruptcy. There were only a few companies left in this industry. But I personally felt that because of this economic crisis, Japanese men will have difficulties in setting up their families, and there will be many single men. Our market will be bigger. This analysis seems reasonable. Kamita Masao's meant that Japan's economic crisis would be an opportunity for sex doll companies to grow. Wait, Japan's economic crisis causing many companies to go bust. Then what about their factories, equipment? This might be an excellent opportunity to buy into some Japanese firms in distress and wait for profits in the future. The Soviet Union's strength was the heavy industry, and the rest were only so-so. Their light industries now were nowhere better than China. But Japan's electronics industries were one of the best in the world. In the 21st century, it was the best in the world. Feng Yu wonders if there are any companies among those facing bankruptcy or cash flow issues that will be successful in future. Kamita Masao was good at gathering information. Why not let him gather some information first? Feng Yu remembers that there was this company, Iowa company, that was bought over by Sony during this time. If he could get the controlling stake in that company, he could turn it into a China brand and also enter Japan's electronics industry. This will also be an excellent chance to test the capabilities of Kamita Masao to see if he was worth investing. Other than your country, which country in Asia has the highest sales? Other than my country, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia and Hong Kong have great potential. If we can produce better products than our competitors, we can quickly expand our market share. There are lots of profits in this industry. Okay, if you did not lie to me, I will invest in you and help you return to Japan to rebuild your family's reputation. But this company only have sex dolls. Are there other products of the same nature? Other products? Kamita Masao was confused. Feng Yu asked softly, I am referring to other sex toys. Ah, of course, but the sales were not as good as sex dolls. That's the reason why we only produce sex dolls later. Feng Yu shook his head with disappointment. Kamita Masao, you as a Japanese should be ashamed. The profits for sex dolls might be high, but the other sex toys profits were not low either. You can also bundle different products together and sell as a package. For example, costumes. It will increase the sales and profits further. Feng Yu told Kamita Masao about his ideas, and it was like an awakening call for him. That's right. If I dress up the sex dolls, then it will be differentiated from the competitors' products and stand out in the market. Many Japanese men not only use these dolls to satisfy their desires, but the dolls were also their companions. If they can change the clothes of the dolls, will it feel like having different girlfriends? Kamita Masao got more excited thinking about this. Feng Yu's ideas had given him inspirations and also created a future Japanese sex toy enterprise. Mr. Feng, you are amazing. You even know about these. Feng Yu rubbed his nose. Was this a compliment? Why, there was not a hint of happiness in me. You know the shareholders of Aiwa Company. If you are able to convince the shareholders of Aiwa to sell their shares to me, I will invest in your company. Remember, don't let others know that I am investing in your company. Now even my staffs. If Wu Zigang and the rest knew about this investment, Wind and Rain Logistics people would also know, and soon, the whole Northeast region will know. I know them. Our factory is just beside their factory. Mr. Feng wants to buy Aiwa shares. I will help you fulfill your wish. Aiwa's biggest shareholder is Sony, and they owned more than 50% shares. Sony had always wanted to sell Aiwa shares, but they could not find a suitable buyer. Good. I will let you handle this for me. The day I bought Aiwa shares will be the day I invest in your company. Translator's notes. Brought back many memories while writing this chapter. My first Walkman was the Aiwa brand. If you are interested in Aiwa history, you can check out Wikipedia. Feng Yu had thought Kamita Masao had owed a lot of money and that's why his passport was confiscated. But he only owed 10,000 RMB. What sort of company representative was him? He doesn't even have 10,000 RMB. Feng Yu gave him 30,000 RMB to redeem his passport back and go back to Japan. He needs to gather information for Feng Yu. Once he contacted the shareholders, he would call Feng Yu and Feng Yu would invest in his company. Of course, Feng Yu did not trust Kamita Masao completely. He gave Fu Guangzhong a call and asked if the Fu family have any connections in Japan to help him find out more about Aiwa and Black Dragon Company. Aiwa Company had collaborated with Fu family's eldest brother in Hong Kong last year. They set up a subsidiary in Hong Kong together to expand their market in China. Fu Guangzhong made a few calls and found out Aiwa Company current situation. Before their collaboration with Aiwa, they had researched on the company. Aiwa was bought over by Sony in 1987 and became part of Sony's conglomerate. However, Aiwa remained as an independent brand and operated independently from Sony. Because of the economic crisis, Aiwa's market share was on a decline, and they suffered losses for consecutive years. Even with the help of Sony, Aiwa was still in debts of a few billion yen, and the market value of the company was not more than 1.2 billion yen. This was 2 years after a restructuring of the management and the company's turnaround. A few years back, Aiwa was worth only 800 million yen, and they had over 10 billion in debts. Sony wanted Aiwa technologies and brand. Together with Aiwa, they could compete with other brands like Panasonic. Sony was trying to vie for the position of industry leader in Japan, and they needed the support of smaller brands to do so. Even if the smaller brands were not doing well now, but at least they did well in the past, and they might have the chance to reach their peak again. However, Sony was not doing well for the past 2 years, and Aiwa's president was still expanding overseas aggressively. The expansion needed a lot of funds. It was not sure how Aiwa's president convinced Sony and Sony agreed to the expansion. Fu Guangzhong told Feng Yu that Aiwa might have some technologies, brand awareness, but it was still in the red. Feng Yu must be prepared to lose his investments if he were to invest in this company. Others might not think highly of Aiwa but not Feng Yu. In 1993, Aiwa had a turnaround and in 1994, became the leader in the Walkman industry. Their sales for that year was over 160 billion yen. This showed that Aiwa's president's strategy now was a success. Of course, this was what Fu Guangzhong had found out. Feng Yu needs to look at what Kamita Masao had gathered before making the decision to negotiate with Sony about the sales of Aiwa's shares. As for Black Dragon Company, Fu Guangzhong had never heard of this company before. His uncle had properties in Japan previously and knew some people there. He asked them for help to find out more about this company. They found out that it was what Kamita Masao had said. Black Dragon Company was not managed well and had rushed to diversify their products, resulting in cash flows issues. The company had applied for bankruptcy. The factory was seized by the bank, and the company had closed down. The company's chairman had also gone missing. Fu Guangzhong could not find anything about Kamita Masao. It could be that he was too low-ranked and no one had noticed him before. Feng Yu asked Fu Guangzhong to contact Aiwa's shareholders. He expressed interest in Aiwa's shares and see if they were willing to sell the shares they owned. But the result was disappointing for Feng Yu. The shareholders had no intentions of selling their shares. They were all Aiwa's president, Haitaro Nakajima, followers, and they believed that Sony would help Aiwa settle the debts. Feng Yu wanted to ask them where did they get this belief from. Did they forget the massive layoff a few years back? Iowa had cut their staff by over 60%, from 3,000 staffs to 1,000 staffs. Iowa was once Japan's top Walkman manufacturer because they had used the BBE system. With this system, the quality of the music was better, and Iowa became very popular in Japan. But later, because of their aggressive expansion, they suffered losses and starts to sell more of their shares. Now, Iowa was a subsidiary of Sony and these people still insist on their way. Feng Yu knew that their persistence would pay off eventually and after 2 years, Iowa will return to its former glory. However, in 1995 Iowa entered into the computer peripheral devices industry and went on a decline again. Kamita Masao had told Feng Yu a piece of good news. Sony's vice president will be in China in another 2 days to look at China's market. Kamita Masao also found out that this vice president was the one that had supported Sony to invest in Iowa. But now, Sony did not get any returns from this investment. The pressure was on this vice president, and the shareholders were unhappy with his decision. Iowa had been losing money for consecutive years, and Japan's economy was not doing well. Even Sony's share prices were dropping. Sony had tried to sell Iowa's shares openly but only their competitors, Panasonic, was interested. Sony refused to sell the shares to them and would instead accept the losses. At least now, Sony and Iowa could unite and compete against Panasonic, Toshiba, Philips, and control the Walkman market. Kamita Masao felt that Feng Yu should speak to this Sony's vice president. As long as Iowa company maintained the alliance and healthy competition with Sony, Feng Yu could get the shares at market rates. The shares owned by Sony was about 61%, and 2 other banks held 6% of Iowa's shares. Feng Yu's eyes sparkled. If he bought the shares from Sony and the banks, he would own 67% of Iowa, and he would be the major shareholder. He would have full control over Iowa company. Feng Yu made a calculation. Currently, Iowa was worth about 1.2 billion yen, and if converted to USD, it would be approximately 8.4 million United States dollars. 67% of the shares should cost less than 6 million United States dollars. It's only 6 million United States dollars and can get to own a company which would be a leader in the Walkman industry 2 years later. This company will be bringing in over a 100 million United States dollars in profits. The returns from this investment were too good. Dollar signs appeared in Feng Yu's eyes. He must buy the shares from Sony. He must get the company. Fu Guangjung and his father were sitting together. They were thinking why Feng Yu was finding out about Iowa. Although the company that collaborated with Iowa belongs to Fu Guangjung's eldest uncle, the Fu family's businesses were closely knitted together. Fu Guangjung and Fu Rongjing do not understand why Feng Yu wanted to take over this Iowa. Could it be that Feng Yu had received some information from the top? Then they should not be worrying. Now, Fu Rongjing was thinking if he should intervene and grab the opportunity to earn some profits. Fu Guangjung advised his father to discuss with his eldest uncle about buying over Hong Kong's Iowa company subsidiary. His uncle should not object to their request. Teacher, I need to apply for a few days' leave. I know the exams are near, but I got some urgent matters to attend. I will be back before the exams. The next day, Feng Yu and Wu Zigang boarded the plane for Shanghai. Once they arrived at the airport, someone was holding a sign outside waiting for them. This was the Songjiang Motorcycles distributor for Shanghai. He was also the distributor for Wind and Rain bladeless fans. When he knew that Taiwan Trading's general manager and deputy general manager will be coming to Shanghai, and had requested his help to get a Japanese interpreter, book a hotel room, he immediately agrees. He even went to the airport to fetch Feng Yu and Wu Zigang personally. Just the Songjiang Motorcycles alone had brought his lots of profits these few months. As the weather becomes warmer, the sales for bladeless fans also got better. This distributor had heard that this leader from Taiwan Trading had a weird temperament. If he did not treat Feng Yu well, Feng Yu might refuse to sign the contract with him next year. Taiwan Trading's products had commercials airing on CCTV and distributors could save on the marketing costs. The products were also well known and popular. No distributors would want to be kicked out by Feng Yu. Manager Zhao, thanks for coming to receive me. What are you saying, Manager Wu? This is something I should do. Manager Feng, let me carry your luggage for you. Manager Zhao said. No need. Have you hired the interpreter? Yes, he is waiting at the hotel. This way, please, I will drive you to the hotel. Manager Zhao was driving a Santana. In this era, this car was better than the future Audi A6. At the hotel, they met with the interpreter and Feng Yu rejected manager Zhao's dinner invitation. Feng Yu said that he had something to do that evening and after he had finished his work 2 days later, then they would have dinner. Manager Zhao left disappointed. He had already reserved a restaurant, and in order not to waste the reservations, he called his clients. The interpreter was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He studied in Japan for 4 years and was currently a Japanese teacher. He also worked as an interpreter. Feng Yu nodded and told the interpreter that they would be talking to one of Sony's top management tomorrow about buying over another company's shares. Feng Yu asked the interpreter to go back and familiarized with the business jargons. This would be helpful in tomorrow's negotiations. There must not be any errors. He also reminded the interpreter to be at the hotel's restaurant at 7 a.m. That night, after Feng Yu instructed Wu Zigang on the things he must take note of for tomorrow's negotiations, Feng Yu fell asleep on the bed. 10 minutes later, Feng Yu sat up. Fuck, this Wu Zigang snores so loud. Damn, I should have booked 2 rooms and not try to save money. Zigang, why didn't you bath before you sleep? We will be meeting clients tomorrow, and you will smell bad. Go and bath now. Make sure you wash clean. Half an hour later, Wu Zigang came out of the bathroom and wanted to remind Feng Yu to bathe. But he found out that Feng Yu had already fallen asleep. Morning 7 a.m., Sony's vice president Norio Oga woke up and went downstairs for breakfast. Suddenly, a Chinese man sat down beside him, making him frown. There were lots of empty tables around and why did this man sit beside him? This behavior was unacceptable. President Norio, Ohio, E.H. Norio Oga heard someone wishing him good morning in Japanese, and he replied. He also asked this man where was he from and which department was he working at. He had thought this man was a Sony employee in China and was here to receive him. Everybody in the company knew about his habits. He would wake up at 6:30 a.m. and have breakfast at 7 a.m. sharp. After breakfast, he would start work. He would be furious if his driver were late. But the man's reply was not something he had expected. This man was an interpreter, and he was representing the guest at another table. That guest wanted to discuss a business deal with him. Although he was unhappy to be disturbed during his breakfast, since this was about business and Sony wanted to enter the Chinese market, he still politely asked about the other party's company and what was the business. The other party's reply shocked him. This young man wants to buy over Aiwa shares. Feng Yu had asked manager Zhao to book this hotel was because Kamita Masao found out that Norio Oga will be staying here. He also found out about Norio Oga's habit of having breakfast at 7 a.m. This was an excellent time to speak to Norio Oga. Kamita Masao was really gifted in gathering information. Feng Yu even had thoughts of hiring him as a corporate spy. Sure enough, after the interpreter explained to Norio Oga about his intentions, he looked at Feng Yu and nodded. Feng Yu walked over to Norio Oga, and the interpreter introduced him. Mr. Feng, why are you interested in Aiwa? I like music, and Aiwa Walkman's music quality is outstanding. Aiwa is also the brand of my first Walkman. I heard that Aiwa was not doing well recently because of Japan's economy and was making losses these few years. Feng Yu continued. From what I know, last year September, your company had used $600 million United States dollars to buy out US Columbia Pictures, and this was Sony's biggest overseas investment. This investment also tied up Sony's funds. Early this year, your company's finance was in red, and this year, it will be a loss for your company. Sony could no longer take care of Aiwa. I do not want a reputable brand like Aiwa to be bankrupt. That's why I intend to buy over Aiwa shares from Sony. Last year, Japan's economy was already in recession, but some big corporations were still going strong. For example, Mitsubishi bought New York's Landmark, Rockefeller Center last year and Sony bought Columbia Pictures. That time, the Japanese were still proud and had thought that the economic recession was only time being and will be over soon. With these big companies around, Japan would still be the world's second largest economy. It's just a matter of time before Japan overtake the US. Japanese companies could take over US companies, and this could show the world how strong Japan was. The Americans could not do a single thing when Japanese firms buy over their companies. But they do not know that this was a conspiracy set up by the US. This was to create an economic bubble and wait for it to burst. Since Sony bought the so-called best movie company in the US, they found that the movie industry was not what they imagined. Columbia Pictures under Sony did not make any profits but instead, continued to make losses. Now, Sony's goal was to offload some bad assets to raise funds and hope to tide over this economic crisis. They believe that their future is bright and they will become the world's best company and Japan will be the world's largest economy. Earlier this year, Sony had tried to sell Aiwa shares, but it was all their competitors that showed interest. In order not to let the competitors become stronger, Sony rather suffers losses than to lose the market share to their competitors. But the recent 2 months, Sony's losses grew bigger. If it weren't for this, Sony would also not want to expand their market in China. They were just hoping that China's market could save Sony. Now someone wants to buy Aiwa shares, and this was an excellent chance to offload this baggage. But Norio Oga needs to find out that if this Chinese man would sell Aiwa shares to his competitors. Mr. Feng, you really know a lot about my company. I think we can have a good discussion. Sony only had an office in Shanghai and did not set up a subsidiary in China. Sony only enters the Chinese market aggressively after 1996. At Sony's office, Feng Yu was slightly disappointed. The office does not look like an office for a world-renowned brand. The machinery company had a more spacious office than this. This was because of the difference in mindset. The US and Europe would set up spacious and comfortable offices, and Japan and other Asian countries would try to make full use of their spaces. After all, Japan's property prices were the highest in the world for the past 2 years. In the future, China's property would be more expensive than Japan. Another reason was that Sony was cutting cost and they even stopped hiring. They could only prevent retrenchment this year. Japanese firms had an interesting rule. It was similar to the future state-owned enterprises. The first employment contract would be more than 10 years and the second contract will be lifelong, until retirement. Even if you did not perform well, you would not be asked to go. These types of companies also had a tradition of doubling the salary of male employees after they got married. The reason was that the male employees have to take care of his family and his wife could stay at home to take care of the children. But if you used your family as an excuse for not doing your job well, the company can ask you to go. If the economy was not good, what would the company do? First, the company would retrench the part-timers, and not those under lifelong employment. Among those retrenched, foreigners, mainly Chinese, made up most of the workers. Secondly, the company would have a talk with the employees to tell them about the company's difficulties and request to employees to resign on their own accord. The company would also offer some compensations. In 1987, Aiwa Company had used this method for their retrenchment exercise, and they cut their employees from over 3,000 to about 1,000. Feng Yu sat down in Norio Oga's office, and someone served them tea. Norio Oga, Mr. Feng, before we start the negotiations, I want to ask you how much do you know about Aiwa? Feng Yu briefly told Norio Oga what he knew about Aiwa. Of course, Feng Yu did not mention anything about Aiwa's success in 2 years' time. He only talks about Aiwa's history and how he wishes to lead Aiwa out of its current situation. Norio Oga frowned. Led Aiwa, this Chinese man wants to be Aiwa's president. But based on the agreement between Sony and Aiwa, even though Sony was the major shareholder of over 50% shares, Sony could not interfere with Aiwa's operations and Aiwa's president would be Haitaro Nakajima. Feng Yu purposely frowned when he heard Norio Oga. Is this the case? Aren't Sony Aiwa's controlling shareholder? No, we only have slightly more than 61% of Aiwa's shares and do not have the controlling stake. But rest assured, Haitaro Nakajima is a capable person, and you do not need to worry about losing money after you bought the shares. Really? But I heard that under his leadership, Aiwa had been losing money for consecutive years and is currently in debts of over 1 billion yen. Feng Yu retorted. Norio Oga was embarrassed. He did not expect Feng Yu to know about this. That's right, even though Aiwa was doing better now, it was still in debt. It would be hard for someone to believe that a company with liabilities several times more than its value to recover. If it were not because of the market share, Sony would have withdrawn their investments from Aiwa. But Haitaro Nakajima had threatened Sony that if Sony does not inject funds into Aiwa, he will approach Panasonic and other companies. Aiwa would also not work with Sony to control the market. Mr. Feng, 2 banks own about 6% of Aiwa's shares. With our shares, that would be 67%, and you will have the controlling stake. You can do whatever you want with the company then. Feng Yu continued with a satisfied expression. So, Mr. Norio agrees to sell me Aiwa's shares. Norio Oga replied with a difficult expression. Before we talk about this, I wish to discuss another matter with Mr. Feng. Which company do you think produces the world's best Walkman? Does China have any good Walkman? Damn, how shameless. Are you asking me to praise you? In Feng Yu's past life, he heard that many companies firmly believed their brands were the best, even when they were selling their brands. If the other party did not praise their brands, the company would not sell. For example, the sales of Volvo to Geely. Feng Yu did not expect the Japanese to act this way too. Currently, everybody knew that Aiwa's music quality was better than Sony. Feng Yu said, Sony is number one and Aiwa can only be considered one of the top three. As for China, there are no quality Walkman manufacturers. Because of China's defense against spies, the tape recorder produced can only be considered a music player and there was no record button. Now, this regulation was relaxed, but small portable music players still cannot have a recording function. Only China's Internal Security Bureau could use recording pens. Mr. Feng, I have no intentions to look down on China. But currently, Sony and Aiwa are the world's best Walkman brands. Sony and Aiwa have an agreement to work together as friendly competitors and to keep other companies like Panasonic and other brands out of the Walkman market. I hope you will continue with this agreement after we sell you Aiwa's shares. Continue the alliance. That was what Feng Yu was hoping for. If Sony decided to inject more resources to capture the market share, they might suffer losses, but Aiwa would be finished. Feng Yu's current strength was not enough to compete with an MNC like Sony. By working with Sony, he could compete with Panasonic, Toshiba, and other brands. The Walkman market currently was divided into three parts. Sony was the leader and control about 40% of the market. Aiwa was second and owns about 30% of the market share. The rest was divided among the rest of the companies. Fine, I agree with this brand alliance. Mr. Norio still have any other questions? Can we start talking about the price of the shares? Feng Yu pretended to consider this condition and agreed. He would be an idiot if he did not accept. In 2 years' time, Sony would regret. The Walkman market would no longer be divided into three parts, and Aiwa alone would occupy more than 50% of the market. 20 million United States dollars. I can persuade the shareholders to sell the Aiwa's shares owned by Sony to you. 20 million United States dollars. Fuck, you think I don't know about Aiwa's market value? Feng Yu could accept premium prices, but he would not accept an amount that was more than 3 times the value. Mr. Norio, Aiwa's debt is not a small amount. If you are able to clear Aiwa's debt now, I can accept 20 million United States dollars. Aiwa's market value is not even 1.2 billion yen, and how did you come up with 20 million United States dollars? If you include Aiwa's debt in it, then 5 million United States dollars is my highest offer. Based on the shares proportions, Sony would be responsible for over 15 million United States dollars in debts, and the shares were worth about 6 million United States dollars. Feng Yu's offer was also too low. Norio Oga laughed embarrassedly. Mr. Feng, we will not pay the debts. Our company's finance is currently under a lot of stress. But 5 million United States dollars for Aiwa's shares. We cannot accept anything lower than the market value. How about 10 million United States dollars? I can convince the shareholders and sign the sales contract with you as soon as possible. Mr. Norio, you sure you are able to convince the shareholders? There should be no problems. Norio Oga was thinking, Feng Yu does not know how badly those shareholders want to sell off Aiwa's shares. When he suggested to buy over Aiwa Complete and inject funds into the company for the second time, he was scolded by the shareholders. Then I will increase my offer slightly, 6 million United States dollars. One party wished to buy badly, and the other party wanted to sell since ages ago. The negotiations went smoothly, and in less than an hour, the final price was settled. 7.2 million United States dollars. The price was about 20% more than the market value, but compared to the Aiwa's profits in 2 years' time, it was a small amount. Feng Yu and Norio Oga did not sign the contract after their discussion, as Norio Oga still needs to report this matter to the board. After the board of directors agreed, then he would sign the contract with Feng Yu. Norio Oga promised Feng Yu that it would not be difficult to get the approval. Feng Yu also felt that it should not be a problem. Aiwa had reduced its debt these 2 years, but the amount it owned was still a lot compared to its market value. Aiwa even wanted to build new factories and the debt will increase further. Haitaro Nakajima's management had made lots of Sony's shareholders unhappy. You are already in debt, and yet you still want to expand. Sony was also not doing well in the past 2 years, and they had no reason to refuse Feng Yu's offer. Norio Oga promised Feng Yu that he would get back to Feng Yu within 1 week and would come over to China to sign the contract. Feng Yu happily returned to Bing City to prepare for his final exams. After he entered art stream, he needs to memorize more things, but this was what Feng Yu was good at. With his knowledge from his previous life, Feng Yu's results were much better than his first year. The form teacher was standing in front of the class encouraging the students. He was telling the students to not be nervous about the exams when Feng Yu's pager beeped. Before the teacher asked Feng Yu to stand outside the class, Feng Yu walked out of the classroom. The rest of the students knew that Feng Yu would not obediently stand outside the class. Once Feng Yu was out of the class, he would disappear. The newspaper, read the newspaper now. Li Shijiang was shouting excitedly over the phone. Mr. Sun, do you have today's newspaper? Me, I only read last week's papers. If you want to read today's papers, you can go out of the school, and there's a newspaper stand on the left after the first junction. The school's newspapers were only for the school's leaders. After the leaders finish reading, it would be passed on to the teachers and then passed to Mr. Sun. Feng Yu ran out of the school for the newspaper stand. Found it. The state had decided to establish a stock exchange at the end of August to early September. The 18 companies which will be the first batch of companies nominated to be listed are Vacuum Electronic. The stock exchange was set up earlier than before. 18 companies were going to be listed on the stock exchange. Feng Yu remembered that only 13 companies were listed in his previous life. Among these 13 companies, 8 were from Shanghai and 5 from Peng City. These 13 companies were later known as Shanghai 8 and Peng 5 shares by the investors. It was because these 13 shares were like being possessed and the prices kept soaring. When Feng Yu was acquiring the shares, his main priority was these 13 companies' shares. But he also bought other shares as those companies would be listed too. The coming year would be China's first bull market. Feng Yu felt that these 13 shares would rise at least 8-folds and Vacuum Electronics would increase over 20 times. Because of the other stocks, Feng Yu told Li Shijiang and the rest that the profits will range from 3 to 5 folds. But now, if the number of listing companies increases, then he might be earning even more. The state had chosen more companies to be listed might be due to their studies that the stock market could stimulate the country's development. If it were only 13 companies, there would be too little shares. At least, Feng Yu could tell that the economists now were more willing to take the risk than his previous life. But there might be another possible outcome. Now, more companies were being listed, and investors had more choices. There might be the possibilities that some stocks might not rise so fast. But Feng Yu had researched on China's current policies, and there was not much different from his previous life. The policies were encouraging people to invest in financial instruments, increase spending to promote economic growth. So, the stock market now would be as prosperous as his previous life. The share prices will rise. Feng Yu now have over 200 million worth of shares, and it was not enough for him to be a big player. On this day next year, Feng Yu's shares would bring him profits of more than 3 times his investments. It was not easy to be a big player now. Transactions were done in person, and if the transacted amount were too significant, it would be easy to attract unwanted attention. What if some government officials took notice of Feng Yu? Feng Yu's strategy was to wait. The stock exchange had just started, and there were only a few million RMB worths of transactions daily. In Feng Yu's previous life, the stock market boom happened only after the Great One gave a speech during his visit to the South. It was in 1992, around May. The stock market soared by over 100% for consecutive few days. During that time, there were still not price limit policies to reduce the volatility and stabilize the market. Since the stock exchange had been brought forward, then would the Great One visit to the South be brought forward too? Will the bull market start earlier? Feng Yu felt that it was highly possible. Moreover, Feng Yu could also use a small number of his shares to do trading. The profits from doing trading will not be low either, and it was not illegal. The only issue was that it was troublesome. There was no online trading in this era, and Feng Yu could only trade over the counter. Trades can still be conducted at the banks over the counters, but the share prices will not be the same fluctuate fast like the stock exchange. There was still no internet now, and if you buy the shares in the morning, you might have to wait until late afternoon to find out that the shares' prices rose. The efficiency was terrible. Feng Yu was sitting in Taiwan Trading's meeting room to share the good news with everyone. After the stock exchange was set up, the stock prices will surely soar after the initial surge, and next year, the value of their shares would be at least doubled. Everybody was excited. When Feng Yu told them that in 1 to 2 years' time, their shares will soar by 2 to 3 times previously, they were still a bit skeptical and worried. But now, the share prices were increasing. Today, after announcement, Li Shijiang and some of the staffs went to the banks to ask. The share prices did increase slightly. Although the sudden surge did not appear, they had already made some profits. Now all of them believed what Feng Yu said. After the meeting, everybody was still excited, especially Li Shijiang. Now he felt that Feng Yu was right to ask him to take up loans to buy shares. The interest from the loans cannot be compared to the increase in stock prices. He was now eagerly waiting for the completion of the stock exchange. The sooner the exchange starts operating, the earlier he would see his money. Feng Yu was holding his chin thinking about the stock market. Next year's January, the stock market would slow down, and Feng Yu planned to sell sold off his shares to trade in futures. After that, he would reinvest all his money into the stock market. By that time, his assets would be enough for his to do a lot of things. Author's notes: when securities companies were introduced, shares were still in paper forms, and people still go to the banks to trade. Price limit policies started in 1996 to prevent anyone from manipulating the stock prices. Norio Oga returned to China, and he flew straight to Bing City. The Sony board of directors had agreed to sell all their iWA's shares at $7.2 million United States dollars to Feng Yu. They were pleased with Norio Oga's negotiation with Feng Yu. They were able to maintain the alliance to prevent competitors from getting more market share and also offload a burden. Moreover, the buyer was a Chinese. He had shown great interest in this Japanese brand. This made them felt proud, and they think that the Chinese were not good at doing business. Haitaro Nakajima, president of iWA Company, had also come to Bing City with Norio Oga. Haitaro Nakajima was disappointed and angry when he heard that Sony would be selling their shares. He felt that the Sony's shareholders had no foresight and could not see their efforts and innovations. But no matter how he protests, he can't change their decision. This trip to Bing City was to meet with iWA's new major shareholder, and he was hoping that he could still be the president of iWA. He also does not want this new shareholder to affect the company's strategy. This strategy was iWA's opportunity to turn around. Mr. Norio, welcome again to China. Have you brought the contract? Is the contract draft in 3 languages, English, Chinese, and Japanese, as per my request? Of course. You can let the others check the contract first. Let me introduce you Mr. Haitaro Nakajima, president of iWA Company. He is here today to visit you. Haitaro Nakajima was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looks full of drive, but the only shortcoming was his bald spot on the top of his head. The bald spot made him look like someone that would appear in Sola Aoi's movies. Mr. Feng, how do you do? I am Haitaro Nakajima. I hope we can work together to bring iWA out of its present situation. Haitaro Nakajima had said iWA instead of iWA. Though was the Chinese pronunciation of iWA. At first, Feng Yu was still unhappy that Haitaro Nakajima did not bow to him when they met, but now, Feng Yu was smiling. iWA will change its name in the future. iWA sounds better. The company's logo also had to be replaced. iWA will be changed to small caps, and Feng Yu wants to use the Chinese characters of iWA on the logo. Although this Haitaro Nakajima was a bit arrogant, he was capable. Feng Yu liked capable people. His favorite Walkman brand from his previous life belongs to him now. This feels good. Mr. Haitaro, did Mr. Norio tell you that I will not interfere with iWA's operation? You can continue with your plans, but I have a request. Before the company starts any mass production of any new product, you must send me a sample. Once I agree, then you can start the production. Only this request. Haitaro Nakajima was overjoyed. This meant that Feng Yu would let him remain as the president of iWA. The company would also stick to his development plans. If his plans succeed, he can prove to Sony's directors that they had made a huge mistake of selling iWA's shares. As for Feng Yu wanting a sample, he felt that it was because this young man wants the latest product. He was confident about the new products developed by the company. Everybody who was into Walkman said their Walkman was the best. Mr. Feng, there will be no problems with your request. Later this year, iWA will be launching new products, and I had brought 2 samples with me as presents for you. Feng Yu looked at the Walkman. These were iWA's iconic J-series models. It comes along with the popular D8 earphones. This was the product that would change Aiwa's fate. A familiar melody started, and Feng Yu thought that it was Teresa Tang's, Walking Down the Road of Life, but it turned out to be a Japanese song. Feng Yu guessed this was one of the original songs which Teresa Tang sang, the Chinese version. The music quality was indeed outstanding. Mr. Haitaro, Aiwa had set up a subsidiary company in Hong Kong. Are you going to enter the Chinese market with this company? That's right, but this Hong Kong company not only targets China market, it also targets the whole of Southeast Asia. In the future, we also have the intentions of setting a branch factory in Malaysia. This should happen later this year or early next year. My men are already in Malaysia looking at the location of the factory. Feng Yu was touching his chin. He decided that he would get China's distribution rights for himself after he had signed the contract. Whether if it was the Japanese or Hong Kong's Fu family, no one could compare with Feng Yu on China's market. Since he had bought Aiwa's shares, then Feng Yu must turn the company around fast and make Aiwa a Chinese brand. The three of them chatted for a while, and Feng Yu's lawyer, who was checking the contract, walked over and whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Feng Yu noticed Norio Oga understands English the last time they met. So, Feng Yu requested the contract to be in 3 languages. This way, it would be difficult for the Japanese to change some of the contents of the contract. Regardless of the language, the contract would be bounded by law. Because of this contract, Feng Yu hired several lawyers to cross-check the contract. They would inform Feng Yu immediately if they find any parts of the contract suspicious. Feng Yu had promised them rewards ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 RMB for finding loopholes in the contract. With such attractive rewards, the lawyers looked through the contract seriously, hoping to get that reward. There were no problems with the Chinese version contract, but the Japanese and English versions had some issues. The terms were restricting some of Feng Yu's interests. Feng Yu immediately pointed out these issues to Norio Oga and Haitaro Nakajima. He would only sign the contract after these issues had been resolved. Haitaro Nakajima and Norio Oga exchanged looks and asked his men to amend the contract. Haitaro Nakajima was Aiwa's shareholder and one of Aiwa's founder, but when Sony bought over Aiwa, he was offered a position in Sony. This time, Sony had sold Aiwa's shares, and they even removed Haitaro Nakajima's position in Sony. As compensation, Sony tried to strengthen his authority in Aiwa. They thought that Feng Yu would be easy to fool. After all, the last time they met, they noticed that Feng Yu was not interested in managing Aiwa. But now, it seems that Feng Yu was very smart and careful. At least, regarding contracts. The contracts were amended, the lawyers vetted it and felt that there were no more problems. Feng Yu signed the 3 versions of the contracts and even put his thumbprint on it. Norio Oga signed on the contract on behalf of Sony. The company stamp was also stamped on the contract. After the money was transferred to Sony's account, the contract will be in effect. Feng Yu had used the Hong Kong bank account given to him by Fu Guangzheng to transfer 7.2 million United States dollars to Sony's account. The money was sales proceeds from the Fu family's humidifiers sales. If the Fu family had transferred the sales proceeds to Taiwan Trading's account in China, the USD would automatically be changed to RMB. Now, Feng Yu was officially a shareholder of Aiwa Company, and this was the start of his venture into the Japanese electronics industry. It was not even 2 days, and Kamita Masao informed Feng Yu some bad news. The other shareholders of Aiwa refused to sell their shares, and even the 2 banks which had agreed to sell the shares changed their minds. It was said that there was a new buyer involved, and this new buyer was related to Aiwa. When Feng Yu found out who the buyer was, he was pissed. The buyer was Hong Kong's Fu family. The last time Feng Yu spoke to Fu Guangzheng still advised Feng Yu not to buy Aiwa's shares as Aiwa was heavily in debt. But the Fu family bought Aiwa's shares after that. They were not afraid of the debts owed by Aiwa. Feng Yu immediately called Fu Guangzheng. He wants to know what the Fu family was thinking. Brother Fu, when I asked you about Japan's Aiwa company a few days ago, you told me that this company was making losses and even Sony was disappointed with this company. Am I right? Fu Guangzheng was thinking in his heart, Feng Yu had found out about this. How did he find out about his so fast? He has ways to get information in Japan. Fu Guangzheng laughed. Manager Feng, I did say that. But you should know that the Aiwa's subsidiary company in Hong Kong is a partnership with my eldest uncle. So, your eldest uncle acquire Aiwa's shares? It's my father, Fu Guangzheng embarrassedly replied. Damn, I knew this matter got something to do with Fu Guangzheng. Fuck, if it was your uncle who had bought Aiwa's shares, I might not suspect anything. It's your father who bought Aiwa's shares, and you want to tell me that there was nothing wrong with this. Brother Fu, we had worked together for quite some time. Our cooperation has been going smoothly. Don't you think you should give me an explanation for this matter? Feng Yu said unhappily. Once Feng Yu bought the shares from those two banks, he would be the controlling shareholder, and the authority of a controlling shareholder was different from an ordinary shareholder. Fu Guangzheng apologized to Feng Yu and gave his explanations. Aiwa Company was working with Fu Guangzheng's eldest uncle, Fu Rongqi, and together they set up Hong Kong's Aiwa subsidiary. The primary purpose was to make use of the Fu family's distribution channels to market Aiwa's Walkman in Southeast Asia and to open up China's market. But Fu Rongqi had placed most of his focus on the financial market and did not really care about Aiwa Company. He also receives news that Sony wanted to sell Aiwa's shares, and he felt the Walkman market would not do well. But recently, Fu Guangzheng's father, Fu Rongjing, felt the Chinese market have potential, or felt that Feng Yu had good foresight. When he heard that Feng Yu was buying Aiwa's shares from Sony, he discussed with Fu Rongqi about buying over Hong Kong's Aiwa subsidiary. To let Fu Rongqi believe that Fu Rongjing was really interested in Aiwa's subsidiary, they bought some of Aiwa's shares. It was only 6% and cost only a few $100,000. Even if it was a loss, they could also afford it. The most important thing was to work with Feng Yu and build better relationships. This explanation is bullshit. Who the hell would believe it? Better relationship. Work with me. It was oblivious that you noticed I had never made any losses in my investments and wanted to place your bets on me. If you win, you will make some money. If you lose, you will only lose a few $100,000. For someone like Fu Rongjing, with net assets of over 1 billion HKD, it was nothing. The thing that made Feng Yu speechless the most was they were implying, I, Fu Guangzheng, and my father believed in you, and this was to show my support. Damn, who the hell wants your support? If you sell me the Aiwa's shares, then it would be the best support. Brother Fu, I only treated Aiwa as a bet. I had never been to Japan before, and I had only heard of this company. I only felt that it would feel good to take over a Japanese company, and if I lose my investments, so be it. Feng Yu was lying through his teeth, and he was hoping that the Fu family would sell off the shares they own. Even if it were at a premium, Feng Yu would also buy it. He wants the controlling stake of Aiwa. Other than the Walkman technologies, Aiwa was good at other electronics technologies. Aiwa's technologies were leading China by a lot. If Aiwa were not that good, they would not venture into computers in the future. However, that was a failure. With Feng Yu's future knowledge, how could Aiwa fail again in this life? Feng Yu knew about the general direction of the market better than anyone else. Brother Feng, it is only a few $100,000, and we can afford it. Look, the both of us had unknowingly invested in the same company. This is fate. Fate your head. Feng Yu was cursing in his heart. Did he not make it very clear? Brother Fu, you should know that I had bought the Aiwa's shares from Sony, and if I am able to buy the shares from your father, I will have full control of the company. You understand? Feng Yu made it very clear to Fu Guangzheng. In business, everything can be negotiated. It's only a matter of offering a price that would satisfy the other party. You spent a few $100,000 for those Aiwa's shares, then I will offer you 1 million United States dollars. You will make 40% within a few days. You are still not satisfied? Fu Guangzheng hesitated for a while and replied, Brother Feng, these shares were bought by my father and he intends to give it to my elder brother. If I ask for those shares, it will look like I am vying with my brother for the family inheritance. But you don't need to worry. I promise you that my family will support all your decisions in Aiwa. Feng Yu was feeling helpless. It seems that the Fu family would not sell off the shares. The only solution now was to buy the shares from the other shareholders. Feng Yu must acquire the shares before year-end, even if he had to pay double the market rate. Since Fu Guangzheng had made things so clear, Feng Yu could not do anything either. Feng Yu also does not want to fall out with him over this small number of shares. Furthermore, the Fu family's distribution channels were essential. As such, Feng Yu decided to let the matter rest. But Feng Yu never expected that after he spoke with Fu Guangzheng, Fu Rongjing decided to continue to acquire Aiwa's shares. It was easy to find out that Feng Yu had used 20% more than the market rate for Aiwa's shares from Sony, and they also found out that someone was contacting Aiwa's shareholders to buy their shares. They found out that this person was Kamita Masao and remembered that Feng Yu had asked them about this person. After some analysis, they concluded that this Kamada Masao might be working for Feng Yu, but Feng Yu did not trust him completely. That was the reason why Fu Rongjing decided to continue to acquire Aiwa shares even at a premium price. Feng Yu could not buy the shares, but that does not mean the Fu family cannot get it. Even with lots of money, it does not mean that you will be able to acquire those shares. The Fu family starts to get people to spread rumors about Aiwa in Japan. Sony had given up on Aiwa, and this tells a lot about Aiwa. Now the major shareholder is a Chinese, and he wants to relocate Aiwa to China. Those Aiwa shareholders panicked as their impression of China was a backward and poor place. What future can this company have if it was relocated to such an area? Fu Rongjin contacted those shareholders again, and those shareholders agreed to sell their Aiwa shares. With 12% more than the market price, Fu Rongjin acquires the remaining shares, except for the shares owned by Haitaro Nakajima. The amount of Aiwa shares in Fu Rongjing's hands reaches 26%. Feng Yu was still waiting for Kamida Masao's news. Kamida Masao had told him that after he bought the Aiwa shares from Sony, the other shareholders were shaken. The Japanese media also reported on Aiwa. He was still trying to persuade those shareholders. But there was no good news from Kamida Masao. Kamida Masao informed Feng Yu that a mysterious buyer had bought all the shares from the shareholders. Feng Yu was furious. Feng Yu knew that the mysterious buyer was the Fu family. Damn, the Fu family really act fast. The day before the final exam, Bing City Third High School's leaders gathered for a meeting. They had received an invitation from the Soviet Union to attend a summer camp again. Last year, around this time, Sun Wenhai was still the vice principal, but this year, he was promoted to the principal. This was due to his capability and his connections. But the main reason was Feng Yu. If Feng Yu did not enter third high school, Li Shijiang would not donate and sponsor so much money in the school. If Feng Yu were not in third high school, Moscow University would not invite third high school to attend their summer camp and there would not be 3 professors working part-time at the school. He would also not get the chance to lead the group to the international summer camp. This summer camp also brought lots of changes to third high school. For example, the old principal was transferred to the city's education department to take on the position of deputy chief and the school's party secretary was not recommended by the former principal to take over the principal due to the incident with the summer camp name list. Instead, Sun Wenhai was promoted to principal. Sun Wenhai was grateful to Feng Yu and took special care of him. Feng Yu had skipped almost a day every week for this semester and sometimes, he would even disappear for more than a week. If it were other students, they would be kicked out of the school, but Feng Yu was still in year 2 top class. Sun Wenhai's special treatment towards Feng Yu got rewarded. He received an invitation for the school to attend a summer camp in the Soviet Union again. This was after he was promoted and he could get the full credit for this invitation. He might be promoted again before he retires. When he saw the contents of the invitation letter, Sun Wenhai was speechless. This Feng Yu was making things too obvious. Last year, the invitation was for only the first years. This year it should be the same, but this year, the invitation was for the second years. The invitation was based on which year Feng Yu was in. Sun Wenhai had thought that this year would still be inviting the first year. This was something that third high school had. But it seems that last year was the first year, this year was the year 2 students and will there still be invitations next year? He wants to talk to Feng Yu to try and make this summer camp invitation a yearly event. This cannot be stopped after Feng Yu graduate from this school. What puzzled Sun Wenhai was the itinerary that came along with the invitation letter. Other than Moscow, the students still need to go to Kiev. It stated that this camp was jointly organized by Kiev University. He had never heard of summer camps that was jointly held by 2 universities. This was something new. Luckily, this time, the theme of the camp was stated, unlike the previous year. The theme for this year's camp was literature. Fine, Bing City Third High School was also not weak in literature. This was at least better than last year's arts. This year's invitation was the same as last year. There were 10 slots, but this time, only Feng Yu's name was in the invitation. Sun Wenhai was pleased with this arrangement. He does not want to let Wen Dongjun and the others go for this camp. The remaining 9 names can be given to his connections. Attending this summer camp once was enough. Feng Yu had wanted for his resume to look better and get additional marks for his high school exams or receives a guaranteed place in the university. Feng Yu participated in this camp was because he wants to go to Kiev along the way. Kirilenko had helped him contacted the Soviet Union banks. The examinations continued, and Feng Yu was able to perform well. To Feng Yu, arts subjects were easier than science subjects. The second day after the exams, Feng Yu drove the three others back to the district. This summer camp, the other three will not be attending. Son, eat slowly, you look like you have been starving for days. Zhang Muhua said while serving a bowl of soup to Feng Yu. These few days, I had been eating the school's canteen food. It's horrible. Mum's cooking is still the best. There was no choice. His sister had given birth, and according to Chinese traditions, she needs to be confined. During her confinement, she was not allowed to leave the house and got to rest on the bed. After there was a baby in the house, the baby will pee every now and then, and the adults got to change diapers. There was a strong urine smell in the house, and even if Li Shijiang's mother had cooked dinner, Feng Yu and Wen Dongjun had no appetite and rather eat in school. Eat more if you think it is nice. This holiday, don't return to Bing City and stay at home. Mum will cook your favorite dish every day. I can't. I need to go to the Soviet Union in another 2 days. There is another summer camp, and I was invited. I need to go. Summer camp was a good reason to handle his parents. Summer camp again. You are invited. Then you must go. You have your dinner while I ask MDM Wang to teach me how to knit a sweater. When Zhang Muhua heard that her son was invited to attend the summer camp in the Soviet Union, she was overjoyed. She grabbed a half-knitted sweater and left the house. Feng Yu had seen this half-knitted sweater 6 months ago. It still looks the same, and there was no progress at all. What was considered successful in the eyes of the older generations? It can be education, being a teacher or professor and being respected by others. It can be attending university and being assigned to a government agency to be a leader there. It can be going overseas and been to places where others have not been to. But no matter what, being rich was never considered successful. In the past, Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua wanted to earn more money for the family. It was not to be envied by others. They only wanted to improve their living conditions and let their children have better lives. Now, their family had become the district's wealthiest family. This was something they had not dreamt of in the past. They contended with the money they have now. There was enough to put food on the table, and they have a roof over their head. They were able to drive a small car around and still own a pig farm and a food processing factory. If they sell their farm and factory, they do not need to worry for the rest of their lives. Their only regret was the both of them did not attend university before. Even their daughter did not attend university. Now, this responsibility, the whole family's hopes, lies on Feng Yu's shoulders. Feng Yu did not disappoint them too. He had entered the city's best high school. The residents of Bing City and Longjiang Province knew that Bing City's third high school represents the entry ticket to universities. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua were also proud that Feng Yu had been invited to the summer camp organized by the Soviet Union's universities. This was the summer camp organized by the Soviet University and Feng Yu had attended once before and will be attending it for the second time. This means that their son is the best student in third high school. In the future, he can surely enter a good university in Beijing and will be a leader. Feng Yu was targeting a prestigious university in Beijing. But it was not because he wanted to be assigned to some government departments to be government officials. He wanted to befriend some capable students and recruit them for his company. In the future, there will be a batch of successful businessmen from prestigious universities. It does not mean that there were no successful businessmen from other universities. For example, Ma Yun was one who struggled to enter a university. But one got to admit that the chances of the students from prestigious universities becoming successful was higher. It was because they were already ahead on the starting line. When Feng Yu enter university, he will undoubtedly meet those successful businessmen from his previous life. Come, let brother Feng lead you. 1 week later, Feng Yu returned to Bing City and boarded the plane for Moscow. Once again, Kirilenko drove his car into the airport and picked up Feng Yu. This time, he had informed the organizers of the summer camp. He told them that Feng Yu had some personal matters and will join the camp in Kiev after he finishes his business. The Moscow University and Kiev University were fine with this. Bing City's third high school also don't mind. Before they depart, the principal had instructed the leader of this camp to not restrict Feng Yu. The city government knew that this would be another opportunity to visit the research facilities in Moscow and had wanted to send some university professors over. Last year, the 3 professors who had brought back those data had helped them in their researches and saved a significant amount of research funds. The results of the research were also shared with Bing City's government. Using these results, the government set up companies. This was not only improving the economic development of Bing City and also increased the city's honor. But this year was different. The Moscow University will not let the students visit their research laboratories and facilities. It was the same for Kiev University. The students could only visit places related to literature. What's the use of literature for the city? There was no choice. Last year, it was the first summer camp and it a bit rushed, and the students could still visit those places. This year, they can't. It was also because Feng Yu and Kirilenko were focused on other matters and did not request it. Third high school's teachers also knew that Feng Yu was special. Since Feng Yu entered third high school, he had received special treatments. There were rumors that Principal Sun was promoted because of Feng Yu. It doesn't matter if this rumor was true or false. There was still the possibility of the talk was real. The teacher dares not to risk his career. Anyway, it would be easier for the teacher to lead the group without Feng Yu. Feng Yu spent a night in Moscow. Kirilenko's way of welcoming guests was to drink. If you are a man, drink. The next day, on the way to the airport for the flight to Kiev, Feng Yu was still feeling dizzy. He had only drunk less than half of what Kirilenko had drunk. But he sobers up on the plane. Brother Ki is rich. This is a private jet. This was a 20-seater plane, and Feng Yu had only seen it on the internet in his previous life. Only the rich could afford a private jet. The seats were comfortable and spacious. There was even a bedroom on the plane. In the bedroom, there was a king-size bed. Damn, this is a private jet, and there's even a bed in it. Extravagant. Too extravagant. But, I like. Feng, what you think of this plane? Only those higher than the rank of general can fly in this plane. You like it? If you want to buy one, I can think of a way to sell one to you cheaply. Kirilenko was smoking a cigar and was shaking his legs. He was showing off. This was a luxury that only people with strong backgrounds and connections can enjoy. Feng Yu undoubtedly had not experienced it before. Feng Yu was thinking, he really likes this plane. Wait, Brother Ki said he can sell me one. I can own a private jet. Feng Yu was tempted by this suggestion. But he knew that he could not buy it, or at least not now. If you are too arrogant in China, you will get into trouble unless you are really damn rich. In his past life, there was a celebrity named Uncle Benshin. He had over 10 million fans, and his companies made lots of money. But after he bought a private plane, his life gone downhill. Although he was not bankrupted, he was no longer in the limelight. Feng Yu suppressed his desire and lied to Kirilenko, I don't like these types of planes. Really, when he said this, he was looking around the plane. The plane took off, and after a while, the stewardess came to them to inform them that they can unbuckle their seatbelts. Kirilenko stood up and walked towards a corner of the cabin. Feng Yu suddenly realized that there was a beautiful stewardess on board the plane. Damn, there's even a mini bar on the plane. Kirilenko really knows how to enjoy life. Feng, there's still about an hour until touchdown. You want a glass of vodka? Kirilenko asked. Feng Yu's face changed color and hurriedly rejected his offer. Brother Ki, I really can't drink anymore. Is there fruit juice? I will have a glass of fruit juice. Stop joking. I know you well. If I say I can drink one glass, you will pour me the whole bottle. Feng Yu can't accept this type of hospitality. Feng Yu finished the glass of juice in one gulp. The juice also clears his mind slightly. Kirilenko noticed that Feng Yu kept looking at the bedroom and raised his eyebrows. He signals to the stewardess and whispers something to her. The stewardess looked at Kirilenko and then looked at Feng Yu. She bit her lips and nodded. Mr. Feng, do you want to rest in there? The stewardess walked over to Feng Yu and softly said to him in his ears. Her hot breath was blowing into Feng Yu's ears. Ticklish. Feng Yu moved aside and excitedly asked, really? Follow me. The stewardess leads Feng Yu towards the room with the king-size bed. Kirilenko, who was standing not far away, had a naughty smile on his face. Click. The bedroom's door was locked by the stewardess. Feng Yu was shocked. What's this? I want to take a nap, and I can understand if you lock the door. But please leave the room first. Mr. Feng, let me help you take off your clothes. The stewardess reached over and helped Feng Yu to unbutton his clothes. She had seen Feng Yu's eager look earlier. Feng Yu immediately stepped away from her but fell on the bed. What does she want from me? The stewardess had a charming smile when she saw Feng Yu was taking the initiative by climbing onto the bed. She starts to unbutton her uniform. Feng Yu immediately grabbed her hands. Although he was still a virgin in this life, he had a wife in his previous life. If he still does not know what was going on, he would be an idiot. The stewardess had stayed in the room after leading Feng Yu in, and Kirilenko should know about this. He did not knock on the door, that means that he had arranged this. Damn, I only want to take a nap on the bed, and I do not want to bed this stewardess. Even if Feng Yu was tempted, they were on board a plane and Kirilenko was just outside the room. He does not want to do something like this. Furthermore, this stewardess was young and pretty. Who knows how many men had slept with her? Wait, please go out, I had drunk a lot yesterday. I am not interested. The stewardess froze. She was only 18 years old, and she knows she was very attractive. This Mr. Feng was not interested in her. Mr. Feng, Kirilenko was the one who arranged for me to accompany you. You do not need to worry. Please go outside and tell him that I want to rest. Close the door when you leave. Feng Yu replied firmly. The stewardess walked out disappointed. She could not get the 1,000 rubles Kirilenko promised her. But Kirilenko's instructions were very clear. She must make Feng Yu happy. If Feng Yu gets angry, he will get angry too. When she was leaving the room, she kept turning back to look at Feng Yu. Until she closed the bedroom door, Feng Yu did not call her back. Kirilenko was surprised when he saw the stewardess coming out of the room. He used his eyes to ask her, and she shook her head. Kirilenko was also disappointed. Was Feng Yu good at self-control or he does not like this girl? After the stewardess left, Feng Yu immediately locked the door and laid down on the bed. He sighed. He thought if he should accept Kirilenko's hospitality if he arranged something like this again at Kiev. Author's notes. Many readers had told me that they felt that the Fu family was taking advantage of the main character. But this is the reality. In business, there will be no such things as friends. There are only profits. The Fu family is a make-up family based on a real Hong Kong family. This family really have distribution channels on every continent. Please don't worry, the MC will teach them a lesson. Before Feng Yu had fallen asleep, the stewardess knocked on the door and informed him that they are arriving and Feng Yu needs to return to his seat and buckle up. It was still the same stewardess, and she smiled sweetly at Feng Yu. Feng Yu felt embarrassed and returned to his seat. Kirilenko looked at Feng Yu. He could not tell Feng Yu's mood from his expression and does not know if Feng Yu was interested in that stewardess. The plane landed in a military airport. Coming out of the plane, they saw the Kiev second generation. His name was difficult to remember and even thought Feng Yu had heard his name a few times, he could not remember his full name. He only remembered his name has K in it. So, Feng Yu just call him Brother K. Brother K was more arrogant than Kirilenko, and if Feng Yu had not met Kirilenko first, Feng Yu might be good friends with him. But now, Kirilenko was enough. When the Soviet Union was disintegrated, and even if Kirilenko's father were not promoted, Kirilenko's status would be higher than Brother K. Also, Feng Yu had never heard of Brothers K before. Maybe he would be someone important in Ukraine's army in future. But after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, how can Ukraine be compared to Russia? Furthermore, Kirilenko had brought Feng Yu to Ukraine to get bank loans. After this loan, the both of them will not be friends anymore. Kirilenko, Feng, welcome to Kiev. Brother K gave the both of them a hug each. His embrace was much weaker than Kirilenko. Brother K was indeed someone with higher social standing than Kirilenko. Look at his car, Rolls-Royce. From his car, one could tell how corrupted the Soviet Union's military officers were. It was not even noon when they arrived but Brother K them to a restaurant. Maybe this was the Soviet Union's way of welcoming guests. Feng Yu was complaining in his heart. Lunch now, that means I need to drink again. I still have a terrible hangover from yesterday. Why the Soviets likes to drink so much? Brother K, I am still underage, and in my country, I am not allowed to drink. Of course, this is the Soviet Union, and I will respect your customs here. I will drink a little. Feng Yu starts to find excuses. He was drunk from his drinking session with Kirilenko yesterday. Ha ha ha, Kirilenko, did you make Feng drink with you yesterday? Don't worry, I had prepared red wine from France. The alcohol content is very low. This is a French restaurant. Let's enjoy French cuisine. Feng Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Brother K and Kirilenko were two different types of people. One could tell from the way they spend their money. Kirilenko was a typical Russian, and Brother K was more inclined to European aristocracy. Maybe his family was some Ukrainian nobility. The lifestyle of Ukrainian and Russian were very different even though both were from the Soviet Union. Maybe the rest of the allied countries were like this too, and this might be one of the reasons for the dissolution. Feng Yu relaxed when he saw the red wine. He was prepared to enjoy his lunch. Feng, this red wine is just like grape juice. Come, let's bottoms up. Kirilenko roared, and Feng Yu was brought back to reality. Damn, why can't we drink slowly? Feng Yu raised his glass and took a small sip and slowly swallowed the wine. Kirilenko, on the other hand, drank everything in one gulp. After Kirilenko finished his glass of wine, he noticed that Feng Yu had only drunk a little. Ha ha ha, Kirilenko, red wine and vodka are different. You must drink it slowly to savor it. Look at Feng, he knows how to enjoy this wine. Brother K laughed. What does Feng Yu know? Although Feng Yu had drunk red wine on several occasions in his previous life, he knew nothing about red wine or how to appreciate red wine. He even did stupid things like maxing Sprite with red wine before drinking it. But compared to Kirilenko, Feng Yu was much better, and he could accept Brother K's compliments. Kirilenko unhappily replied, Humph. This wine has no taste at all. Do you have vodka here? Give me a bottle. If it were in the past, Kirilenko would not behave this way in front of Brother K. Brother K's social standings were much higher than Kirilenko. But after trading the industrial machinery and technologies with Feng Yu, and his father joining the ranks of Yeltsin, Kirilenko felt that he does not need to be so courteous to Brother K. He had also planned to ditch Brother K from their business and do the Sino-Soviet trade himself. This time Kirilenko had chosen Kiev's bank was after some serious considerations. First, he wanted to show his friendship with Feng Yu to Brother K. He wants to show that he was the first person Feng Yu went to when he needed help. Secondly, he felt that the amount of loan Feng Yu wanted was too high. If Feng Yu default the payment, it will also be Ukraine's bank that would suffer the loss and not the Russian banks. Lastly, he wanted to drag Brother K down with this bank. If anything goes wrong, Brother K will be the one who would be responsible. Brother K looked at Kirilenko and frowned. He asked his men to bring him a bottle of vodka. He felt that Kirilenko had given him lesser profits for the past few months. He wanted to let Kirilenko drink more and got drunk. This way, he can ask Feng Yu about their trade and see if Kirilenko had taken his share of profits. Kirilenko was drinking his vodka alone, but he was also listening to Feng Yu and Brother K's conversation. But their conversations were only about some unimportant matters, like hobbies and interests. Kirilenko finished the bottle of vodka in a short while. Feng Yu and Brother K had not even finished that bottle of red wine. French steak and escargot taste lovely, but the portion was too little. Feng Yu felt that he was only about 60% full. He wonders why Kirilenko ate so little with his size. If it were Wen Dongjun, he would order 2 more steaks. Feng Yu was embarrassed to order more food. Anyway, they were not there for lunch. They had more important things to discuss. Brother K glanced at Kirilenko and saw that Kirilenko was drunk. He was laughing in his heart. You think you are capable with some money? If I find out that you had given me lesser than what I am supposed to get, you will be in deep trouble. Feng, I heard from Kirilenko that your company had some problems and needed to get a loan. Feng Yu was eating the dessert, and he nodded, that's right. I need a sum of money. Feng Yu was thinking to himself. It was not that my company in trouble. I only don't want to miss this opportunity. If he get loans in rubles from the Soviet Union now and in a few years' time, rubles will depreciate considerably, and even if he did not invest that money, he would also get lots of profits. How many rubles do you need? Brother K asked. Feng Yu was puzzled. Didn't Kirilenko tell him? Brother K, Kirilenko had told me that your help is needed for this loan. My company only have about 30 million rubles worth of assets. How much loan can you get for me? Brother K arrogantly said, I am helping you get the loan. What's there for you to worry about? Are 200 million rubles enough? What? Feng Yu's jaws dropped in surprise. Brother K was really generous. Chapter 234. Should I agree? 200 million rubles, enough. This question had stunned Feng Yu. He had never thought that his relationship with Brother K was so good until he was willing to help him get a loan of 200 million rubles. He also knew that Feng Yu did not have enough assets to get this loan. Why did Brother K still ask him this? Feng Yu suddenly remembered that before Kirilenko was drunk, Brother K had only talked to him about those unimportant things. It was just after Kirilenko was drunk, then he mentioned the loans. Could it be, Brother K, is there any conditions for you to help me get the loan of 200 million rubles? Feng Yu asked in a serious tone. He would never believe that Brother K would help him without any other conditions unless there's something wrong with his mind. Brother K smiled. Feng Yu could understand the underlying meaning. Feng, although we met through Kirilenko, and we are just business partners. But I felt that we can not only be business partners. We can also be friends, good friends. Our friendship can just be like the friendship between our Soviet Union and China. Feng Yu nodded, but in his heart, he was cursing. The Soviet Union and China had never been friends. Since the past, China had pursued the policy of befriending the far and attacking the near. But because of the United States, China had to unite with the Soviet Union. However, recently China had established diplomatic relations with the United States. Since the founding of China, the Soviet Union had withdrawn their resources, technological assistance from China and even started a war. This had worsened the relationship between both nations. The Soviet Union had also occupied part of China's territory for over 100 years. How can there be friendship between both countries? Seeing Feng Yu nodding, Brother K was happy. He continued, Feng, there is something I am curious about. Kirilenko had told me that our company had only a few million rubles worth of assets and these few years I had only received a few million. How come you were able to accumulate over 30 million rubles worth of assets? Is there something that I am not aware? The smile on Feng Yu's face disappeared. Could it be Brother K suspect that he had earned more money? Even though this was the case, but most of Feng Yu's income was from the machinery company, humidifiers, and electric fans. These were related with the Soviet Union trade but Feng Yu would never and cannot admit. Brother K, you have misunderstood. All my assets were not from our trade. I had set up many factories in China, and my products are very popular throughout China. Our high-tech humidifiers and bladeless fans were sold throughout the world. These products are the primary source of revenue for my company. See, that humidifier in that corner is my company's second-generation humidifier. Brother K turned and looked at the wind and rain humidifier in the corner. He chooses to believe Feng Yu for the time being. Even if Feng Yu was lying to him, he had no way to prove he was lying. Without this trading partner, he would lose a lot of money every year. After all, not every Chinese can become their trading partner. Kirilenko had also told him about Feng Yu when they met for the first time. Feng Yu was a competent person and had lots of connections. Brother K was afraid that he could not find another partner like Feng Yu and he was also scared of the people behind Feng Yu. Although he knew that the people behind Feng Yu could not affect his standing in the Soviet Union, but if he could avoid all these necessary troubles, why not? Feng, then can you tell me how much have you earned since you started working with Kirilenko? We are friends. There should be no problems with you telling me about your earnings. Feng Yu realized that this Brother K was suspicious of Kirilenko and he felt that Kirilenko was cheating him. But did Brother K ever thought about how he had left everything to Kirilenko and had never shown any concerns about the Sino-Soviet trades? He had only helped to sell off some Chinese goods in the beginning and assisted in getting a few Soviet Union industrial machineries. Feng Yu had discussed with Kirilenko before. Kirilenko will help Feng Yu get more advanced industrial machinery and even aircraft, tanks, etc. If Feng Yu had to choose, he would rather work with Kirilenko. Feng Yu was calculating in his mind and decided to say a more conservative figure. Brother K, I did not make much. The past 2 to 3 years, I had made about a few million rubles. Surely you guys make more than me. Brother K looked at Feng Yu suspiciously. Really only a few million rubles? He felt that Feng Yu should not be earning so few. Feng Yu's profit should be at least tens of millions of rubles. The industrial machinery from the Soviet Union was something that cannot be found in China, and it was worth a lot of money. He had heard that the Chinese were willing to pay more for these industrial machineries as China wanted to develop their industries. Brother K was still thinking that the Soviet Union's industries were much better than China, but he does not know that many sectors, like light industries and home appliances in China, had caught up with the Soviet Union. Feng, I heard that you wanted to buy some heavy industrial machines. Kirilenko is not able to help you, but I am different. Brother K raised his glass while he said this. Feng Yu paused for a moment. What does he mean by this? Brother K wants to ditch Kirilenko and deal with him directly. But Brother K and Kirilenko should not have fallen out yet. Otherwise, Kirilenko would not bring Feng Yu to meet him. These two people, interesting. Feng Yu pretended to not catch his hint. Brother K, isn't it all the same? We are still doing business together. No, I don't know how many industrial machinery and technologies Kirilenko had sold you. I have not seen the money earned. Feng Yu said with a confused face. Brother K, this should not be possible. Why not we wake Kirilenko up and ask him? Maybe he is still awake. Feng Yu pointed at Kirilenko who was lying face down on the table. He tried to wake him up. Brother K looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was not lying. He had drunk a lot. Let him rest. Brother K stopped Feng Yu from waking Kirilenko up. He continued. Feng, I can also get you whatever machinery or technologies Kirilenko sells to you. I can even get you those that he can't get, as long as you can give me a good price. Furthermore, Kirilenko can't even help you with getting a loan but I can. If you promised me that you will work with me in future, I could help you get the loan. The amount will be more than what you wanted. Feng Yu hesitated. Brother K's offer was really attractive. Should he agree? Feng Yu was really tempted as Brother K had offered excellent conditions. But he rationally thought about it for a while. He absolutely cannot agree to it. Not to mention about his mutual trust with Kirilenko, Feng Yu had invested in Kirilenko more. He even told him about the disintegration of the Soviet Union and Yeltsin. Kirilenko must be his friend. Feng Yu also knew about Kirilenko selling some machinery and technology to him without Brother K. Feng Yu was also part of the reason why Kirilenko kept Brother K out of these deals. Feng Yu felt that if he rejects Brother K's offer and let Kirilenko knows about this, he would help Feng Yu get more loans. Brother K, I had drunk too much, and I feel like taking a nap. Feng Yu changed the topic. He did not agree nor reject Brother K. Brother K was slightly disappointed, but he did not say much. He had already told Feng Yu what he wanted to say and it was all up to Feng Yu to decide. He believed that Feng Yu would agree to his attractive offers. Brother K did not notice that the drunk Kirilenko had moved slightly. Back at the hotel, Feng Yu washed his face with cold water and sat on a chair waiting for someone to knock on the door. Indeed, within less than 5 minutes, the doorbell rang. Feng Yu opened the door, and Kirilenko was standing there. Feng, why are you not watching TV? Our soap operas are exciting to watch. Soap opera? Forget it. Feng Yu still prefer watching the Soviet Union songs and dance. Brother Ki, you are not drunk. Feng Yu was asking the obvious. Feng Yu had drunk with Kirilenko more than once. Kirilenko might be tipsy after a bottle of vodka, but he would never lie flat on the table. He thought back and realized that Kirilenko was acting. He only wanted to listen to the conversation between Brother K and Feng Yu. Feng Yu had all along thought that Kirilenko was an honest Russian businessman, but it seems that this was not the case. A businessman, especially someone who was selling their country's industrial machinery, will never be an honest person. Luckily Feng Yu did not say anything bad about Kirilenko. Instead, Brother K had said something that would pressurize Kirilenko. Kirilenko shook his head and rubbed his temples. I have a slight headache. But I'm fine. I had fallen asleep just now, and I forgot to mention about your loans. Brother K had told me about it. Really? What did he tell you? Feng, actually I had considered, and I can help you get loans from many banks, like Ukraine Bank, Belarus Bank, Latvia Bank, etc. You wanted more loans and this way, you can loan more money. Kirilenko said. Feng Yu showed a surprised expression. Really? That's great, but how much can I loan in total and when can I get the money? My assets should not be enough to loan such a big amount. Sigh. Feng, we are good friends. I will solve these problems for you. You can use the same assets as collaterals for different banks. This is not a problem. Leave everything to me. Kirilenko beat his chest and said. Really? Will it be too troublesome? Feng Yu asked with an embarrassed expression. No, of course not. We are brothers. This guy suddenly becomes brothers with Feng Yu. Really? Then how much loans can I get? Feng Yu continued to ask. Feng Yu could not accept a vague answer. He wants an exact figure. Since Kirilenko had heard his conversation with Brother K, he will surely do something to maintain his friendship with Feng Yu. He does not want Feng Yu to work with Brother K. Is 300 million rubles enough? You can just use your 30 million rubles worth of assets as collaterals. I believe that you will be able to repay all these loans. Feng Yu's eyes grew wide. 300 million rubles. Kirilenko had become more generous after he heard what Brother K said to Feng Yu. With 300 million rubles, Feng Yu could realize his plans easier. As for the repayment, stop joking. As long as the repayment period was long enough, at the end of the 1990s, the rubles will depreciate by a few thousand times. By that time, 300 million rubles will only be worth less than 100,000 rubles now. Why would Feng Yu worry about the repayment? It will be great if I can get loans of 300 million rubles. Brother Qi, rest assured, I will send you 15 million rubles worth of Chinese goods. But I can't send it all at one go. I need to send it on a few trips. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Feng, why is it 15 million rubles worth of goods? We had agreed on 5 million rubles. You need to be prepared that you might need to spend not less than 3 million rubles to give to the few bank's leaders. Using so little rubles to bribe them. Feng Yu was thinking that if they dare to give him a loan of 300 million rubles, he wouldn't mind giving them 10 million. It was a pity that even though the Soviet Union officials were corrupted, but they were not stupid. They dare not to take too many risks. Furthermore, the 300 million rubles loan was not a small amount, and maybe only the central bank in Moscow would dare to give out the loan. Also, Kirilenko's influence was not enough to get the approval. Brother Qi, I understand. Don't worry, I am not a stingy person. But can the repayment period and the repayments be more extended? Feng Yu asked again. What do you mean? The repayment period can be extended, but the interest repayment cannot be extended. At least one payment of the interest is required every year. Kirilenko was puzzled. The repayment can also be delayed. Brother Qi, you help me ask if this is possible. I will take the loan for 8 years, and in the 8th year, I will repay everything, including the interests. I don't mind if the interest is higher. Kirilenko frowned. He had never heard of anyone taking loans this way. He was also unsure if this was possible. But he felt that since Feng Yu wanted to do it this way, he must have his reasons. He could not figure out why Feng Yu wanted the loan repayment to be this way. Higher interest. How high can you accept? 10% yearly interest, 20%, or even higher. Feng Yu smiled and said, how about yearly interest of 20%? Kirilenko gasped, yearly interest of 20%. You are willing to accept such high interest? 8 years later you need to repay almost 800 million rubles even if using simple interest. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart, even if it was compounded interest, there's no problem if the repayment currency was in rubles. By that time, 800 million rubles would be equivalent to a few million RMB. Feng Yu only needs to convert the rubles from the loan into currencies like USD or RMB, he would get returns of over 1,000 times. Why would he worry about the interest? Brother Qi, help me think of a way. I don't mind spending more, and I promise you that I will repay every single cent, including the interest in 8 years' time. Kirilenko gritted and said, fine. I will help you think of a way. That evening during dinner, the three of them did not mention anything about the loan. Brother K saw Feng Yu and Kirilenko were chatting as if nothing had happened and he had another idea. Feng, you should not have anything to do this evening. We have a ball here tonight. Join us. Ball. Was it like those ball in Shanghai before in the 1920s? A group of military officers in their uniforms, a group of politicians and businessmen and some socialites gathering and dancing. If any of the officers, businessmen or politicians like any of the socialites, they would bring them back at night. I don't know how to dance. Feng Yu tried to reject. Every country has their local dances, and Feng Yu was not sure what dance will they be dancing at a Soviet Union ball. Traditional ballroom dance. It's fine. Many people also do not know how to dance. Just go and enjoy yourself. Furthermore, I can get someone to teach you. You can surely pick up how to dance. Brother K insisted. Feng Yu looked at Kirilenko and Kirilenko also persuaded him. Feng, just go. It is a ball for the younger officers. It is very interesting. Young officers' ball. Feng Yu remembered a news article he read in his previous life. Russian young officers' ball has lots of pretty women and lots of celebrities. This ball was a form of socializing event. If the young officers had no strong backings, then this ball would be the chance of them to join the different factions. But those generals will only be there for a short while and would leave the ball after a dance. Those that wanted to join their factions would be there early and approach them. There was no point for the generals to stay any longer as those that do not want to join them would not contact them even if they remained at the ball longer. It would be embarrassing for them to see the officers they like joining others' factions. Of course, these were not important to Feng Yu. The most important part was that there will be many pretty ladies there. Soviet Union women had a fair complexion, long legs, blue eyes, etc. Feng Yu blinked and said, but I do not have a dance partner. Kirilenko suddenly remembered what happened on the plane. He remembered the stewardess telling him that Feng Yu was not interested because he had drunk a lot. Yesterday Feng Yu had drunk, but this afternoon, Feng Yu did not drink, and Feng Yu still took a nap in the afternoon. Tonight, Feng Yu should be feeling better. Feng Yu really wants a dance partner, or he wants a woman to accompany him tonight. Whatever, just get a girl that can dance and sleep with him. As for these type of arrangements, Kirilenko was very familiar. When he was buying the industrial machinery and technologies in the Soviet Union, he had made these types of arrangements for the factory directors. Once those directors accept his arrangements, the deal will be finalized. Feng, it's just a dancing partner. Leave this to me, Kirilenko immediately says. Brother K also wanted to say something, but Kirilenko was faster than him. Although this was Brother K's territory, Kirilenko also knew other second-generation's officers. He could also arrange two dancing partners for himself and Feng Yu. Worse come to worse, he just needs to spend some money. Brother K was curious why Kirilenko did not drink during dinner. This was weird. If Kirilenko were drunk and missed the ball, then he would have the opportunities to speak to Feng Yu. Fine, we shall leave at 6:30 p.m. I will send a set of ballroom attire to Feng's room later. At 6:30 p.m., Feng Yu had changed and left his room. The ballroom attire was only a set of military officer uniform without ranks. At the entrance of the hotel, there were two military plate cars and two young girls, wearing long white dresses standing beside the vehicles. Kirilenko walked towards one of the girls, and Feng Yu was dragged into the car by the other girl. She looks like she was about 17 to 18 years old. Although Feng Yu was supposed to invite the girl into the car, it was the reverse. Feng Yu felt good with this experience. In the car, Feng Yu was feeling slightly uncomfortable. This young girl was too close to him, and this was not normal for an ordinary dance partner. Feng Yu stole a glance at the girl and felt mesmerized by her beauty. He remembered that Ukraine was famous for their beautiful girls, which looked like real-life Barbie dolls. Ukraine women had been voted as the world's most beautiful women, but they look old faster. It might be due to the Soviet Union's tradition of marrying young. Girls were allowed to get married at 14 years old, and the earlier one got married, the sooner they matured. This also resulted in them aging faster. Mr. Feng, my name is Elena. What kind of dance do you know? Elena, in Russian meant sunshine, and this girl was absolutely worthy of this name. I am not good at dancing, and I am from China. I am not familiar with your dances. Although Feng Yu said this, he actually wanted to dance with Elena. That's fine. There will be a group dance for those young officers, but you are a distinguished guest, so you are free to participate in any dance after that. There are single and double dances. There are no rules for single dance, and the doubles dance is also very simple. I can teach you, the young girl said and looked intensely at Feng Yu. All right then. After alighting, Feng Yu opened the car door for Elena like a gentleman. Elena smiled sweetly at him. A young girl's sweet smile was contagious, and Feng Yu also felt happy. Elena walked with Feng Yu with their arms linked behind Kirilenko. They entered a building which resembles a church. Wow! Once inside, Feng Yu was astounded by the interior of the building. This place was huge. It should be more than 1,000 square meters, and there were lots of lightings on the ceiling. Speakers were hung on every wall. This place seems to be built especially for balls. Extravagance. There was a small stage in the front, and on the stage, there was a microphone. At the back of the stage, there was a traditional band. This place plays live music. Looking at the band's uniform, they look like soldiers. They should be from the Soviet Union's military band. Feng, over here. This is my fiancée, Ida. I will introduce you to some of my friends later. Brother K said to Feng Yu. Feng Yu noticed a young woman standing beside Brother K. She was about 18 years old. Brother K actually brought his fiancée here. But the age difference between the both of them was quite big. Brother K was almost 30 years old. Nice to meet you. I am Feng Yu from China. Feng Yu introduced himself to Ida. He shook her hands politely as he does not want Brother K to have any misunderstandings. This place is Kiev, and it is Brother K's territory. They went to a corner and sat down. Brother K and Kirilenko were chatting with their female companions, and Feng Yu could only talk to Elena. But Feng Yu felt that their conversations were boring. Elena just answered whatever he asked, and she did not ask Feng Yu about anything. Feng Yu found out that Elena was instructed by her leaders to not ask about Feng Yu. She was only a member of a dance troupe, and she dares not to offend Kirilenko. After a while, at about 7 p.m., the main door was closed, and the lights were dimmed. On the stage, there was only candlelight and someone who resembles a general went up the stage. The ball was starting. Feng Yu listened to the general's speech. He was talking about how great the Soviet Union was, and he encouraged the younger officers to put in their best efforts and contribute to the Soviet Union. The younger officers enjoyed the speech, and the ballroom was filled with applause. Feng Yu could only sit out for the first segment of the ball. It was a group dance. This group dance was very popular in the military. The dance moves were not very complicated, and all the officers were able to synchronize their movements. Feng Yu thought if these officers practiced this dance every day, how can the army be strong if these officers just practice dance moves every day? The second segment was the doubles dance. Brother K and his partner walked onto the dance floor and Elena stretched out her hand towards Feng Yu. It was obvious what her intention was. Feng Yu held Elena's hands and walked towards the dance floor. This movement was similar to ballroom dancing. Feng Yu was relieved. He knew ballroom dance. Mr. Feng, you said that you don't know how to dance, but you are dancing quite well. It was different from international ballroom dance, and they do not need to turn their heads left and right. The both of them could look at each other in the eyes while dancing. I only know this dance and don't know about other movements. Look over there, they are dancing very well. There were an officer and his partner dancing and showed precise dance moves. The both of them were excellent dancers, and the officer was tall and handsome while his partner was petite and pretty. The officer even showed a dance move where he threw his partner into the air. Elena smiled and whispered to Feng Yu, Mr. Feng, match my movements. What? Feng Yu does not know what she meant, and Elena let go of Feng Yu's shoulders, stepped back and spread her arms wide. Feng Yu immediately followed her movements and Elena spun one round and returned to Feng Yu's arms. But that was not the end. She moved backward again and spun around Feng Yu with her arms stretched outwards. Elena's dance moves were stunning, and the surrounding people moved aside to give her more space. There were even some who stopped dancing and stood there watching her dance. The crowd was clapping and cheering her on. While spinning, Elena was still able to place her hand on Feng Yu's shoulders, and her other hand was holding onto Feng Yu's side when she stopped. This maneuver memorized the crowd, and the ballroom was filled with applause. Feng Yu felt that he had become a good dancer. After the dance, the both of them walked back to their seats, hand in hand. The crowd was still clapping. Feng, how was it? Did I find the right dance partner for you? Kirilenko asked. Thank you, Brother Ki. I really enjoy myself tonight. I'm glad you enjoy yourself. Let me know when you want to leave. Kirilenko was hinting at Feng Yu, and he left with his glass to look for his other friends. Feng Yu paused for a moment. What does Kirilenko mean by that? It will be rude if he leaves after a dance. Am I that sort of person? Elena, you are an outstanding dancer. Are you a professional? Feng Yu asked. Elena smiled and nodded. I am from the Ukraine dance troupe. I started dancing since I was 5, and have been dancing for over 8 years. She's a professional dancer. No wonder she could dance so well. Wait, Elena was not even 14 years old. Feng Yu know that Soviet Union girls mature early, but Elena was too developed. Her height was about 1.7 meters. A 13-year-old with a height of 1.7 meters. That means Brother K's fiancé might also be younger than 18 years old. Sighed. The Soviet Union was indeed a paradise for those pedophiles. No wonder you could dance so well. Where are your parents from? My father is a soldier from Kiev, but he passed away. My mother was from St. Petersburg, and she was a former dancer. She is currently teaching dancing in St. Petersburg. Oh, she had inherited the dancing genes from her mother. Looking at Elena's status, her father should not be any high-ranking officer, and maybe he was just an ordinary soldier. If not, Elena would not be sent by her troop leader to be his dance partner. What do you want to do in future? Feng Yu asked. I want to be the Soviet Union's best dancer and dance in front of Soviet Union's President Mr. Mikhail Gorbachev at the Grand Kremlin Palace. When she said this, her eyes were beaming. Another blind supporter. Feng Yu knew that if he asked Elena to list out what was so great of Mikhail Gorbachev, she could not answer. Feng Yu despised President Mr. Mikhail Gorbachev in his heart. He controlled the world's biggest country and had one of the most advanced military power in the world. He also had the support of many people, but in the end, he ended up a ruined fate. This showed how much of a failure he was. If it were not for some people who had opposed, Mikhail Gorbachev would be killed. It was Yeltsin that calmed the situation. Feng Yu felt Yeltsin was more suitable to be a leader. Feng Yu looked at Elena. Her dreams might be the dreams of all dancers in the Soviet Union. In fact, Feng Yu felt the Elena was qualified to perform at the Grand Kremlin Palace now. She only needs an opportunity. If Elena was transferred to the Russia dance troupe, she might get the opportunity. Elena, other than dancing, what other dreams do you have? Other dreams? Can world peace and a prosperous motherland consider? Feng Yu, this dream was too unrealistic. This girl only knew dancing, and maybe she had not thought about other things. Have you ever thought that after you stop dancing, what are you going to do? Feng Yu continued asking. If I can't dance anymore, I will be a dancing teacher like my mother. Feng Yu was speechless. This innocent girl wants to devote all her life to dancing. Kirilenko returned and saw Feng Yu chatting happily with this girl from the dance troupe. He smiled. It seems that he had found the right person for Feng Yu. Feng Yu must have disliked that stewardess because she was too old. Look, Feng Yu could not take his eyes off that 13-year-old girl. Feng, come, let me introduce you to some friends. Brother K brought some people over and warmly introduced these military sent generations to him. Feng Yu smiled and entertained them out of courtesy, but he did not remember the names of those people. Feng Yu remembered what Kirilenko said to him earlier. If he wants to leave, let him know. If one does not have friends to chat with at a ball, it will be so dull. Brother K, I'm tired. I feel like going back to rest. Kirilenko immediately said. All of you can continue. I will send him back. Kirilenko thought that Feng Yu can't wait to get back to his hotel with that girl. The both of them, together with their dance partners, left the ball. Translator notes. Feng Yu is a pedobear. The car drove straight to the hotel, and Feng Yu alighted. Elena also alighted. What's going on? Shouldn't Elena be going back? Could it be she wants to eat supper? Feng Yu turned and saw Kirilenko hugging his partner. He gave Feng Yu a grin. Once in the hotel lobby, Feng Yu pulled Kirilenko to a side and asked, Brother Ki, what's going on? Why are they still here? Kirilenko puzzledly asked Feng Yu back. Why must they go back? Feng, don't you want to have an enjoyable night? Don't worry, she is a good girl. I guarantee that no man had touched her before. She is still a virgin. Damn, which, good girl, will do such things in the first meeting? Feng Yu had rejected Kirilenko's arrangement on the plane, and why did he arrange this sort of activity again? Could it be the Soviets entertain their friends in this manner? Brother Ki, I did not touch that stewardess on the plane was not because she was not a virgin. It was because I had a girlfriend back in China. You understand? Feng Yu thought of Li Na, and he decided to hold back. Kirilenko patted Feng Yu's shoulders and said with an, I understand you, expression, Feng, I also have a girlfriend. But that is in Moscow. We are in Kiev now. Feng Yu was speechless. Were there the words, I am a pervert, written on my forehead? Why Kirilenko felt that I will surely accept his arrangement. Brother Ki, I am not interested in that Elena. Kirilenko rolled his eyes at Feng Yu. Then who are you interested in? How about my partner? If you like her, I can change with you. Kirilenko was thinking to himself. You had chatted with that girl for more than half an hour and you were smiling happily throughout. Yet you are telling me that you are not interested. Stop your pretenses. Exchange. Feng Yu was speechless. This Kirilenko was too uninhibited. Feng Yu could not handle him. Brother Ki, even if I agree, but will that girl agree? Kirilenko smiled. You can no longer hide your desires, right? Don't worry. I had spoken to her leader before this ball, and these girls knew what was happening. You don't need to worry. After tonight, if you like her, I can arrange for her to be transferred to the Russian dance troupe. In Moscow, no one can bully her. If you dislike her, then you will never meet her again. I can get you a new girl. Fuck, you had everything planned out nicely. Should I thank you? But Kirilenko, she is only 13. Is this even legal? Feng Yu asked. Even if she is only 13, so what? What legal are you talking about? If no one mention about this, who will know? In the Soviet Union, 14 years old can be married. Girls at this age are the prettiest. Kirilenko winked at Feng Yu. Prettiest your head. She is only 13. How can I do such a thing? For someone who had the memories of 2 lives, Feng Yu definitely wants to do it. Furthermore, his body now was in the puberty stage. He had a pretty girlfriend beside him, but she was too conservative, and he can't do anything with her. Now, this was a great opportunity, and Feng Yu could do whatever he likes. However, this was just a little girl, and she was only 13 years old. No matter what the Soviets thinks, Feng Yu could not accept. Feng Yu knew that Kirilenko will not let Elena go back tonight. Feng Yu sighed. He will speak to Elena later. His room was a suite, and he could sleep on the couch outside later. Seeing Feng Yu agree, Kirilenko patted Feng Yu's shoulders happily. With his arms on his shoulders, the both of them walked towards the girls. All of them entered the lift, and Feng Yu was looking at Elena in the elevator. Elena blushed and looked down. Damn, she really knew what was going on. At their level, Kirilenko walked to his room and turned to Feng Yu. He gave Feng Yu a thumb up and smiled. Feng Yu sat on the couch once he entered his room. Elena timidly said to Feng Yu, "Mr. Feng, should I take a shower first?" Feng Yu immediately stopped Elena. "Elena, let me make things clear with you. I have a girlfriend back in China, and tonight you will sleep in the room while I sleep on the couch." Elena's face changed, and she looks like she was about to cry. "Mr. Feng, did I do anything wrong? Don't worry, I will not stick to you." Feng Yu sighed. "Elena, you are only 13 years old." "I am 14, Elena stubbornly said. "Fine, even if you are 14 years old, back in China, you should still be in middle school. In my country, you are still considered a minor until you are 18 years old. This is illegal, do you understand? But his is the Soviet Union, and this is Kiev. Here, girls can get married at 14 years old. Damn, what is wrong with you? Did your leader brainwashed you or promised you something in return for sleeping with me? Did your leader gave you instructions to listen to me? You shall do whatever I told you. Tonight, you will sleep in the room. Go in and sleep. Close the door," Feng Yu said in a firm tone. Elena looked at Feng Yu with tears in her eyes. Feng Yu turned around. This was the first time in this life that he wanted to smoke a cigarette. Feng Yu heard the room's door closed behind him and was relieved. "Brother Qi, this arrangement does not make me feel good. Instead, this was a torture to me." Feng Yu switched on the TV and switched the channels. It was all Soviet Union programs, and after a while, Feng Yu switched off the TV. He took a bath in the hall's bathroom, and he decided to sleep while wearing his clothes that night. When he walked out of the bathroom, he noticed the bedroom's door opened, and Elena was walked out wrapped in a towel. Elena had just taken a shower, and her hair was still dripping. She was looking at Feng Yu with her big eyes, and she pulled her towel off. Feng Yu took a deep breath and rushed towards her. The next morning, Kirilenko woke up and went downstairs to have breakfast. He learned that Feng Yu was still in his room and he smiled. This Feng Yu was good at pretending. He must have worked himself until late at night. It's normal for young men to enjoy themselves once in a while. Feng Yu must have enjoyed himself last night. After a while, Feng Yu appeared with dark rings around his eyes. Behind him was Elena. They both looked like they had not rest last night. Kirilenko winked at Feng Yu and asked with a naughty smile, "Feng, how was last night?" Feng Yu forced a smile. "It's fine. Thank you, Brother Qi. Can you arrange for her to be transferred to the Russian dance troupe? She only has her mother left in her family and her mother is in St. Petersburg." So, Kirilenko knew that Feng Yu wanted to keep this girl. This was not a problem. All he needs to do was to make a phone call, and everything will be arranged. Maybe, Feng Yu would be visiting Moscow frequently in the future. "No problems, Feng. Leave everything to me. I promise you that she will be in Moscow before the end of this month." It seems like Kirilenko had made the right arrangements this time. Translator notes. Spoilers, Feng Yu did not touch her, and he is not a pedo bear. The truth will be out in the next chapter.